Thank you, Emily. Oh, great. Okay. Tabling of documents. The Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, so thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 36.8a, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's response to 12 petitions. These returns will be tabled in an electronic format.
Dépôt de projet de loi émanant du gouvernement.
Introduction of government bills. Statements by ministers. Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
Committees. The Honourable Member for St. Catharines.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to present in both official languages the 9th report of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs. The committee advises that pursuant to Standing Order 91.1 sub 2, the Subcommittee on Private Members' Business met to consider the orders for the second reading of private members' bills originating in the Senate and recommended that the items listed herein, which have been determined should not be designated non-votable, be considered by the House.
Dépôt de projet, pursuant to Standing Order 91.12, the report is deemed adopted. Dépôt de projet de loi émanant.
Introduction of private members' bills. First reading of Senate public bills. Motions. Presenting petitions.
Member for Mission, Matsqui, Abbotsford.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise for the 4th or 5th time on behalf of angered parents at Abbotsford Traditional School who are opposed to the safe consumption site proposed by BC Housing across the street from the school track. Parents are calling upon the Government of Canada to enforce their special arrangement with British Columbia, to respect the innocence of children, and to cease all funding to BC Housing until they respect federal rules and jurisdictions about the application of the unfortunate decriminalization policy between the federal government and the province of BC. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member, is it for Calgary or Windsor West? I got it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to present a certified petition on behalf of the great residents of Windsor West and the surrounding region. The petitioners draw the attention of the House to the ecological, cultural and community significance of the Ojibwe Prairie Complex and the adjacent natural areas, which is home to rare and endangered species and lands of great importance to Indigenous people. They note that the proposal to establish an Ojibwe National Urban Park has been advanced in Parliament, most recently by Private Members Bill C-248 in the last Parliament. It has already been considered by all the appropriate committees. The petitioners therefore respectfully request that the Government of Canada, in collaboration with Parks Canada, the City of Windsor, and the relevant First Nations and provincial partners, take the necessary steps to finalize and enact the designation of Ojibwe National Urban Park to ensure long-term protection, ecological restoration, and public access for current and future generations. And I'm tabling this petition on their behalf with great pride and honor.
Présentation de pétitions.
Presenting petitions.
C'est tout, d'accord.
That's all.
Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I'd ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Agreed? Agreed. Request for emergency debates. I wish to inform the House that I've received a notice of a request for an emergency debate. I invite the Honourable Member for Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes to rise and make a brief intervention.
Thank you, Speaker. I'd like to formally request, following adjournment of the House, a debate on an important matter requiring urgent consideration pursuant to Standing Order 52 regarding the national implications of the recent Cowichan Tribes versus Canada court decision and the subsequent notices issued to homeowners in British Columbia and the profound uncertainty now surrounding Canada's land title system. The City of Richmond has formally notified residents that the ruling may affect the status and validity of their property titles. This has caused widespread fear and confusion, not only in British Columbia, but right across Canada. The concerns are legitimate. The court's decision, while under appeal, raises unresolved constitutional and economic questions that extend far beyond one municipality or one region. People deserve to know. People like Richmond farmer Gord Machin, who said he was kept in the dark, or the business owner who learned from the news, not his government, that his industrial property might be subject to claims he had no chance to respond to. These aren't speculators. These are families. These are employers and taxpayers who bought land in good faith and trusted their governments to act with transparency. Yet they were never informed. They feel blindsided because federal and provincial governments held discussions behind closed doors, excluding the very people whose titles were at stake. Whether one agrees with the court or not, the human impact of that failure to consult is undeniable. And now ordinary Canadians fear that fee simple title, something relied on for generations, may no longer be secure. True reconciliation cannot be achieved by undermining private property rights. Aboriginal title is unique and collective. It is not simply another interest in the land, but by declaring it senior to fee simple, the ruling cast doubt on the indefensibility protections that underpin our entire land title system. Without certainty, how can homeowners trust their titles? How can banks extend mortgages? And how can businesses plan for the future? This decision risks shaking the foundations of Canada's financial system. But the government chose not to notify homeowners, not to defend Crown grants, and not to allow arguments that could protect fee simple holders. The ruling has created serious uncertainty about how fee simple ownership and Aboriginal title legally coexist and in densely populated areas, whether the Land Title Act's indefensibility protections remain stable, how mortgages, sales, insurance, and municipal planning can be affected, and what compensation mechanisms exist if overlapping interests must be reconciled. A responsible conservative position recognizes both the need for reconciliation and the need for stability. We respect Indigenous rights and the constitutional framework that protects them. At the same time, we insist on clarity, transparency, and the protection of ordinary Canadians whose life savings are tied to secure property ownership. That's why we're calling for an emergency debate that would allow Parliament to assess the national implications of this decision and consider ways to defend fee simple property rights and protect the integrity of Canada's land title, mortgage, and economic systems. This ruling does not only affect British Columbians, it affects Canadians from coast to coast to coast. Every homeowner, every farmer, every business owner deserves to know that the title they rely on is stable and not subject to retroactive reinterpretation. This is now a local issue, or national issue, not a local issue. Municipalities are uncertain about their zoning authorities. Farmers are asking whether land is still secure. Business owners wonder if their investment can still be used for debt financing. Families want to know if the title they've held for decades still means what it's meant to mean before this ruling. We need to follow the lead of the member of Richmond Centre, Mark Pohl, for his leadership on this file. His contributions to caucus have been outstanding. He's representing his constituents very well. He recognized this crisis immediately, and he's responding and exactly what this motion is proposing, immediate parliamentary action. For these reasons, I respectfully request that you approve, Speaker, an emergency debate at the earliest opportunity, and your attention to this matter is appreciated. Thank you, Speaker.
I thank the honourable member for Halliburton Kawartha Lakes for his intervention. However, I'm not satisfied that this request meets the requirements of the standing orders at this time. Je suis maintenant prêt à me prononcer sur la question de privilège.
I am now prepared to rule on the question of privilege raised on November 5th, 2025 by the member for Joliet Manawan concerning budget documents distributed to members. In his intervention, the member alleged that due to differences between the paper version of the budget distributed to members on November 4th, 2025, at both the lockup held behind closed doors and during the sitting of the House, and with the electronic PDF version available on the website of the Department of Finance, members had not had equal access to information on budgetary policy. This, he argued, undermined the ability of members, particularly opposition members, to analyze government measures, prepare for debate, and hold the government to account. The member noted that the electronic PDF version of the document contained more information than the paper version distributed to members. He further argued that members attending the budget lockup earlier in the day were informed that the electronic version was official and complete, while others who did not attend the lockup only discovered this afterward. He concluded by suggesting that this resulted in members being impeded in the performance of their parliamentary duties, and asked the Speaker to consider this a prima facie breach of privilege.
Government in the House of Commons countered that it is the budget document tabled by the Minister in the House on November 4th, 2025 that constitutes the official government policy, and confirmed that the document was indeed complete. She commented that past Speakers' rulings clarify that budget lockups are not proceedings of Parliament. She concluded by affirming the government's commitment to ensuring members receive the budget information they need in the format of their preference to fulfill their parliamentary functions. What primarily concerns the Chair in this situation is therefore whether the proper tabling procedures were followed and if information was intentionally withheld from members. In a ruling on alleged misleading budget documents, Speaker Sauvé stated clearly on April 26, 1983, at page 24,867 of the debates, quote, "Ministers and not the Chair are responsible for anything they might table concerning the administrative responsibilities of the government. The Chair is competent to determine whether or not the tabling procedure observed is correct. It is not responsible for the content of the documents themselves," unquote. Au moment prévu pour la présentation du budget, le ministre a proposé.
At the time designated for the budget presentation, the Minister moved the usual motion, tabled a series of notices of Ways and Means, and tabled a paper copy of what constitutes the official version of the budget document. To this end, the Chair is satisfied that the proper procedures were followed. The member noted that the hard copy he received does not contain all the information found in the electronic version. The Chair agrees that fulsome budgetary information should be available to members so that they can more easily conduct their analysis of the government's policy. That said, it is always possible that more extensive information can be found in other sources, even if these are not tabled in the House. The Chair must examine this matter through the lens of the high threshold for adjudicating questions of privilege. And in the present case, no contradictory information seems to have been deliberately provided, and no information seems to have been intentionally withheld.
Concludes that the member has not been impeded in the discharge of his duties and therefore does not find this matter constitutes a prima facie question of privilege. The Chair welcomes the interpretation provided by the Deputy Government House Leader that the official and complete budgetary document was the one tabled by the Minister. That being said, the Chair wishes to express concern with the idea that the electronic PDF version of the document might be seen by others as the official and complete version of the budget, or as is indicated in the version available online that, and I quote, "In case of discrepancy between the printed version and the electronic version will prevail." From the Chair's point of view, the authoritative version of the budget remains the one tabled in the House and not the one published on the Department's website. I thank all members for their attention. L'honorable député de Saint-Jean, sur un point d'ordre. L'honorable député de Saint-Jean.
The honourable member for Saint-Jean on a point of order. Mr. Speaker, the question of privilege raised by the member for Edmonton West on November 17th is, in our opinion, important. The government delayed the publication of important information having to do with the parliamentary budget officer and prevented the budget officer from exercising his mandate fully. According to the standing orders, the parliamentary budget officer has to support Parliament by providing analyses on macroeconomic and budgetary situation, the macroeconomic and budgetary economic, in order to promote fiscal responsibility. The legislation is very clear. Parliament itself gave itself this legislation in order to ensure that the PBO would be able to perform their duties, in order to increase the quality of parliamentary debate, and in order to promote transparency and budget responsibility. The PBO has asked the government to send additional information about the budget that he felt was necessary to exercise his mandate. As it states in the Act, Mr. Speaker, I would also remind us that the government has a legal obligation to cooperate with the PBO's requests as an officer of Parliament. It is the Parliament's responsibility to protect the mandate that the Parliament of Canada Act confers on the PBO. These legislative provisions ultimately seek to support members in their work. Offices like the Office of the Auditor General and the PBO exist to support the House of Commons and enable parliamentarians to keep the government accountable. The PBO offers independent financial and economic analyses to the Government of Canada. This increases budget transparency and enables economic policies to be more enlightened. Parliamentary officers' offices must remain independent from the government, and that is why they are covered under the Parliament of Canada Act. As an officer of Parliament, the PBO has asked for this information, and so there is a possible attack here on parliamentary privilege. I support the member who stated that it is up to Parliament to defend its own powers and the powers of its officers. The violation of the legal obligation to provide a document is a serious matter of privilege. It strikes at the very heart of this House's authority. This is not the first time this problem has happened. This is a systemic and recurring problem under different governments. The PBO has explicitly asked for Parliament's support in obtaining the data that he needs in order to analyze the budget. The fact that he has not received this information is preventing members from debating important parts of the budget in an informed manner. Thus, I would ask you to consider that there is a prima facie breach of privilege, so that this House can discuss how it can better provide the PBO with the assistance that he needs in order to accomplish his mandate.
Je tiens à remercier l'honorable.
I'd like to thank the member for Saint-Jean. Orders of the day. Orders of the day. Government orders. Government bills, comments. Beginning of debate at second reading of Bill C-15, the Budget 2025 Implementation Act Number 1.
Mr. Anand Dasangari for Mr. Champagne, seconded by Mr. MacDonald, moves that Bill C-15, an act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on November 4th, 2025, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Finance. Debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance and National Revenue, and to the Secretary of State for the Canada Revenue Agency and Financial Institution.
Hear, hear.
Well, good morning. Good morning, Mr. Speaker. It's a great day in Parliament today, and it's my pleasure to rise and introduce Bill C-15, an act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on November 4th, 2025. A mere few weeks ago, our government tabled Budget 2025, an investment budget with unprecedented measures to build big things in this country, empower Canadians with a better life, and protect our sovereignty. This budget, Mr. Speaker, comes at a time when global headwinds are being felt by Canadians all across the country, in their homes, in their shops, on factory floors, in the fields, in boardrooms, truly everywhere across the nation. From geopolitical conflicts causing uncertainty to rising protectionism, including tariffs imposed by our closest trading partner, Canada's fundamental relationships with the world are changing. The speed, scope, and scale of these changes are extraordinary and unparalleled. They're not just transformative, but represent a true generational shift. And to meet this moment, our government is playing to Canada's many, many strengths to secure a better economic future for everyone. Not only because we owe it to Canadians to do so, but because we know that when Canadians come together, there is nothing we can't accomplish. No one, Mr. Speaker, should ever make the mistake of underestimating Canada And on this side of the House, we will never apologize for being optimistic about Canada's future, because we're here to make good things happen for Canadians. On this side of the House, we believe in Canada. Now, this past spring, our government was elected with a clear mandate to do meaningful and significant work for this country at an important moment in our history. Budget 2025 delivers on this promise with a generational plan to build one Canadian economy instead of 13, a uniquely Canadian success story amplified by major nation-building projects that will connect our regions, diversify our markets, and create hundreds of thousands of high-paying careers from the skilled trades to advanced technologies. Just as the railways united our country, the Trans-Canada Highway opened our frontiers, and the St. Lawrence Seaway linked our economy to the world, today's major projects will be as transformative, building clean power grids for a sustainable future and expanding our ports to accelerate our trade with partners around the world. Major projects like the Iqaluit Hydro Project, Inuit-owned, providing clean power to communities that have traditionally relied on burning 15 million liters of imported diesel fuel per year. And the new nuclear project at Darlington and Bowmanville in my region, Durham region, that will deploy 4 small modular reactors providing clean power to 1.2 million homes while adding over 21,000 jobs and $38.5 billion to Canada's GDP over the next 65 years. Bill C-15 will further advance the Alto high-speed rail project, Canada's first high-speed rail, 300 kilometers an hour railway from Toronto to Quebec City, whose path to construction would be accelerated, bringing us ever closer to fast travel within Canada's most populated corridor. Bill C-15 will invest $11.5 billion in Build Canada Homes and make a $1.5 billion available to capitalize Canada Lands Company Limited to support housing construction on properties held by the corporation. And our new trade diversification strategy, Mr. Speaker, will boost our global footprint, doubling overseas exports over a decade and generating $300 billion more in trade. All of these measures and many others included in Bill C-15, Mr. Speaker, speak to our clear and ambitious plan to move our economy from a state of reliance on traditionally one trading partner to a state of resilience, which will help us absorb and react to any shocks that our economy experiences in the future. Now, to meet these targets, we must ensure that Canada remains an attractive place to invest and grow a business while fostering homegrown innovation. Our new productivity super deduction will make it easier for Canadian businesses to invest in new machinery and equipment and technologies, enhancing Canada's competitive advantage over the United States and encouraging crucial business investment across the country while boosting productivity and growth. And I know members opposite are with me on this because they've spoken to this in the House many times, that GDP per capita must rise, productivity must rise. These super deductions are exactly the types of tax measures and benefits to businesses that will cause them to invest in themselves, to bet on themselves, to increase productivity, to help increase real wages relative to the cost of living and ensure a higher standard of living for all Canadians. Additionally, Bill C-15 will enhance Canada's scientific research and experimental development tax incentive program by increasing the enhanced credit expenditure limit to $6 million, extending eligibility for the enhanced credit to certain Canadian public corporations, and restoring capital expenditures as eligible costs. Doing all of this, Mr. Speaker, plays to Canada's many strengths: a highly educated workforce, a world-class research and innovation ecosystem, stability in the rule of law, strong trading relationships with traditional and emerging markets, and sound fiscal and economic fundamentals and management. Another one of our strengths, Mr. Speaker, is our strong resource and energy sector and our ongoing commitment to make Canada competitive in a decarbonizing global economy. We believe, as the vast majority of Canadians believe, that Canada must continue investing in the clean economy to drive down emissions, fight climate change, and create good-paying jobs for future generations. Our government's proposed climate competitiveness strategy will drive the investments that are needed for Canadian businesses to compete and, most importantly, win in the net zero future that we all know is the reality of our world. As part of this strategy, Bill C-15 includes measures to deliver the Clean Electricity Investment Tax Credit to support clean electricity technologies and a clean electricity grid, as well as to enhance the suite of existing investment tax credits to further support investments in clean technologies and clean technology manufacturing. The carbon capture, utilization, and storage investment tax credit would maintain its full credit rates for an additional 5 years up to 2035. The clean technology manufacturing investment tax credit would be broadened to include more critical minerals essential for clean technology supply chains. And similarly, the critical mineral exploration tax credit would be expanded to cover 12 more minerals, further supporting Canada's role in global clean energy supply chains. We also are making Canada's tax system more fair as we lay out the conditions that we believe will attract historic investments to turbocharge the Canadian economy. Our new government is also focused on ensuring Canadians can keep more of their hard-earned money in their pockets. That's why one of the first things we did after winning the spring election was reduce taxes for 22 million Canadians. That's essential tax relief at a time when Canadians really need it. We cut taxes to lower the cost of housing for first-time homebuyers, to a measure that immediately made homeownership a reality for more Canadians, especially young families. The average rate of savings would be about $50,000 on the purchase of a new home, under $1 million. That's significant savings for young people trying to get into the housing market. And we brought down the price of gasoline by 18 cents per liter in most provinces and territories when we canceled the divisive consumer carbon price, while strengthening industrial carbon pricing to ensure that our industries can remain competitive for future generations. To build upon that momentum, our government is moving forward with several important tax reforms. For starters, to help protect the financial stability of persons with disabilities, the Bill C-15 would exempt the Canada Disability Benefit from income calculations, maximizing its benefits and proceeding with expanding the disability supports deduction. Now, Bill C-15 would also introduce a temporary personal support workers tax credit to provide up to $1,100 per year to eligible PSWs, recognizing in a tangible way their vital contributions to our communities. Additionally, this legislation would increase the lifetime capital gains exemption to apply to up to 1.25 million of eligible capital gains, as announced in Budget 2024, ensuring Canadians with eligible capital gains will pay less tax and be better off as a result. We're also, Mr. Speaker, proposing to drop the underused housing tax, as well as the luxury tax on aircraft and vessels, which will respectively reduce burdensome administrative and compliance costs and support the aviation and boating industries at a time of ongoing global economic uncertainty. Now, we're also strengthening and protecting Canada's financial sector. We're putting more money in Canadians' pockets while also helping Canadians access their money easier and sooner. We're making changes to Canada's financial sector that gives consumers more control of their finances. Now, Bill C-15 will amend the Bank Act to raise the first amount of immediately available deposited check funds from $100 to $150 and remove the timing distinction between funds deposited in person and those done via other means. This will give more Canadians easier access to their own money and reduce reliance on short-term credit like payday loans or overdraft protection, especially for low-income Canadians and seniors. Now, Mr. Speaker, C-15 will also amend the Bank Act, the Canada Deposit Insurance Corporation Act, and the Financial Consumer Agency of Canada Act to make it easier for credit unions to enter the federal framework and expand so they can continue to serve more Canadians. Notably, the legislation will also advance the government's commitment to open banking by completing the consumer-driven banking legislative framework. This will enable secure financial data sharing in Canada and facilitate access to lower-cost products, clearer choices, and better tools to manage debt and reduce financial stress for Canadians. Additionally, Bill C-15 will create a regulated space for stable coins, a type of cryptocurrency whose value is usually tied to a government-issued currency, further supporting innovation in the financial sector and helping build trust in digital payments. We are also, Mr. Speaker, cracking down on sophisticated financial crimes, from ghost texts and mysterious links to mass voice-over calls and phony bank emails, all of which threaten the financial well-being of Canadians everywhere. And we are becoming increasingly sophisticated. These are becoming increasingly sophisticated and harder to detect. But C-15 will amend the Bank Act to require banks to have policies and procedures to detect and prevent consumer-targeted fraud and to mitigate its impacts, collect and report data on fraud to the Financial Consumer Agency of Canada, and allow consumers to disable certain account features and adjust maximum transaction amounts. Now, we're doing all of that while also making government more efficient. To deliver on this investment budget, Mr. Speaker, Canada's new government is spending less on government operations to invest more in the workers, businesses, and nation-building infrastructure that will surely grow our economy. Now, Budget 2025 delivers on the government's comprehensive expenditure review so that we can right-size government and deliver $60 billion in savings and revenues that can be deployed for other purposes over the next 5 years. The size of our public sector has grown significantly during COVID and the post-COVID eras. Our public service played an invaluable role helping Canada navigate those crises. And I know Canadians are grateful and very appreciative of the role the federal government and all public servants played in that process. We are now, however, facing a new set of challenges, and the economic headwinds we're facing mean that we have to spend less on government operations so that we can invest more in the growth and prosperity of our economy. Allow me to also be clear, Mr. Speaker, our government will continue to protect the vital programs that people across the nation rely on, such as childcare, dental care, prescription drug coverage, the Canada Child Benefit, the National School Food Program, and so much more. These are essential programs that Canadians have come to rely on. They're part of our social safety net. They benefit the most vulnerable in our society, and it's imperative that we protect that social safety net. That's part of what makes this country great. The measures I've outlined here today are ambitious and they're broad, but they're also integrated and interconnected into a comprehensive plan. All of this, Mr. Speaker, from catalyzing investment to making life more affordable for Canadians, to spending less on government operations so we can invest more in transformative projects, are part of our plan to help Canada navigate this unique moment. So, dear colleagues, these are the smart strategic investments designed to catalyze $500 billion of new private investment into Canada over the next 5 years and enable $1 trillion in total investment in Canada in 5 years. Investments that will not only invest in people, but businesses all across Canada, because Canadians want to thrive. They want to see a thriving economy for generations to come. Mr. Speaker, Budget 2025 is our plan to harness Canada's many strengths, put our country on the path to prosperity, making a strong country even stronger and more resilient. That's what Budget 2025 is about. It's because we believe in Canada. It is a strategy to build at speed at scope, at scale, not seen in generations, with Canadian workers at the core, at the center, and the national interest at the heart of every decision that is made. So I urge all honourable members to support the speedy passage of Bill C-15 so we can meet the moment we find ourselves in and build a Canada that is secure, resilient, and strong together. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Caribou Prince George.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to our honourable colleague who spoke for, I believe, 15 minutes. 15 minutes talking about a generational budget. Well, there's one thing generational about this budget, and that's the debt that they are heaping on the shoulders of my grandchildren, my family, his family, and the families of Canadians all across this country. Mr. Speaker, 15 minutes and not one word about mental health. 15 minutes, not one word about the opioid crisis where we've lost 50,000 Canadians since 2016. We've lost more Canadians to overdose since 2016 than we did in World War II, and not one mention of what this government's going to do with their generational spending in the next year. Why?
The honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the member opposite's question. I actually appreciate his work on securing a suicide prevention hotline. I know we worked together on that across party lines, and it was great to see, and it's great that we got that done. We also moved forward in previous Parliament with the Youth Mental Health Fund across Canada, which I know I did consultations in my riding, was very well received. So it's not to say that we're not aware of the mental health crisis in this country. And in fact, I did speak to our social safety net, which does include support. Health transfers included a specific, when they were last renegotiated, a specific focus on standardizing mental health supports across the country. So we have done things on this. But I want to be clear that our balance sheet in Canada is one of the strongest in the G7. We need to make these generational investments.
Question et commentaire.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for his speech. During his remarks, he often said, build a stronger Canada. Well, the American president tweeted that Prime Minister Carney should scrap the digital services tax, the web giants tax, which would have given us $7.3 billion in revenues over 5 years. That revenue could have been given to local media. That would have been a significant windfall for us. So the American president tweeted, then 24 hours later, our prime minister scrapped the digital services tax. So why did the prime minister obey the president's tweet? And why does the government feel that building a strong Canada involves scrapping that much government revenue?
Minister and ministers on the front bench have said time and time again that Canada can't control the temperament of leaders around the world. We also can't control their trade policies. What we get to control is our response. And I think as our Prime Minister and members of Cabinet work diligently to both diversify trade so that we're less reliant on one trading partner, but also work to smooth out the relationship with the United States, which obviously is complex and challenging right now. We've introduced many tax measures that members opposite can be very positive about in this piece of legislation, from the capital gains rollover on small business investments to the lifetime capital gains exemption to exempting the Canada Disability Benefit from income to a home accessibility tax credit. There are so many more that are in the BIA that I'm quite proud of. And a whole suite of investment tax credits to support a clean economy. These are really positive tax measures, and I hope the members opposite will support them.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the member spent some time talking about trade. And I think it's absolutely critical that we do spend time talking about trade. When you look in terms of the United States being our #1 trading partner, we made a commitment to diversify our trade, to look at doubling exports in the next 10 years beyond the United States. And that is one of the reasons why we have, for the first time, I would suggest to you, in virtually history, a prime minister that is committed to doing just that. That's the reason why he's in the UAE. That's the reason why he's going to South Africa. And participating and encouraging additional trade is to the benefit of all Canadians. I wonder if he can provide his thoughts in terms of economic sovereignty is best achieved by expanding our trading opportunities.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
As usual, Mr. Speaker, I couldn't agree more with my colleague. It's clear that with the economic headwinds that we experience, with the uncertainty that remains fairly prevalent in our economy, our government needs to step up and do the things that are necessary to diversify trade, to replace the demand that is not there right now from U.S. trade partners, to ensure that our industries can grow and thrive, so that we can counteract the economic headwinds, the drag on the economy that the trade friction with the United States has created. That means we have to invest in infrastructure to get more of our goods and products to foreign markets. It means we need to have an industrial policy that encourages investment, remains attractive to global capital. It means we have to buy Canadian and ensure that we have a strong policy to ensure that we build from Canadian workers with Canadian materials to build a stronger Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Mission Matsqui Abbotsford.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member from Whitby for his remarks today. But I'm very concerned that the rhetoric from the government is not meeting the economic reality Canada is facing right now. I served with the member on Industry Committee, and in 2023, he spoke extensively about the critical mineral strategy tied to battery electrification projects in Canada. Those have all fallen apart in recent months. In fact, the Government of Canada right now is still subsidizing Stellantis as they move their operations to United States. And that was in the contract that this government signed. The member outlined that they want to double overseas exports, yet the budget doesn't outline a strategy for that to meet that very, very ambitious goal. So how are they going to do it when they only allocate $5 billion for trade and export-related infrastructure over 5 years? That's a drop in the bucket, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. Thanks to the member opposite for his question. We know that Canada is blessed with natural resources. It is one of our strategic advantages around the world, especially with the world wanting more of what Canada has to offer. Critical minerals are essential. We have a strategy that is embedded in the budget. There's significant investments with the Sovereign Fund. There's significant exploration tax credits that have been enhanced and expanded to more critical minerals. These projects are essential. We've seen many of them already referred to the Major Projects Office with great benefit to Canada's trading relationships. We've seen our ministers who are signing agreements around the world with other countries to supply critical minerals at a time where they really need it. Thank you.
Questions and comments. Question et commentaire.
The Honourable Member for Drummond. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Earlier, my colleague for Lac-Saint-Jean asked about the digital services tax and how weak the Prime Minister has been because he did not resist to a tweet from the US President. He abolished the digital services tax. So the Bloc Québécois, to save our cultural and media sectors, because they have been greatly affected, we said that this digital services tax could be a 3% royalty that could generate billions of dollars. It would save culture, it would save media. It's an easy solution that costs nothing to taxpayers. But we haven't heard anything from the government. Why? Because it's an easy solution, an accessible solution. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Well, I'm very proud, Mr. Speaker, that our government makes investments to preserve Canadian culture and heritage and does step up to support our media industry and journalists across the country, which certainly I think we've heard from are experiencing challenging times with the business model in that industry that's been challenged over the last few years. mostly due to how many online outlets and the information ecosystem has changed dramatically. But I guess I want to focus on the many tax measures in the budget that are substantive for many Canadians across the country. I would point to the immediate expensing and accelerated depreciation for businesses across Canada that allows them to boost their productivity. Literally, I ran a business for 13 years, and when you run a business, you put money aside to pay your taxes at the end of the year. And having these 100% write-offs for new machinery and equipment, for new technology, allows businesses to make those investments now, knowing that they'll have those tax write-offs at the end of the year.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. The honourable member for Calgary-Midnapore.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Ça me fait toujours un plaisir d'être.
I'm always pleased to be the spokesperson for the people of Calgary-Midnapore.
I'd like to ask for HoC to split my time with the member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, please.
Order. Is it agreed? Agreed and so ordered. The honourable member for Calgary-Midnapore.
Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président. Mr. Speaker, I was very proud to just speak this week at the Future of Energy Global Summit. Now, of course, the member for Lakeland would have been a much better speaker. She has so much knowledge and experience, and I just want to take a moment and wish my seatmate the very best. She is a fierce advocate for her constituents and our shared conservative values. Now, thank you very much. She's in our thoughts and prayers. And the panel I was on was very relevant to today's topic. The panel was called Making Major Projects Viable. Of course, this is something we, as Conservatives, have been advocating for the last decade, whether it's ports, bridges, track, reactors, and of course, my favorite as an Albertan, pipelines. The conference was amazing and the panel was incredible. But of course, I wanted to do my best to prepare for the panel. So I researched the bios of the panelists. I researched the proposed major federal projects. And then I received a copy of the 2023 white paper that included the presentations in the inaugural year of the conference. And lo and behold, the Prime Minister had presented in 2023 at this conference. And I thought, this is interesting. Let's see what he has to say. Now, the topic of his speech was the challenges and the opportunities of the energy transition. Very interesting. Okay, I'm listening. His title then was United Nations Special Envoy for Climate Action and for Finance. I thought, okay, let's see what he has to say. Key point. The presenter highlighted the need for approximately an additional $3 trillion per year for a quarter of a century to meet the Paris Agreement and net zero targets. $3 trillion for a quarter century. This from the man who is trying to convince Canadians he has their best interests at heart. This from the man who wants us to believe that he is for industry and for productivity, for the common good of our nation. This from the man who promised Canadians that he would increase productivity and rein in spending. Now, my mother taught me a very important lesson when I was a young woman, when I had a close friend let me down, and I think it applies here. And that lesson is, when somebody tells you who you are, you should believe them. When somebody tells you who they are, you should believe them. When somebody asks for $3 trillion, when somebody creates a deficit of $78 billion, when somebody puts forward a budget of $414 billion, when somebody is comfortable with a $50 billion interest payment on debt annually, that somebody is telling you who they are. And when somebody tells you who they are, you should believe them. In the Prime Minister's book, Values, he spent years evangelizing carbon pricing. Carbon taxes, he insisted, should increase. Yet when polling indicated a majority of Canadians rejecting carbon pricing, a position that was the cornerstone of Conservative policy under the leader of the official opposition, he announced in his 2025 platform that he had eliminated carbon pricing. This, of course, was not the case. The industrial carbon price remained. But this is no surprise given his previous claim that Canadian federal carbon pricing framework is a model for other nations. So, after acting for years as the global spokesperson for carbon pricing, he arrives as the Liberal candidate for Prime Minister and claims that he will do away with it. Yet, he retains the industrial carbon tax. In his book, he goes so far as to say that global interests should take priority over national interests, and we can only assume that he also within that includes Canada. The Canadian energy sector has some of the strictest environmental regulations in the world, yet the Prime Minister and the government continues to impose additional barriers, citing international commitments. This approach scares away investors, delays projects, and forces Canada to rely on oil from countries with no transparency or no environmental responsibility. When somebody tells you who they are, you should believe them. Then there are the things that the Prime Minister would like Canadians to believe he has achieved. The Prime Minister claimed in February of 2025 at his campaign launch in Edmonton that he had helped manage multiple crises and save not one but two economies. The leaders who were in charge at the time have different stories to tell. Former Conservative Prime Minister Stephen Harper, the greatest Prime Minister in the history of Canada, for now, wrote the Prime Minister's experience isn't all it's cracked up to be. He said his experience is not the day-to-day management of Canada's economy during the global financial crisis. He went on, I have listened with increasing belief to the Prime Minister's attempt to take credit for things he had little or nothing to do with. In addition, he has been doing this at the expense of the late Jim Flaherty, rest in peace, among the greatest finance ministers in Canada's history, who sadly is not here to defend his record. But Harper goes on, let me be very clear. The hard calls during the 2006-2009 global financial crisis were made by Jim. Prime Minister Stephen Harper went on to say that his record as an advisor to Prime Minister Justin Trudeau and the Liberals was so bad. Likewise, former Prime Minister of England, Liz Truss, said the Prime Minister did a terrible job as the Bank of England's governor. She counts the Prime Minister as a regular among those who caused the British pound to drop to its lowest ever rate against the US dollar, citing them as those who believe in big government and high taxation. According to his record, he printed too much money, something we have seen in Canada under the Liberal government, lost control of regulation, provided over a steep decline of London, and most seriously politicized the bank. In the years since the Prime Minister left, it is written that his successors have been struggling to clear up the mess that the Prime Minister left. This misrepresentation even exists within his own party. He claimed in the English language Liberal leaders debate that it was my privilege to work with Prime Minister Paul Martin when he balanced the books and kept the books balanced. The only problem is that the Prime Minister started out in finance in 2004, according to his own LinkedIn page, almost a decade after Prime Minister Martin's ship-writing 1995 budget, and well after Martin finished balancing the books in 1998. Finally, we arrive at the topic of today's debate, the budget and its implementation. The Prime Minister stated that we need discipline for our spending. It is absolutely necessary, and that Canadians could expect a prudent budget. However, the Prime Minister's spending plans make his predecessor, Prime Minister Justin Trudeau, seem like a tight-fisted miser. We have seen in his budget an increase in spending and a further $90 billion in deficit spending over 4 years. Of course, that's only if the government meets its targets, which they have not done in years. They have consistently had much higher deficits than even their own projections call for. These are very prudent numbers, the Prime Minister has said. $78 billion deficit, $414 billion in spending this fiscal year alone, $50 billion annually. in interest on the debt. This is not prudence, Mr. Speaker, but this is what the Prime Minister would like to have Canadians believe. Mr. Speaker, the greatest predictor of future behavior is past behavior. The Prime Minister wants us to believe that he has put forward a budget of austerity and a budget of disciplined spending, but he also wants us to believe that he saved 2 economies. But when we look at his actions, they tell us otherwise. But as poor as his actions are, his own words speak even stronger. People will charge me with being elitist or with globalist, which happens to be exactly what we need. That means, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister will always put his wealthy friends first. He will always put nations before Canada. His loyalty does not lie with Canada or with Canadians. He has told us in his own words exactly who he is. And when somebody tells you who they are, you should believe them. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Merci beaucoup.
Then comments. Question and commentary. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. That's a lot to take in. You know, it's interesting. She said that Stephen Harper was the greatest Prime Minister Canada's ever had. Wow, Mr. Speaker.
Well, order. The member can resume.
From the top, Mr. Speaker. You know, after making that bold statement, it was Stephen Harper that actually appointed the current Prime Minister to be the Governor of the Bank of Canada, Mr. Speaker. Now, having said that, I can assure the member opposite she's in some wonderland to think that Stephen Harper would be in the top 20 in terms of Prime Ministers. Let me amplify that by saying that this Prime Minister has done more in terms of building Canada strong in 8 months than Stephen Harper did in 10 years. Can the member give us any indication in terms of something grand that Stephen Harper actually built in 10 years?
The Honourable Member for Calgary-Midnapore.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister Stephen Harper is world-renowned for having navigated Canada through the 2008 financial crisis. I think it's a shame that this member doesn't recognize this. And I'd like to correct the record. I said that his record of what he said, I said that Prime Minister Stephen Harper was the greatest Prime Minister for now. That is until the member for Battle River Crowfoot becomes our Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker.
Here, right.
Point of order, the Honourable Chief Government Whip.
Mr. Speaker, the member a few moments ago made a comment in her speech to the effect that the Prime Minister's interests do not lie within Canada. And I think that it is extremely, I would like my point of order to be heard. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think it is impugning motive. When we currently have members that are asking ours to apologize because they ask a question that implies whether or not their interests lie in Canada or Russia, which is currently going on, we're asked to apologize for that. But yet we can have a member in this House suggest that another member's interests do not lie within upholding our country and the people of our country is extremely inefficient, inappropriate, and implies that their motives are not the best of intentions. And all honourable members' motives must be treated that way. So I would encourage you to ask the member to apologize and retract that comment.
Order. Very briefly on the same point of order.
Yeah, just Chair, the member is conflating 2 very different cases. The chairs have ruled in the past about equating members' positions with those of violent authoritarian regimes or suggesting that they're acting as agents of violent authoritarian regimes. I think that's clearly very different from saying something that a member doesn't like that may suggest other things about their motivations. Those are 2 very different things. Obvious.
Order. I'm going to start by saying I'm going to ask all honourable members be very judicious in what they say in this place. We do not impugn motives in such a way to the dignity or the respect of individual members. I'm going to look back exactly what was said, and if needed, we'll come back to the House with a more formal ruling. At this point, though, we'll go to questions and comments. Question and commentaire. L'honorable député de Lac-Saint-Jean.
The honourable member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We agree with the Conservative Party regarding the Liberal Party's budget, including the fact that we think there's a lot of waste with a generational deficit, $118 billion. I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech and ask about the fact that here in this budget, oil and gas tax credits are being extended till 2040. Previously, it was 2035. Collectively, that was already going to cost us collectively $83 billion to taxpayers to support the oil and gas companies that don't need the money. But with this extension, it will actually cost $100 billion, the tax credit to oil and gas. So does my colleague not agree that this is an excellent example of wasting public monies?
Calgary Midnapore.
Merci beaucoup.
The honourable member for Calgary Midnapore. I'd like to thank my colleague for the question. There are always a lot of examples of waste in this budget that we saw. Of course, we should try to reduce waste, whether the Liberals or any other party. But I am very proud to come from Alberta, where we have contributed a great deal to the country. The real problem here is the fact that there is waste. As a country, we need money to invest in projects throughout the country. Whether it comes from Alberta or Ontario, we need funds in this country for our national projects. But I completely agree that there is waste, and for me, that's the real problem here. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. L'honorable député de Drummond.
The honourable member for Drummond. I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech, and I'd like to congratulate her on her French, Mr. Speaker. We always appreciate hearing French. I would like to talk about the crisis in the media. That's something that concerns us a great deal, especially this week, Mr. Speaker. There is a simple solution that would not require money from taxpayers. I'm speaking, of course, of the digital services tax that the Liberals abolished this summer due to Donald Trump's threats. It could easily be changed into a 3% royalty that could be imposed on the digital giants that would enable us to reestablish our media ecosystem, protect our culture. What do the Conservatives think of this proposal? 40 seconds, please. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think that for both our parties, it's very clear that the government wants to control the media. The Conservatives are concerned about this. I am from Alberta. My colleague is from Quebec. These are the two provinces that have a desire for independence. Whether from Alberta or Quebec, we don't want the media to be under government control. So we know there's a real problem here. But for me, the biggest problem is how much the government wants to continue enforcing that control.
Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Speaker, when the budget was initially tabled, Canadians rightly were focused on the big picture, the fact that the government's fiscal plan fudges the numbers and still contains the largest deficit in this nation's history outside of the COVID period. Taxpayers have spent more and gotten less in the last 10 years under these Liberals, and that is not changing under this Prime Minister. This Prime Minister is running a record-smashing $78 billion deficit and is still leaving Canadians less able to afford basic essentials. This is the big picture. But today, as Parliament begins debate on the Budget Implementation Act, I want to use this critical opportunity to expose the designs hidden deeper within the budget. And here I want to talk about jobs, about the dignity of work, the esteem we have for different kinds of workers, and the harm that this budget will do to critical sectors of our economy. Before I get into those details, I want to talk about a philosophy of work, because policy, intentionally or not, always must reflect some philosophy. Now, Speaker, I believe that all work done by human beings has a special kind of dignity. This is a consequence of a more foundational belief in the universal dignity of human persons. If we understand human beings as having inherent rights and inherent dignity, then we are led from there to the conclusion that the work done by human beings has a special kind of dignity as well, because it involves the commitment and effort of a human person. If a human person is giving a speech or fixing a car or performing a surgery or cleaning a bathroom, in each case that person brings themselves into that activity, their creativity, their effort, their desire for excellence, and their humanity. Work has dignity, therefore, not because of the nature of the activity specifically, but because it is done by a human person and because it expresses the desire of that person to contribute and create a better world through their work. Therefore, everyone who works can and should take pride in the work they do, as long as they are bringing the fullness of themselves and their human dignity into the work they are doing, as the creator or co-creator of some new reality. Now, this is a clear, coherent, and necessary philosophy of work. And work, when done with pride and commitment, generates all kinds of personal benefits. Work is much more than a means to earn wages. It is the means by which so many people contribute to their communities, create new things, demonstrate their proficiency and creativity, build community, and support those they love. This philosophy of work is understood intuitively by many working people across this country and around the world. But sadly, many modern elites implicitly or explicitly reject this philosophy of work. Instead of valuing all human work, many of our elites have come to esteem different kinds of human work differently, based on self-interested class prejudice. The rampant existence of profession prejudice, prejudice that values different kinds of work differently and that treats people differently based on the jobs that they do, has been deeply harmful to our society and to our economy. Profession prejudice has led authority figures to steer young people towards university to get a good job, even if they are much better suited to and could make more money working in the trades. Authority figures often have an unconscious bias towards their own chosen path, thinking that the road to dignity and meaning necessarily involves following the path that they followed. Creating a more equal society does not mean sending everyone to university. It means recognizing the dignity of every person, regardless of the work they do. Profession prejudice has given us profound skill mismatches. It's given us people pursuing programs of study deemed to be more prestigious and more likely to signal their worth to elite society, but then those same people finding out afterwards that they cannot get a job in their field. Profession prejudice leads elites to make artificial distinctions between what they think are jobs of the future and what they think are jobs of the past, often denigrating physical work and work in resource development. Most often, these predictions about such things turn out to be way off the mark in terms of what's the future and what's the past, yet impressionable young people are often fooled into absorbing these predictions into their own career planning. The result of all this has been profound mismatches in our labor market. High unemployment coexisting with labor shortages, especially with labor shortages in areas where well-paying, secure jobs nonetheless lack the arbitrary social esteem dispensed inconsistently by elites and elite institutions. Speaker, Conservatives are committed to fighting profession prejudice, and we will defend a philosophy of work that emphasizes universal human dignity and the universal dignity of work done by human beings. To the young people watching, when you are picking a career, focus on what you like to do and on what the labor market is looking for, and ignore the bad advice of disdainful elites hawking their profession prejudice. Now, Mr. Speaker, this brings me back to the budget. At a time when many university graduates are already working outside their field of study because they were given bad advice about the needs of the labor market, and at a time when industry is desperate for workers with underappreciated but critical skills, such as in the trades, this budget doubles down on liberal profession prejudice and fails to make the transition to a coherent philosophy of work. Budget 2025 puts well over $1 billion into helping university research councils try to attract foreign researchers to move to Canadian universities from other countries. Meanwhile, the budget fails to reinstate the apprenticeship grant, a clear broken promise from the Liberal 2025 election platform. Liberals promised to support apprentices, but instead they have nothing for apprentices directly and nothing for polytechniques where the majority of apprentices are trained. Liberals pumped an enormous amount of money into attracting foreign researchers for universities at a time when many Canadian post-secondary graduates are unemployed or working outside their field. And they could find nothing for most apprentices despite skill shortages in critical areas in the trades. But it gets worse. Budget 2025 specifically targets career colleges. It attacks what they do and it withdraws support from students who attend them. Why would they choose now to attack career colleges? What kind of fit of elite snobbery can motivate a government to target attacks on career colleges at a time when many Canadians need the benefits of targeted vocational programs to get the skills that employers are looking for? But page 217 of the budget announces the intention of the government to make students attending private for-profit institutions ineligible for student grants, making studies at these institutions inaccessible to many low and middle-income students. This cut is targeting students particularly at institutions, but it is not job neutral in its implications. There are many specific kinds of jobs where training is generally not available at public institutions. If you want to get a history degree or a law degree or a women's studies degree, you've got a lot of public institutions to choose from. But there are many good jobs in areas where there is public and labor market demand, where it just so happens that the public institutions have not offered these programs, and therefore private for-profit institutions have filled the gap. This policy change, therefore, doesn't just affect institutions, but it makes it harder for young people from low and middle income backgrounds to pursue studies in certain areas, and it creates critical gaps in these sectors. This is the pernicious practical outworking of professional prejudice in policy. Now, let me give a few examples of where this professions affected by this change. Now, this week I met with representatives from the Beauty Council of Canada. They represent a wide variety of hardworking professionals who cut hair, do makeup, and generally help others look good. They've got a harder task in some cases than in others. I know how hard these folks work, Mr. Speaker. My barber actually follows me on social media, and when my hair gets too long, he messages me and tells me it's time to come in. He's a great guy. Now, these are proud professionals, and they benefit from being able to afford good training that often happens to come from private for-profit institutions. This budget makes it harder for people to access those professions. Now, say what you like about Justin Trudeau, but at least he would have known never to attack the beauty industry. Now, another profession attacked by Budget 2025 is traditional Chinese medicine practitioners. Because this budget proposes to cut student grants for private for-profit institutions, most students studying acupuncture and other forms of traditional Chinese medicine, and many students studying other kinds of health disciplines such as chiropractors or massage therapists would be cut off from financial support. Many, many people in and outside the Chinese community want to access various kinds of traditional Chinese medicine practitioners and should be able to do so. This is a good job, and it reflects the dignity of work and the breadth and beauty of Canadian multiculturalism. But Liberals are making a choice to propose a policy that would make it more difficult for young people to pursue studies in traditional Chinese medicine, especially given the duration of study required. Why are Liberals attacking Chinese medicine? Why are subsidies available for any university program, no matter how irrelevant they are to the labor market, while they're being withdrawn from in-demand vocational programs that happen to be offered at private institutions? Conservatives recommended the opposite approach. We recommended an alignment between the needs of our labor market and the level of student grants, recognizing the universal dignity of all work and the potential of student grants to help magnify market signals. But this is the more hidden agenda of the budget, an attack on vocational programs and on in-demand jobs by a government drowning in profession prejudice and elite snobbery. Mr. Speaker, I move that the motion be amended by deleting all the words after the word that and substituting the following. The House declined to give second reading to Bill C-15, an act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on November 4th, 2025. Since the budget fails to implement a budget so Canadians can have an affordable life, consider that every dollar the Liberal government spends comes out of the pockets of Canadians in the form of higher taxes and inflation. Bring down the deficit to the levels Liberals promised in their last fiscal update, which promised $42 billion last year. Scrap hidden taxes on food, including the industrial carbon tax on farmers, the food packaging tax that adds billions in costs, and the fuel standard tax that adds 17 cents per litre to diesel and gasoline for farmers, and the inflation tax by bringing down the cost of government instead of printing money to pay Liberal bills, and include a plan for an oil and gas pipeline that would strengthen our nation's economy and get our resources to market. Thank you.
Order. Mr. Jennis, seconded by Mr. Deltel, moves the following amendment. That the motion be amended by deleting all the words after the word that and substituting the following. The House declined to give second reading Bill C-15 and act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on November 4th, 2025, since the bill fails to A. Implement a budget so Canadians can have an affordable life. B. Consider that every dollar the Liberal government spends comes out of the pockets of Canadians in the form of higher taxes and inflation. C. Bring down the deficit to the level Liberals promised in their last fiscal update, which promised $42 billion last year. D. Scrap hidden taxes on food, including the industrial carbon tax on farmers, the food packaging tax that adds billions in costs, and the fuel standard tax that adds 17 cents per litre to diesel and gasoline for farmers. E. End the inflation tax by bringing down the cost of government instead of printing money to pay Liberal bills. And F. Include a plan for any oil and gas pipelines that would strengthen our nation's economy and get our resources to market. The amendment is in order. Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, I'm encouraged in the sense that the Conservatives realized that they needed to move an amendment at this stage. Compare that to the budget where the leader of the official opposition forgot to move an amendment. So at least they got their timing right in the particular for this particular amendment, Mr. Speaker. But I disagree with the amendment. No surprise there, Mr. Speaker. But I wanted to approach my friend across the way because him and I had a wonderful experience in the University of Winnipeg. And in fact, Mr. Speaker, I think that we had agreed that maybe we'll have another one of these debates. We're looking at the Carleton University. I'm thinking January 12, January 13. This way the university's back at classes a week later type of thing. I'm hoping you'll follow through on this. The two of us can work together. But my question to the member is specific. Does he not believe, given the vote on the budget, that we should just continue to move ahead and see if we can get this bill passed into committee sooner as opposed to later?
Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Mr. Speaker, I'm surprised and disappointed by that question because after last week, I was sure I'd convinced him. I was sure I'd convinced him to see the light and to join us in defending everyday Canadians, standing up for fiscal responsibility, and fighting back against pernicious profession prejudice that characterizes this budget. Look, Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to try again to help this member see reason, and I look forward to the fight of the century happening every few months at different institutions across the country. I'm happy to take the member up on that. Look, I hope though that he and other members will think about the specific criticisms I've made in this budget and end their profession prejudice.
The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. I have a specific question about something that's not in the budget, and that's not in Bill C-15, therefore, which is the government's intention to do something about forced labor and child labor. In both previous budgets, the government stated that it was going to legislate on that issue. However, today, nothing has been said on that, even though the Prime Minister is trying to get closer to China. It's fascinating. The Bloc Québécois brought in Bill C-251 for reverse onus to be placed on importers to ensure that products were not produced through forced labor. And so I'd like to know whether the Conservatives are going to support that bill and whether, in fact, the government should just bring that in as government legislation.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I will certainly study the bill that was introduced by the Bloc Québécois on this matter. It's a new proposal, but I do agree that the government did not do what it takes to put an end to forced labor. At the same time, I have many objections to the fact that this government has done a 180 on the Chinese government. if this government, the fact that this government has stopped mentioning the matter of forced labor is possibly because the Prime Minister wants to have a closer relationship to the government of China, despite the human rights issues there.
Leamington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for an insightful speech. I appreciated his perspective as he identifies the mismatch between what C-15 and the implementation bill of this budget tries to do and the actual reality of the economy that we're facing right now. He's not alone. Would he comment on the fact that the PBO has also identified only a 7.5% likelihood that this government's going to hit its massive $78.3 billion deficit? Could that also be that he's identifying a mismatch between what is said in the budget and the probable outcomes of it?
Yeah, member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, a very brief response.
Well, thank you for that excellent question, and it gives me an opportunity to salute the important work that the Parliamentary Budget Officer is doing. He has illustrated how the government has been fudging the numbers, and sadly, when you fudge around, you're going to find out. There's going to be negative consequences from the fudging of numbers, and the Parliamentary Budget Officer is now being targeted by this government because of his work. We should be giving him the mandate and the independence to do the work he needs to do, exposing the abuses by this government.
Resuming debate,
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Drummond. Mr. Speaker, with your permission and the permission of the House, I'll be sharing my time, please, with the member for Rimouski, La Matane, Matapédia, Nejet. Is there unanimous consent? Agreed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, I'd like to say that it's always an honour for me to rise in this place on behalf of my constituents in the riding of Drummond. Mr. Speaker, I don't know of a single parent, a mother, a father who would brag about having fed 2 of their children and left the other 2 starving. Yet that's what the Liberals are doing through this budget. Let's start by talking about the media. There's $150 million in the budget for CBC Radio-Canada. Am I happy that there is money for CBC Radio-Canada? Yes. I have always defended reviewing the funding model for CBC Radio-Canada. The Bloc has always stood for that. I think that we should align ourselves with other countries, with public broadcasters like Germany, Australia, Great Britain. CBC Radio-Canada covers a vast territory. So our public broadcaster has to seek other sources of funding, like, for instance, advertising revenue and subscription income. That worked for a few years. The market was doing well. But then American web giants arrived on the scene, and we know that for the past few years they have had total dominance over the market. This has endangered private broadcasters, public broadcasters too, which have been in danger for a few years now. There have been huge, massive layoffs in Quebec and elsewhere in Canada, I would imagine, because we haven't addressed the issue of private broadcasters. Mr. Speaker, there were easy solutions, low-hanging fruit, but $150 million for CBC Radio-Canada was nothing but a costly Liberal election promise. They made that promise to contrast themselves from the Conservatives who were promising to cut CBC Radio-Canada. And if the Liberals had really wanted to help the media, they wouldn't have just given them $150 million for CBC Radio-Canada. If they'd wanted to help, they would have proposed a true assessment of CBC Radio-Canada's mandate, and they would have looked into its long-term funding. It needs a total overhaul, and such an overhaul would require reviewing the current CBC Radio-Canada funding. And one of the goals would have been to make our public broadcaster less dependent on advertising revenues and subscriptions. Then, in the long term, that would have opened up the ad market and the subscription market to private broadcasters. The government could have taken action, could have done some really easy things. And the government knows exactly what it could have done because we have been making suggestions for years. The Bloc Québécois has been making suggestions, as have media organizations during their many testimony appearances in committee here. For instance, there was a tax credit for newsrooms and journalists' income. The same tax credits that are given to journalists should have been given to written news, should have been given to TV and radio, like Radio-Canada, Cogeco, Québecor. Something like that would really help our broadcasters breathe a little. It would lighten their financial load. It's essential, and we need to keep that in mind, Mr. Speaker. Had the Liberals truly wanted to help the media, they would have taken that action. It would have been easy, and it wouldn't have really had an impact on their massive deficit budget. Another good faith measure would have been to cut the tax deduction that you receive when you buy Google, Apple, Facebook, web giants ads. So you get a tax credit, you get a tax deduction for that. We should have cut that movement to give our local and regional media even more breathing room. But the government didn't really want to help local broadcasters because there are such easy solutions. And when there are such easy solutions available, and when the industry is constantly sounding the alarm, radio stations are being shut down, there are layoffs at radio and TV stations. My colleague, who will speak just after me, he'll tell you about that. 87 jobs were cut at TVA last week. And now the government isn't doing anything for those jobs in regions. So the government can't claim to care about private, like regional media. They just don't seem to care. That's the message they're sending anyhow. Now let's talk about culture. Mr. Speaker, it's positive that there's money in the budget for some arts and culture sectors. The minister has been boasting about it. Oh, there's 700, million for arts and culture. I'm happy that there is support for the audiovisual sector because they did need that support. And there's funding for festivals, for major events. That's great. That's positive. Now, we would have liked this to be permanent funding increases. No, these are one-time sums, but at least it's something. When you're hungry, when you're starving, and you receive a piece of bread, well, you won't turn it down. A piece of bread is nice, but we would have liked there to be a permanent increase in funding, which is what the arts and culture sector is calling for. Now, it's important to support the audiovisual industry so that we can produce our stories, make more money, and share them around the world with the tools that we have now to share our culture around the world. But as I said in my opening, we can't feed some children and not others. What about theatre? What about orchestra, dance? They needed enhanced funding for the Canada Arts Council. They have been calling for this for a long time. It's well known. They need $140 million. They need a $140 million increase in the Canada Council for the Arts budget because they need more money because costs have risen. People want to produce interesting artistic content for the public, but the government did not give them that additional $140 million. The government says, you know what? Let's make them really happy. Let's give them a big gift and increase their funding by, not by $140 million, but by $6 million. Wow. Radio-Canada already had its budget. It already presented its 5-year plan, but they gave $6 million to the Canada Council for the Arts, thinking that, oh, those theatre people will be thrilled. You know what this will lead to? Well, smaller productions will not move forward. There will be certain types of content.
Moins très intéressant parce que c'est cette relève-là, c'est cette
smaller productions, newer productions, they won't move forward. especially in the theater and dance worlds, Mr. Speaker. This is just negligence. These are arts and culture projects which will disappear because the government didn't have a good solution. And also, the government cut the digital tax services. Those revenues, that 3%, could be given fully to the arts and culture sector. That would be so much revenue, and web giants would be the ones paying that. They'd be paying those royalties. But no, the Liberals continue to refuse that. They scrapped it. Now, it's a great idea, but it's our idea, not theirs, so they won't take it. Now, I'll finish on a lighter note. I love Scottish people. I love Scotland. I've been there. I have friends there. I love them. And so I beg my Scottish friends to excuse my little joke. Jacques Bourgeois was a comedian. He traveled to Scotland, and they had him try their local dish, haggis. I'll let you do your own research so you can find out what haggis actually is. Then they asked Mr. Bourgeois, "Do you like the haggis?" He replied, "Well, when the plate was set down in front of me, I thought it looked like turds." Then, after eating it, he said he was sad that it hadn't been turds. And, well, this budget, it's like haggis.
It's the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm wondering if my friend can help me out in better understanding the Bloc's position. The Bloc Party ultimately voted against the budget, which provided so much in terms of benefits, building a stronger Canadian economy, so much that's of great substance to the benefit of the province of Quebec. The Bloc Quebec talk a great deal about the arts program, Radio Canada or CBC. Surely to goodness the Bloc is aware of the positions that the Conservative Party of Canada has taken. For example, getting rid of CBC to the detriment of our culture and heritage and our arts programs. I'm wondering if he can explain to me why it is the Bloc would prefer to see the Conservatives have an election as opposed to continuing on with the Liberal government.
The Honourable Member for Drummond. Mr. Speaker, the colleague mentioned CBC Radio-Canada and the Conservatives' stance. As I said in my speech, I support our public broadcaster. I also support private media. I think that there should be a lot of different information, and we shouldn't support one broadcaster at the expense of all others. Now, the colleague's question, what he said about the Conservative stance, I agree with him. But the $150 million is just an election promise to give $150 million to CBC Radio-Canada this year. That doesn't solve the problem in the long term. We need to fully examine CBC Radio-Canada's mandate and long-term funding model. That can't be done overnight. It will take time. It will need people to sit down seriously. Like Pascal Saint-Onge started this project. The Liberal government could have been responsible about this. They should not have neglected private broadcasters, and that's the issue with the government's $150 million for Radio-Canada CBC. Questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent, Akiawenrak. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for his speech. He did excellent research, as usual. We differ in our opinions, but that's the beauty of democracy, isn't it? Now, that was quite a culinary joke earlier. I didn't hear the name of the food, but when it comes to that food that he referenced, could we say that this government is doing even worse than Justin Trudeau? And our current Prime Minister, he's known worldwide as an experienced banker. Shouldn't we have expected him to do better than a drama teacher? The Honourable Member for Drummond. Yes, we do love theatre. We would have expected a finance and economy expert to do some more thorough and serious work. We're also really surprised by the creative accounting in this budget. There are billions in spending considered investments. They're labeled as investments. If we applied the same creative accounting to Justin Trudeau's budget, well, then we have some questions about the probity and intellectual honesty in this budget. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Rimouski-Lamatapédia. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the Honourable Member for Drummond, and I thank him for his thoroughly researched and detailed speech. I love the joke he made at the end of his speech. I think it perfectly reflects what a lot of people are thinking. My colleague has always advocated for culture, local media, regional and national media, but currently there is a national and regional media crisis. In my riding, TVA made 87 layoffs. In 2023, we had 3 stations, and now there are only 8 employees. There have been about 800 layoffs at TVA over the past 2 years. The government says they're investing in the media, $150 million for CBC Radio-Canada. That's great. But what about our private broadcasters? I'd like the member for Drummond to clearly express the Bloc Québécois' expectations, and also could he speak to the consequences of the government's inaction and irresponsibility? The honourable member in 30 seconds. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for his question. He has expressed exactly what our regions are feeling right now. They've really lost faith in this government. The government is not supporting a major piece of democracy, media. The media can't only tell Montreal's stories and Quebec City's stories. The media also has to tell local stories, and that's what we're losing now. We're losing our region's character, and their stories are not being shared. And our regions are part of what makes Quebec, Quebec, the specificity of its regions and their uniqueness. Media is an essential component of democracy, but we are losing that because we are losing private broadcasters who offer a variety of information. They offer quality information, and this is a tragedy. This government says it defends democracy and media, but they don't seem to understand that this is an emergency.
Yeah.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Rimouski-Lamatapédia. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm very happy to rise today to speak to this so-called historic budget to build a strong Canada. But I'd like to tell you how we feel about it. This government's budget is nothing but smoke and mirrors. It contains a record deficit of $78 billion, which is camouflaged by very creative accounting, which creates $45 billion in so-called investment. This Prime Minister has hit some very sad records, including doubling his predecessor's deficit. Now, Mr. Speaker, I never thought that I would be able to rise and say that Justin Trudeau all of a sudden seems like an economics master. We in the Bloc Québécois had 6 budget asks. They were totally reasonable, and it was what our people wanted. Taking care of people, taking care of seniors, increasing health transfers, supporting our infrastructure, increasing access to housing, and better supporting families and workers. 6 reasonable asks, nothing crazy, just what's necessary to meet Quebecers' needs. And what did Ottawa answer to our asks? Nope. Just like that, nope. Ottawa has also given up the fight on climate change. They broke their promise to meet the 2030 GHG reduction goals. And they broke another Trudeau-era promise to plant 1 billion trees in Canada. They're also extending oil and gas subsidies until 2040. Yet, Mr. Speaker, they can't find the money to take care of vulnerable people who are struggling. And if they're tuning in today, I say hello to them, to those Canadians and Quebecers. It's somewhat of a conservative budget. I never thought I'd say that, Mr. Speaker. We see Conservatives crossing the floor to join the Liberals. That's shocking. It's because, though it's not a coincidence, it's because the budget has a lot of conservative ideas in it.
So irrespective of who's in power, the budget does not meet the needs of Quebecers. Let us speak about the bill today, C-15. It's a bill that attempts to conceal, in amidst 650 pages and 49 amended laws, some of the most disturbing measures in recent years. First, it solidifies billions in new subsidies for fossil fuels by extending the carbon capture tax credit until 2041. Mr. Speaker, it's just another present for oil and gas. They'll be adding many nuclear power plants to heat bitumen extraction. They're opening the door to liquefied natural gas and a tax credit that was not designed for that purpose. The government's message is clear. The energy transition can wait. Subsidies to oil companies, on the other hand, are urgent. Whilst Quebec is investing in hydroelectricity, wind power, biomass, clean innovations, smart grids, Ottawa is funding the energies of the past. Quebec is making the transition, is working tooth and nail for the transition, but Ottawa is financing regression. I'm a proud Lower St. Lawrence MP. I represent Rimouski-Neigette, la Métis, la Matapédia, and les Basques. Proudly, these are strong, supportive communities with deep roots in their land. And yet, nothing in this budget or in C-15 reflects our realities and our priorities. Regional media are collapsing. Our infrastructure is aging. There is a housing shortage everywhere, from large centres to villages. Our businesses are short of labour. Our cultural and community and scientific organisations are struggling to survive. Nothing in C-15 mentions the Lower St. Lawrence and the people I represent. It's not theoretical in my region. It's a daily reality. Just last week, TVA announced further cuts. At the Rimouski station, we've gone from 30 to just 8 employees, 1 cameraman to cover a huge area. Journalists will have to be camera operators now. In the past, there were 3 camera operators, a total of 87 jobs that have been cut in Montreal, Sherbrooke, Trois-Rivières, Saguenay, and Rimouski in my area, with 28 losses in the regions alone, and approximately 800 jobs lost since 2023. This is not just an economic issue, it's a democratic issue. When regional media outlets shut down, it's our realities, our voices, and our municipalities that disappear from public debate. Instead of helping our media outlets, the government did what? It abolished the digital services tax, a 3% tax on web giants that was expected to bring in $7.2 billion. It's not the Bloc Québécois that removed this tax. It's the Liberal Party that did so. They were meant to start it last July. Some countries resisted. France stood up to Donald Trump, so did Italy, Spain, and the United Kingdom. But Ottawa? What did Ottawa do? They caved in. By repealing the law, the government is also depriving itself of an essential lever in its trade negotiations with Washington, D.C. Worse still, Ottawa refuses to extend the tax credit granted to print newsrooms to electronic media, a simple and urgent measure. Ottawa is turning its back on regional news, and it is our communities that are paying the price. And that's not the end of the issues. Clause 208 of C-15 allows a minister to exempt any company from any federal law, except the criminal code, for 3 years without a vote, without debate, without guidelines. That is a power that should never, ever exist in democracy. C-15 is C-5 on steroids. Ottawa is creating a new housing agency with $11.5 billion. Is it Build Canada, Housing Strategy? Who knows what it's called? Titles change, names change, sometimes songs change. That's the improvisational way of doing things from this government. There's no clear mandate, there's no program, no criteria, but there's no any agreement with Quebec, so it's unnecessary duplication. It is a parallel federal structure that directly encroaches upon our jurisdictions. We're not better or worse in Quebec, we're different. We didn't wait for the federal government to build houses. We took things into our charge, and we realized that we had ambitions and potential, so we started working. Now let us talk about the clean electricity tax credit. A benefit, once again, for oil and gas, but also gas-producing provinces. This credit covers 15% of investments, even in provinces where electricity comes from coal or gas. And contrary to what the government promised, Crown corporations will not even have to demonstrate that this money reduces Canadians and Quebecers' bills. Mr. Speaker, that's another present. I give you money, says the government. Do what you want with it. Well, we're not going to check to see what you do with it. Well, that's not very good for accountability, Mr. Speaker. Who pays the bill? Quebec, while others reap the benefits, just like the $814 million. A great present during the election on the backs of Quebecers. Oh, well, you're different. You've got a new system, so we're going to punish you. You love innovation? We're going to punish you. That's what the federal government is saying. Federalist parties ally to trample us, and we've seen yet another proof of that today, and we've seen proof of it since the start of the Quebec nation. Another subject that is of issue to us is the high-speed rail line, Ottawa unilaterally taking over infrastructure project. Bill C-15 also invokes declaratory powers to make the Quebec-Ontario high-speed rail project exclusively federal. That's a direct circumvention of Quebec's jurisdiction. It sets a precedent, a dangerous precedent that should concern anyone who cares about the separation of powers. I hope that the Conservatives will respect our jurisdiction, but they seem to do so insofar as it follows their ideology. Quebec is making efforts. Quebec is investing in a future, but Ottawa persists in financing the past. Oil companies, federal megastructures, web giants. Bill C-15 does not address any of Quebec's priorities. It ignores our needs. It weakens our regions, and even worse, encroaches upon our jurisdiction and diverts our resources to sectors of the past. That is the reason for which the Bloc Québécois will vote against this bill, because Quebec deserves better, because our regions deserve better, and because those I represent proudly, from Rimouski-Neigets, La Métis, La Matapédia, and Les Basques, deserve a government that finally puts them at the heart of its decisions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
My commentary, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I disagree wholeheartedly with many of the statements that the member across the way has put on the record. One of the things that I would cite when he makes reference to the tie of the C-15 to C-5, take a look at the Port of Montreal. In the Port of Montreal, there is significant major project investments. It employs literally tens of thousands of people, both directly and indirectly. And if you factor in the rest of Canada, it's well over 500,000 people that are affected. This is a major investment in the Port of Montreal. The member makes reference to the speed rail. As opposed to recognizing the benefits of the speed rail, he's critical of the government for actually putting investments in Quebec to the benefits of citizens of Quebec. My question to the member is, why is this particular member putting the interests of the Bloc Party ahead of the citizens of Quebec?
The Honourable Member for Rimouski-La Matapédia. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, it's always interesting to hear what the colleague from Winnipeg North has to say. He said, we pass bills, but after that, we'll create new laws to circumvent laws we've already adopted. So what's the point of creating a law when they can be circumvented in the future? That's what they did with C5. It's rather easy to understand. And now they're saying, we've got great projects, but we don't want them to respect the acts we've already adopted. So we're going to have a circumvention act to circumvent the previous acts. When a project is good, it should follow current rules. That's what democracy is. After that, we can have debate, we can change our laws. But here, we're talking about 10 acts that are being circumvented. If one's got nothing to hide, then there should be no circumvention necessary, which is not the case for this government.
Question et commentaire, l'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Côte-du-Sud, Rivière-du-Loup, Kadiscomic, Témiscouata. Very well said, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, note this. It's very rare that I agree with my colleague on anything. It's very rare, even if we have neighbouring ridings. It's very rare that I agree with him, but unfortunately, well, in any case, I agree with him today. I agree with him because in this budget, on plus of an $80 billion deficit, there is absolutely nothing, a big dose of nothing for our regions. This budget is investing in infrastructure, allegedly, but in our regions, we don't see anything. The Minister for Industry, in answer to a question I had last week, said that my region would benefit. But where's the money? I haven't seen anything. There's no contracts from the federal government as far as I know, so I agree with my colleague, which is odd, but in the Lower St. Lawrence, unfortunately, we are completely absent from this budget, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Rimouski-le-Matapédia. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague. I find him very generous, généreux, if you will. I take his compliments with a lot of humility. I do appreciate the way my colleague works. We work with lucidity. We are living in the same reality. We are in the same region, and I would like to commend the people of his riding, the people I represented as well over the last 5 years. But with the electoral changes, I still keep them in my heart, but they are no longer in my particular riding. So I hope that he will be able to discover and meet the people of his new riding boundary. In the budget, there's hardly anything for the Lower St. Lawrence. My colleague asked a question in English to the minister. I don't know if it's because she doesn't speak French or if she listens more if she listens in English, but I do agree with what he has to say. This is a budget that has forgotten our regions, and once again, the government is fixated on objectives that do not meet our reality. A very quick question. The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. My colleague raised a very important point on the matter. I am shocked to see that there are people from every party that don't agree with us on the fact that there was a carbon tax reimbursement on money that hadn't been spent just before an election campaign. All of a sudden, before the elections, throughout Canada, checks were being sent left, right, and centre, apart from in Quebec because we didn't pay the carbon tax. But the thing is, the money hadn't even been paid by the people yet, but it was reimbursed. It was reimbursed before the payment was made. $814 million that Quebec gave to the rest of Canada during a federal election. I would like to hear what my colleague has to say on this, because I think that's completely unacceptable. No one can stand up in the House and defend it. The Honourable Member for Rimouski-le-Matapédia, 20 seconds. Thank you very much. In 20 seconds, well, we need an emergency debate on the matter, let alone 20 seconds. We've been stolen from, we've been conned, and we're meant to thank them? $814 million, Mr. Speaker, for electoral baubles from the Liberals to buy votes for a tax that was never even collected in the first place. That's a scandal, Mr. Speaker. We can take other people's slogans. We need a strong Canada, but we don't do that by spitting on Quebec and conning Quebec.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. The Honourable Member for Cardigan.
Mr. Speaker, I proudly rise today to speak in support of Bill C-15. It's a financial plan that delivers meaningful results for Canadians and real progress for Islanders, especially those living in eastern Prince Edward Island, where my riding is located. This budget builds on the work our rural, Atlantic, and National Caucus teams have championed. Investments that strengthen rural communities, support our fishers and farmers, modernize our infrastructure, and make life more affordable for families. It is a plan rooted in fairness, opportunity, and resilience, values that define both this country and our island way of life. Mr. Speaker, we introduced a tax cut of 15%, lowered it to 14% to save nearly 22 million Canadians up to $840 for a two-income family. This budget also canceled the federal consumer carbon tax, effective April 1st, 2025, immediately lowering fuel costs to about 18 cents a litre. For first-time home buyers, this budget offered GST relief on new homes, and this will make it easier for young Islanders to put down roots and build their future in our communities. And Mr. Speaker, I'll be sharing my time with the member for Winnipeg North today. Mr. Speaker, Budget 2025 also modernizes our system of delivering support to Canadians. In 2026, the Canada Revenue Agency will start preparing pre-filled tax returns for about 1 million low-income Canadians. And once fully implemented by 2029, over 5.5 million low-income Canadians will receive federal benefits automatically. This will mean a lot to seniors, students, and low-income workers on PEI. They won't miss out on tax benefits simply because they didn't file a tax return. And for island families with school-aged children, this budget makes the National School Food Program permanent. This program will save families an average of $800 per year on groceries. And it'll ensure no child, not in Surrey, not in Montague, not in Mount Stewart, goes to school hungry. This program utilizes the help from local island restaurants to deliver meals, and roughly 52% of the food is prepared by local restaurants. 48% of the meals are produced by the program hubs across the island. I commend all the volunteers who manage this nutritious food program. This budget also recognizes the workers who hold up our communities. The new personal support worker tax credit will provide up to $1,100 per year to eligible PSWs. This is a significant show of support for those caring for others in our communities. Mr. Speaker, this budget also introduces a national anti-fraud strategy with a particular focus on protecting seniors who are often our most vulnerable to scams and financial abuse. From stronger enforcement to improved public awareness tools, this initiative will help protect the life savings and financial security of island seniors who have already contributed so much to our communities. And for our youth, Mr. Speaker, $1.5 billion is invested over 3 years to expand the Canada Summer Jobs and the Student Work Placement Program to 175,000 positions. This is 45,000 more than the previous year, supporting young islanders and Canadians to gain valuable work experience near their homes. Mr. Speaker, housing affordability is one of the most defining challenges of our time, and rural Atlantic communities feel it deeply. That is why this budget launched Build Canada Homes, $11.5 billion investment in new funding over 5 years. The Build Canada Homes will drive the development of affordable housing, provide flexible financial tools, and mobilize the construction sector. Budget 2025 also commits to Indigenous housing and infrastructure for First Nations. Mr. Speaker, I would like to highlight the Apartment Construction Loan Program announcement in August, which is already supporting new builds in Eastern PEI. And I was proud to host the Housing and Infrastructure Roundtable in Stratford and with Minister Gregor Robertson, where island builders, municipal leaders, and nonprofits discussed innovations, barriers, and opportunities to accelerate construction in PEI. To meet the growing demand for workers in construction, housing, energy, and transportation, we must build stronger apprenticeship pathways. That is why Budget 2025 continues the government's work to expand skilled trades training, strengthen apprenticeship supports, and help more young people enter Red Seal and construction careers. Islanders know the demand is here. Housing projects, infrastructure bills, new community facilities, and clean energy initiatives all require a skilled workforce. The message was clear, Mr. Speaker. Islanders want to build, and this budget gives them the support to do it. Mr. Speaker, rural infrastructure is the foundation of strong communities. Budget 2025 establishes the Build Community Strong Fund with $51 billion over 10 years. This is one of the largest infrastructure investments in Canadian history. Of this, $5 billion is dedicated to Health Infrastructure Fund, essential for modernizing hospitals and clinics across the region. Budget 2025 lists support for one particular project in my riding, the Sea Roots Alliance Wellness Centre in Surrey. It's a transformative community-led project that will improve the well-being of families across Eastern PEI and supports the next generation of community builders. Other key community projects in my riding that I hope will gain support through this program is the Stratford Community Campus, the TCAP Family Aquatic and Fitness Centre in Montague, and the Kings County Memorial Hospital replacement, which dates back to the 1970s. Mr. Speaker, within this beautiful and sustainable environment, Eastern PEI's economy is powered by the sea and the soil. This budget recognizes our rural industries and supports them during a time of global uncertainty. Starting in the 2024-2025 fiscal year, there was $463 million dedicated to repairs and maintenance of small crafts and harbors. There's $109 million for the agri-stability program in 2025-2026. And we have pledged $75 million over 5 years for agri-marketing to help island food products reach new markets. Mr. Speaker, diversification is essential. We are actively expanding new trade corridors and markets so island agriculture and seafood can reach global customers in Asia, Europe, and beyond. Islanders produce world-class food. We are Canada's food island. Through Farm Credit Canada, the new Trade Disruption Customer Support Program provides $1 billion in new lending to help farmers and food processors weather global instability. These investments build on decisions made in July by our Prime Minister to cut Confederation Bridge tolls from over $50 to $20 and reduce the Atlantic Ferry cost by 50%. And Mr. Speaker, did you know 400,000 passengers used the Wood Islands Pictou Ferry in 2025? And since fares were reduced last August, passenger volumes have increased by over 25%, providing a major boost for tourism and small businesses throughout Eastern PEI. Budget 2025 invests $6.6 billion over 5 years to strengthen Canada's defence manufacturing base through the Defence Industrial Strategy, creating new economic opportunities in Atlantic Canada. For those who have served, Veterans Affairs Canada, located in Charlottetown, will receive $185 million over 4 years, plus $40 million ongoing, to streamline disability benefits and modernize service delivery so veterans receive the support they deserve. Budget 2025 also invests $4 million over 4 years to support National Acadian Day and $20 million over 4 years to enhance Canada Day celebrations nationwide. In a province with deep Acadian roots and proud traditions, these investments help celebrate the culture and identity that bind us together. Mr. Speaker, none of this happened by accident. It reflects the relentless advocacy of our Atlantic caucus, who ensured that rural voices were not only heard, but acted upon. We secured investments in housing and healthcare. We defended the interests of farmers and fishers. We pushed for relief for families and seniors. We championed infrastructure for rural and coastal communities. For islanders, especially in Eastern PEI, this budget means better connectivity, stronger communities, and a brighter future. Mr. Speaker, islanders have always believed in hard work, fairness, and looking out for one another. Budget 2025 reflects those same values. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member from Provencher.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member from across the way for that speech. And I believe he is genuine in his concern for the residents of the island. But I would ask him, the budget doesn't contain any provisions at all for the redaction or for the retraction, I would rather say, of the clean fuel standard or the industrial carbon tax, which both add significant cost to the people that he represents. What are his feelings about that?
The honourable member for Cardigan.
Through the Speaker, I know that our government needs to support trade diversification, and if we want to do that, we have to maintain a strategy to meet our climate change commitments. And the industrial carbon tax is part of that strategy. Many of our global trading partners will be receptive to new trade deals if we remain committed to addressing climate change. Thank you.
Question en commentaire, l'honorable député de Drummond.
The honourable member for Drummond. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague on the other side of the House. I've been thinking for some days about the crisis of the media that we already know has existed for some time. And this government is entirely aware of the fact that various media organizations are saying that there's nothing in this budget for them. They were asking for this shameful deduction when you buy ads in U.S. media. That makes no sense. We're also asking for paper media, for newspapers to receive the tax credit to support payroll. And yet these would not have cost taxpayers any money. Does my colleague agree that these measures could be easily brought in, even though the budget has already been tabled? And if he agrees,
I disagree with my law colleague from across the way. I've heard the Heritage Minister speak even this week in question period, and we talk about an arts and culture investment of $700 million. We talk about media investment of $150 million to media outlets like Radio Canada and CBC. So I think our government is addressing the media and arts and culture, particularly in the province of Quebec. Thank you.
Questions and comments, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, listening to the member from Cardigan talk about Prince Edward Island, you can tell he's a very strong advocate, in particular for the eastern side. He made reference to the Sea Routes Alliance, which is a very strong organization from what I understand. It caters to a lot of people. I'm wondering if he could share with us what it is that Budget 2025 does for the island, in particular for the Sea Routes Alliance.
The Honourable Member for Cardigan.
I thank the member from Winnipeg North for his question. Mr. Speaker, Budget 2025 is about building communities strong, and the Sea Routes Alliance is a new wellness centre in the town I grew up in, Surrey PEI. I actually played hockey in the old arena and the arena before that, so that's dating me very well. But this is an example of community creating new community builders. The group that spearheaded the Sea Routes Alliance, who have been approved for or have applied for funding for this project, they're 30 to 40-year-olds with young families in Surrey. And they inspire me that we have a future in Canada. They believe in Canada and they believe in their community. Thank you.
Time for brief questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Provencher.
Yeah, I want to thank again the member for his comments, and I'd like to get back because I don't know if he realizes the significance of the cost of the industrial carbon tax and the clean fuel standard, what it's doing to add to the cost of living for basic things like groceries and transportation and those kinds of things. Does he have no concern for the residents of PEI for the increased costs and the increased numbers of people that have to actually go to food banks just to get by?
The Honourable Member for Cardigan in about 30 seconds.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, of course, and to my member across the way, thank you for the question. Of course, I'm concerned about the affordability in PEI, and this budget puts lots of measures in that are addressing affordability. And the other big thing it does, it invests in our communities, and that's going to create good paying jobs throughout the community, address unemployment issues, and give our youth a future with new successful careers. Thank you.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm hoping to be able to get 3 or 4 what I believe is really important issues to be able to address this afternoon, or I should say, yeah, this afternoon. First off, Mr. Speaker, is the issue of health care. When I take a look in terms of the Prime Minister and this government's commitment to health care, I believe that at the end of the day, it meets the needs that Canadians have for the federal government. I think there are things within the budget that show that as a government, a national government, we understand and appreciate the importance that Canadians put on the issue of health care. Let me give you a couple of tangible examples of that, Mr. Speaker. One is that you'll find that there is a $5 billion over a number of years commitment for capital infrastructure. That means a great deal. When you start thinking, for example, of the capital expenditures in different jurisdictions, I, for one, think of Seven Oaks Hospital. It provides a pot of money that's going to assist provinces in building our health care infrastructure, which includes hospitals. And for me, that's a priority, Mr. Speaker, whether it's upgrading in emergency services or intensive care units or having a hospital period, Mr. Speaker. That's why I believe that in dealing with capital infrastructure for healthcare, that this is something that's noteworthy of mentioning. I also want to recognize that the budget reinforces the importance and the commitment from the Government of Canada to ensure that we have a dental care program that continues, that we have a pharmacare program that continues. We have also a 5% increases to the equalization commitment over the next number of years, Mr. Speaker, so provinces have a sense of how much is coming through things like the healthcare transfers. We have a significant block of money going into the hundreds of millions of dollars, Mr. Speaker, actually billions of dollars, to emphasize the importance of mental health, to emphasize the importance of long-term home care services, Mr. Speaker. These are the types of things that I know the constituents that I represent, and I would ultimately argue all Canadians have an interest in, and this budget and this bill is delivering on that. In the issue of crime, another important issue that I've attempted to raise, Mr. Speaker, on numerous occasions, I look to the Conservatives. We have a pledge from the Prime Minister of Canada through the last election to deliver on bail reform for Canadians, Mr. Speaker. The federal government does have a role to play. All levels of government have to deal with the issue of the crime that's taking place on in our communities, and the federal government needs to step up. This Prime Minister and this Liberal caucus has done just that, and we're looking to the Conservatives to look at the legislation that's before them, in particular Bill C-2 and Bill C-14. In the last couple of days, we've had the Conservatives talk a lot about extortion. But that's all it has been, Mr. Speaker, is talk. We want the Conservative Party of Canada to recognize and ensure that Bill C-2 and Bill C-14, the bail reform legislation, pass the House of Commons, especially when you think in terms of Bill C-14, which deals specifically with bail reform legislation, which has the support of law enforcement agencies, municipalities, provinces, and all the other different stakeholders that are out there, Mr. Speaker. It's time that the Conservatives stop talking about it and serving their own political interests and get this legislation passed before the end of the year, Mr. Speaker. Another issue that I want to spend some time on is the issue in which this Prime Minister and as a Liberal caucus, every Liberal member of Parliament recognizes that coming out of the election, the primary issue was Trump trade and tariffs. And we need, as a nation, to recognize the value of economic security into the future, Mr. Speaker. And the best way we can achieve that is to get exports increased beyond the U.S. borders. We have a government today that is actually committed to doubling our exports outside of the USA in the next 10 years, Mr. Speaker. And that is the reason why we have a Prime Minister that is traveling and meeting with world leaders and talking about how it is that Canada wants to be able to expand its trade, Mr. Speaker. Take a look at the hard number. 0.5% of Canada's population makes up the world population. When you look at our trade, we contribute to 2.5% of world trade. Canada is a trading nation. Never before have we had such a proactive Prime Minister in searching out trade opportunities with a mission to build Canada strong, Mr. Speaker, to look at ways in which we can actually double our exports in the next 10 years. That means jobs. Jobs are so critically important. When we talk about affordability, we want good quality middle-class jobs, and we have a Prime Minister that is committed to travel the world in order to increase those exports, Mr. Speaker. And I think that is something that follows when he made the commitment to bring a one Canadian economy so that we can take down trade barriers within Canada. And then we brought in legislation to that effect, Mr. Speaker, and piled onto that the idea of the major projects, getting major projects approved here in Canada. And we have seen significant movement in that area, Mr. Speaker. Not only in taking down trade barriers, but looking at labor mobility in Canada also, in dealing with these major projects, in building a consensus And that is what's critically important, Mr. Speaker. Building the consensus in developing these major projects. And I look, whether it's LNG in BC, whether it's copper in Saskatchewan, whether it's nuclear power in Ontario, the Port of Churchill that I talked about earlier in Montreal, or the advancement of major projects in whether it's Atlantic Canada, my home province of Manitoba, in particular the Port of Churchill, Mr. Speaker. These are initiatives that will make a difference for Canadians. All with the idea of building Canada strong, Mr. Speaker. And how we build Canada strong and make it the strongest of the G7 countries is we have to be prepared to invest in Canadians, to invest in Canada's infrastructure. And that's exactly what it is that this budget does, Mr. Speaker. And that's why it was disheartening and disappointing to see the unholy coalition of the Bloc and the Conservatives voting against a budget that provides the type of programming that Canadians need at this time, Mr. Speaker. And I would hope that they will revisit, and they can do that by looking at Bill C-5, Bill C-15, and supporting it as good, sound, budgetary legislation, Mr. Speaker, because it will make a difference for every region of our country. We are investing, whether it's in children, supporting seniors. We are investing in apprenticeship programs, supporting summer youth programs, Mr. Speaker. There is a great deal in there investing in real people in all regions, while at the same time investing in Canada's infrastructure. Absolutely critical in terms of building Canada strong. We have a Prime Minister that has an incredible background, an economic background, understands how an economy works, Mr. Speaker. We have a Liberal caucus that is highly motivated to do exactly what it is that we told Canadians that we would do, and that was to build a stronger, healthier economy. And with respect to the trade agreement with the United States, we are not going to settle because you have the Conservative leader jumping up like a jelly bean saying that we want a trade agreement. We are not going to capitulate. We are going to take the time that's necessary in order to get the best possible deal for Canadians, Mr. Speaker. And if that takes more time, we will take that time, because getting the right deal for Canadians is our priority, Mr. Speaker, when it comes to the Canada-US agreement. On the deficit issue, Mr. Speaker, I know I'm limited on time, but I would point out that we have the second lowest deficit to GDP ratio in the G7. We have the lowest debt to GDP in the G7, Mr. Speaker, and we are one of two countries in the G7 that actually have a AAA credit rating. Think of the G7, Japan, France, Germany, Italy, UK, and USA, Mr. Speaker. We are on the right track. Get behind this legislation, get behind the budget, and vote.
Questions and comments. Question commentary. The Honourable Member for Provencher.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my friend from Winnipeg North, and he is my friend, although I disagree with him on just about everything he said. But he is a defender, a great defender of Liberal propaganda. And what he didn't mention, what he failed to mention, is that the Prime Minister made a promise that the deficit wouldn't exceed $62 billion. It's at $78 billion. It is a generational budget because it's adding generational debt to our children and our grandchildren that they're going to have to worry about paying back someday. And what he doesn't realize, or he doesn't talk about, is that we're now going to be spending more on servicing the debt than we are on healthcare transfers, more than we spend on our military. And all of these things contribute to inflation, which is going to make affordability even a bigger problem here in Canada. And what does he think about those issues that he didn't talk about?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to Governor House Leader.
Well, in the last few seconds, I did get a chance to bring it up, and I'm more than happy to reinforce it. When you think in terms of the deficit, Mr. Speaker, we are the second lowest in terms of a deficit in the G7. And when you think of the G7 countries, Mr. Speaker, you're talking about Japan, France, Germany, Italy, UK, and the USA, Mr. Speaker. We are the second lowest. When you think in terms of the debt to GDP ratio, Mr. Speaker, and I'm comparing it to the GDP ratio, of course, well, we are the lowest. And at the end of the day, we have a triple A. We're only one of two countries, one of two of the G7 countries that actually have a triple A credit. And Mr. Speaker, if you gave me enough time, I would even talk about the real dollar value of today's deficit compared to 2009 when Harper was the Prime Minister, and we're actually doing better than Harper.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Drummond.
Monsieur le Président, on va donner au député de Winnipeg-Nord ce qui lui revient.
Mr. Speaker, he is a very entertaining speaker, and he's clearly he has drunk the Liberal Kool-Aid. He should wear the Liberal T-shirt, Liberal Kool-Aid mascot. So that's what democracy's about, though, is we all have different opinions, and we need to express those opinions respectfully. And that's what I appreciate about the member for Winnipeg North. He's very respectful. Now, I'd like to ask a question about something he asked earlier. He said that he was surprised to see the Conservatives and the Bloc join forces, and he even referred to us as an unholy coalition, which I think is a little strong. That's a little rich. But if he feels, Mr. Speaker, that there are ties between the Bloc Québécois and the Conservatives, shouldn't he then ask himself what that means about his government's budget?
House Leader.
Well, and that's the reason why I'd asked the Bloc the question I did earlier. You know, when you really stop and think about it, the Bloc talk a great deal about the arts community and how distinct the province of Quebec is. And when you think in terms of the support for the arts community and contrast what it is that the Liberal Party, in particular this Prime Minister's commitment towards the arts community and the development and promotion of it, whether it's Radio Canada or the CBC, the Liberals are far more supportive than the Conservatives have ever been historically, and I would suggest to you in the future. Yet the Bloc were quite prepared to see an election being called. Why would they want to see an election when this government is delivering so much for the people of Quebec, in fact, all Canadians? And that's why sometimes it's a bit confusing, and that's why sometimes I might say the unholy alliance, because I don't fully understand why it is the Bloc would want to see the Conservatives be the government of Canada. I can assure you that the 44 members of the Liberal Quebec caucus are strong advocates for the province of Quebec.
Questions et commentaires. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Cardigan.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, could the member from Winnipeg North address our Build Canada and how it's going to improve electricity to all regions of the country? Thank you.
Parliamentary Secretary in 40 seconds or less.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I think that when we take a look at the Build Canada and what it has to offer in all aspects of it, you're talking about whether it's energy, whether it's streets, bridges, hospitals, community centers. This is a government that recognizes to have a healthy Canada infrastructure, you have to be prepared to invest in that. And by doing that, Mr. Speaker, we are creating opportunities to enhance trade and so forth. I appreciate the question. Thank you.
Reprise de débat, resuming debate. L'honorable député de Bellechasse.
The Honourable Member for Bellechasse-les-Etchemins-Lévis. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm happy to share my time with the member for Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies. Mr. Speaker, thank you. Speaking in the House is always very interesting and very important, especially on a topic like the budget, because the budget is an important moment in any parliament, in any government's term. My constituents have shared their thoughts with me about the budget. They've made a lot of comments. Mr. Speaker, you won't be surprised to learn that my constituents are incredibly worried, and they're also disappointed by the Liberal government's budget. There's nothing new in this budget. The only thing that's new is the Prime Minister's name. We've all been saying it, Mr. Speaker. It's just the same government, same old Liberals as what they were under Prime Minister Trudeau. Mr. Speaker, nothing has changed. The Liberals' spending is reckless, out of control. The Liberals are unable to table a balanced budget. And quite frankly, Mr. Speaker, given the current context in Canada, given the situation, we Conservatives were very open. We were ready. We were paying close attention. But we were worried, and we still are. We're worried about the current geopolitical context. So we were very eager to see what the current government would table. But we must admit that the budget that's been tabled is counterintuitive. It goes against everything the Conservatives stand for. It goes against our very DNA as a party. So, of course, we cannot support it. I think it's worrisome that on the government side, there are some who are very wise. For instance, Marc-Aurèle Lefortin, he is secretary to the Minister for Industry, who I worked with in Quebec's cabinet, and who said budget balance is a way to ensure the state's credibility and financial stability. Maybe, Mr. Speaker, he should have been the one to write the budget. And before this budget, we didn't know a thing about the country's finances for 18 months. We were taking action in the dark. Now they call this budget a generational budget. Well, there's nothing generational about it other than the debt they're saddling our children and grandchildren with. Now, I only have about 10 minutes, and that time is going quickly, so I'll move on to say that the member for Winnipeg North has claimed that they are doing exactly what they said they would do. That's false. It's patently false. They told us that the deficit would be $40 billion. Under the previous Minister of Finance, during the election, they told us the budget would be $62 billion, which we found to be too much. $62 billion was too much. Now it's $78 billion, even higher than what was promised. How did they manage to exceed an already high deficit? And there is also $90 billion in new spending in the budget, Mr. Speaker. Do you know what that equates to per Canadian family? $5,400 additional dollars per family. It's loathsome. This government, all it ever does is spend money that we don't have. And when we do have money, well, we Conservatives know where the money we use comes from. It comes from taxpayers. They are spending like crazy. And if they hadn't spent so much, these Liberals, we would have more money today. We could invest it, especially in national defense, to defend our country. A colleague asked how it's even possible that they could spend more than the Trudeau government. We could never have seen that coming. But it's possible. We're witnessing it today. Now, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to talk about our debt. On this side of the House, we're very concerned about the debt, and our constituents are worried too. They tell us about it all the time. Under the Liberals, our debt has more than doubled. It was around 600 million, and now it's around 1.3 billion. I don't remember the exact numbers because there are so many digits to remember. But that's the debt we're saddled with. And what about debt service charges? Now, this is very easy to understand. Debt service charges are interest that we pay on what we borrow. And these days, we're borrowing a great deal because in Canada, the government is spending recklessly without any limits. And what we're paying to service the debt in interest, it's more than our health transfers to provinces. And earlier, the member for Winnipeg North, he was touting healthcare spending, infrastructure spending. We're going to spend left, right, and center. But there will be $70 billion in 2026-2027 spent on interest, servicing the debt. And that $70 billion will not give Canadians health care or services. What they're doing is they're opening a window wide and just chucking $70 billion out the window. That's more than what we're spending on healthcare transfers. It's also more, Mr. Speaker, than what you and I and him are paying in GST. Every time we visit the pharmacy or we buy a pair of boots for winter, we pay GST. And every single cent of that GST money, that amounts to our debt service charges. And did you know, Mr. Speaker, that this interest we're paying on our debt, every new Canadian who is born, they breathe their first breath, boom, it costs them $30,000. That's the truth. That's the reality today. The Liberals put us in this situation. They spent money they didn't have. They spent wildly for 10 years. The member for Marc-Aurèle-Fortin, he's a very serious man. We thought he might have had, some influence over the finance minister, but no, he didn't listen to Canadians, the finance minister. They weren't listening. Now we don't have a single cent to defend Canada, and we're borrowing at exorbitant prices, Mr. Speaker. And they like to lead us to believe that everything's going well, that life is good, that we're all happy. But that's not true, because everyone is against them. The English media, the French media are against them. Fitch, the credit rating agency, is also against them, as is the parliamentary budget officer. Mr. Speaker, who in this country is more credible than the parliamentary budget officer or New York's Fitch agency? Fitch says, "Ooh, you're in a bad situation. You're overspending. We might have to downgrade your credit rating." The Liberals mentioned the AAA credit rating. It makes us want to laugh and cry at the same time. And these are not my words. This isn't Dominique Vien speaking. This is Fitch speaking. And the parliamentary budget officer told the truth. As a result, the Liberals have said, "Oh, he's not on side, so we're going to have him replaced. Let's put out a job posting." Mr. Speaker, on this side of the House, we are deeply disappointed. We are our communities' and constituents' spokespeople. We represent them. There are many people who are competent to analyze our situation credibly, and these experts are telling us that this budget isn't good, and that's why we don't support it.
Carried to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the previous answer, I provided some, actually, what I believe is sound numbers that say very clearly in terms of Canada's deficit and debt situation compared to the other G7 countries in the world, the most influential or powerful countries, and where they're at. Canada is positioned quite well on the debt issue. We're number one in the G7, number two in terms of the deficit situation. We actually have a AAA credit rating, a AAA credit rating. That's only one of two other countries in the G7 that actually have a AAA credit rating. Does the member not see that there is a time in which we should be investing in Canada's infrastructure and its people? Why does the Conservative Party not want to see a government that invests in Canadians?
The Honourable Member for Bellechasse is Itchema Lévy. Mr. Speaker, I will repeat what I just said. If they hadn't spent like crazy for 10 years, we would have money to invest in infrastructure in Canada. We would today have money to defend and protect our borders, Mr. Speaker. Now, Fitch, the credit rating agency, said this about the budget. This ongoing increase in spending has influenced the credit rating. The credit rating could be downgraded in the medium term, and the Government of Canada constantly underestimates the size of its deficits. Then Fitch goes on to say that given that the fiscal anchors are not binding and that previous fiscal anchors were blown through, the federal government's finances could further deteriorate. These are not my words. Fitch said that.
Questions and comments. The honourable member, l'honorable député.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Fort McMurray Cold Lake. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for her very passionate speech. It's apparent that she's really listening to her constituents. She's very right. Life is less and less affordable. Moms are struggling to put food on the table for their family. Families are struggling, suffering. Now, there are agencies and experts like the Parliamentary Budget Officer, the credit rating agency Fitch. They're telling us that we're in a real bind. Can she tell us what she's been hearing from her constituents in her community? The honourable member for Bellechasse-les-Etchemins-Lévis. I'm happy the member is asking me that question. Food banks have never been so busy. The demand is very high. They are receiving 2.2 million visits a month. I hope my numbers are right. They're in my memory here. And these are not unemployed Canadians visiting food banks. They're employed Canadians who wake up in the morning, who go to work and still have to line up at food banks. I'll add one more thing, Mr. Speaker. A food bank in my riding said the following: the demand continues to rise. 6 new families visited us this week, and 20 new families in total have visited us since mid-September. And this week, we didn't have any meat delivered from Moisson Beauce or Beauce Harvest. So what are people supposed to eat in Les Etchemins? What are people supposed to eat? Questions and comments, the honourable member for Rimouski-Lama-Tapédia. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's funny to hear the Conservatives say, we disagree with the budget because the deficit is too high. Quebec's motto is, we remember. In 2009, Harper ran a historic deficit as well. And if you put that deficit from 2009 into your calculator and you adjust it for inflation, it's basically $78 billion. It's basically the same amount as today's deficit. Then for 6 years in a row, including 2009, they ran deficits. And now the Conservatives are saying, oh, we don't support this deficit. It's massive. Then they say this type of massive deficit, it's just not in our makeup. It's not in our DNA. The Conservatives have floor crossers now. Does that not mean that this budget is conservative in nature? I will give the honourable member for Bellechasse-les-Etchemins-Lévis the opportunity to reply in 30 seconds. Mr. Speaker, it's all a matter of context. My colleague, when he states a piece of information, he should give us the context. He's a young man, my colleague, but in 2008, there was a global financial crisis, Mr. Speaker. Resuming debate.
For Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak to the budget today. And I wanted to, just before I start, I wanted to give a shout out to my brother, Larry. He made me this pen. He's made me a few other pens. He lives in Chilliwack. And anyway, I just wanted to just recognize my brother for just being a good brother over the years. But anyway, let's get to the budget. So remember when Mark Carney said that he would spend less and invest more? He actually meant that in reference to Justin Trudeau. But his budget does the exact opposite. As the recent report from the Parliamentary Budget Officer discovers, it spends billions more and invests billions less than the Prime Minister promised he would do just months ago. So this is from February 19th, and I think we all remember when he was running to be leader of the Liberal Party, in essence running to be the Prime Minister, he said out of his own mouth The essence is to spend less and invest more. That's right from the Prime Minister's mouth. Well, here it is. It's kind of confirmed by the Globe and Mail, one of the Prime Minister's and Liberals' favorite newspapers. Goes on to quote, so the former governor of the Bank of Canada and Bank of England criticized the government of Prime Minister Justin Trudeau for spending too much. And we all know that, don't we? Total federal spending has jumped by about 9% on average since Liberals took office in 2015, and the federal workforce has grown by 40%. This is right out of the Prime Minister's mouth. He said, "It is clear that the federal government is spending too much." Right? At the same time, Canada as a whole is investing too little. And so that was the promise he made to many Canadians across the country. And a lot of voters took him at his word. And it seems like just a few months after that promise had been made, how quickly things have changed. So how does Mark Carney spend more and invest less?
I have to remind the member, cannot use the name of the Prime Minister in the House. Refer to him by his title. I'll let the member continue.
My apologies, Mr. Speaker. How does the Prime Minister spend more and invest less? Even Justin Trudeau in his last budget projected his deficit for that year would be $39.8 billion. Trudeau ended up spending $61.8 billion just before leaving. He led us to believe, the Prime Minister led us to believe that it would be easy, and many believed it based on the out-of-control spending of Justin Trudeau. How could you make any mistake by reducing that budget? We all knew that he was an out-of-control spender. We knew that this government was an out-of-control spending government. And so we thought, relatively it would be an easy task. But now, as we all have seen, the deficit is at $78.3 billion. And we have learned with Liberals, it's likely to be worse. And we've seen that over and over again. A major broken promise and not a good sign considering the promises were made again just a few short months ago. And the Prime Minister broke even more promises he made just months ago. Remember those fiscal anchors that he was going to adhere to? Well, the fiscal anchor that he promised during the election he would adhere to, the debt to GDP ratio, he's raising it. Another one, he promised to spend less. He is spending $94 billion more. That is costing each one of your households another $5,400 per year. Now, if $78 billion deficit spending isn't bad enough, the Prime Minister is also padding the number to hide operational spending as capital spending. And this is from the PBO, or the Parliamentary Budget Officer, his recent report. The Prime Minister's new definition of capital spending is overly expansive and expands beyond the current treatment in the public accounts and international practice based on the System of National Accounts, SNA, such as adopted by the United Kingdom. After using a more accepted definition, the PBO found that capital investment spending was 30% lower than the Liberals claimed. And that's where that $94 billion amount comes from. It's a $94 billion difference. So even the promises he made are false. In other words, his investments are much lower than he promised. $94 billion less, Mr. Speaker. Furthermore, they found that the Prime Minister won't even balance the operational budget over the next 5 years. Again, another fiscal anchor abandoned by this Prime Minister. A lot of broken promises in a few short months, Mr. Speaker. And that's after the Prime Minister abandoned the Liberals' previous fiscal anchor of reducing the federal debt to GDP ratio. The PBO found that the debt to GDP ratio will be even higher than the last economic update. And Canada, quote, is no longer projected to be on a declining path over the medium term. It's a scary direction we're headed, Mr. Speaker. The PBO had previously warned in September that Canadians could be paying more for debt if the Liberals tried to change accounting standards, and we know that they have. Now, this is from the Financial Post, November 18th, just yesterday or the day before, I guess 2 days ago. And the article states, the PBO calling out the federal government's fiscal approach should raise red flags for all of us. Indeed, it should. From the article. The Prime Minister promised a new budgeting framework during the Liberal leadership campaign, when he said he would separate the federal budget into an operating budget and a capital budget, with the operating budget being balanced within 3 years total, Mr. Speaker. Tricks such as this are a blatant attempt to baffle people by transferring many day-to-day expenditures from an overall budget to a capital budget and crow that you are investing. The key to making it work is to ensure that the definition of capital is so broad that you can transfer amounts easily into the capital budget. And again, if you don't take my word for it, Mr. Speaker, and Canadians out there, they can take the parliamentary budget officer's word himself. But, you know, I think Canadians are wondering what's the cost to them, because they hear big numbers, billions, trillions, and, you know, what is the true cost of this Prime Minister right out of the gate? Well, the Prime Minister will add $321.7 billion new money to the federal debt over the next 5 years. It's unbelievable, as my colleagues just said, it really is. More than twice the $154.4 billion that Justin Trudeau would have added over the same period. Remember the quote at the start? Remember he was going to be better than Justin Trudeau? Well, here we are. This budget adds another $10 million to our debt every hour. Under the Prime Minister, the new Prime Minister, federal debt is now $1.3 trillion, and interest on the debt will be $55.6 billion for 2025-2026. That is more than the Canada healthcare transfer of $54.7 billion. It's incredible. And it's also more than GST revenue that we collect across a country as a parliament and government. The revenue from GST is $54.4 billion and amounts to $3,360 per Canadian household. So, Mr. Speaker, I think, you know, the Prime Minister said it out of his own mouth. And again, that's why the Prime Minister lost his job in the first place, was he was an irresponsible spender. We saw that with an out-of-control government. Many of the members are still there. That's why he lost his job, and we all know that. And this Prime Minister won under the premise that he was going to spend less than that Prime Minister and invest more than that Prime Minister. Well, those are some pretty significant promises that he's already broken. And I will say this, and I'm sure the members across the way will have a problem with it. He indeed is out of control, and we definitely need a much more financially responsible Prime Minister. A future Prime Minister, I would say, is the current opposition leader today. But a quote that I think summarizes it really well from author Kim Moody does, again, a great summary about the Prime Minister's budget. It's a clever performance, but at its core, it's a deceptive trick, one that trades transparency for theatrics and leaves Canadians poorer for having believed it. And that goes out to all the people that voted for this Prime Minister. Government spending or capital or operating spending increases government debt the same way, period. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I just would call on voters out there and Canadians. They sold you, this Prime Minister sold you a bill of goods that he was going to spend less and invest more. He's doing the exact opposite. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Speaker, I can't believe he said lost his job, the Prime Minister. It was the leader of the Conservative Party that lost his job. Remember there was a by-election during the summer? Mr. Speaker, you want to hear a quote? Let me give you a quote from the IMF. That's a world organization, over 175 countries, and I'll quote, "Both Germany and Canada recognize that in this very testing time, they need to use their fiscal space. In the case of Canada, the Canadian authorities have been very decisive to take action in the context of changing relations with their main trading partner. And one of these actions is indeed reform, modernizing the budget framework." And it goes on, Mr. Speaker. You know, I'm not too sure where it is the member's actually coming from.
The member for Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies.
That's where I'm coming from. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll just reiterate, I guess, in the Prime Minister's own words. Remember, he ran on this in February of this year, just short months ago. And I'll say that the article in the front. The Prime Minister promises to spend less, invest more to stimulate the economy if he wins Liberal leadership. But he is actually spending more and investing less than the Prime Minister that he said he was going to do a better job of. Those are the facts. I wish you would just stick to the facts over on the Liberal side.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honorable.
The Honourable Member for Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes Verchères. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I find it interesting today to hear all the Conservative colleagues getting mad about the budget and saying how terrible it is. I could also fall into this rage because I don't think it's a good budget, but the nuance is, on our side, we are coherent. So when it comes to voting for the budget this week, we were surprised to see that there were two Conservative officers, who were hiding in the wings before running in and saying they had technical problems. So my question I have for my colleague is, despite every terrible thing they have to say about the budget, why did they calculate to make sure that the budget would be adopted? Everyone knows it, it's a Conservative budget, so why?
Prince George, Peace River, north of Rockies.
You heard what he just said, the last two words there. He said it's a Conservative budget. I would take issue that it's a Conservative budget. A Conservative budget would not add $321.7 billion over the next 5 years to our federal debt. We're already at $1.3 trillion. I've done a video on just showing just the size of the amount of money that is, that future generations will have to pay for. Again, the interest alone is over $50 billion per year. It's ridiculous. It's not a Conservative budget. We need a Conservative budget.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Caribou, Prince George.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to our honourable colleague, my neighbour to the north. We share one of our largest cities in both of our ridings, and I have deep respect for him. He's a true friend. Mr. Speaker, through you, I want to ask our honourable colleague. We talked about the generational budget that this government has just introduced. Generational in terms of debt that is heaping on our shoulders of our families, the future generations. But I want to share with everybody that's listening, all the packed gallery that's here, the 12 people that are watching on TV, the fact of the matter is today that we are spending more in servicing our debt than we are in healthcare transfers to our provinces, more than what we share or develop or share to or transfer to our provinces to deal with the opioid crisis, the mental health crisis. Your thoughts, or our honourable colleagues' thoughts on that?
Here, here. The honourable member.
And I know, thank you to my colleague from Caribou, Prince George. A couple of his constituents are up in the gallery today watching us as we speak. But no, it's a real issue, as we know. I would challenge Canadians, how many out there, if you could have a show of hands, how many actually have a family doctor? How many think that the current healthcare system is doing great? I bet you we wouldn't see a whole bunch of hands going up. This government has been in place for the last 10 years, and they've really run Canada into the ground, and that needs to change.
Before we go back to resuming debate, just a reminder to remember, can't make reference to persons in the galleries. Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. I will be sharing my time with my amazing colleague, hard-working member of Parliament, member for Devonport. Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the opportunity to speak in support of for Bill C-15, the Budget 2025 Implementation Act, number 1. So our government has been focused on bringing down costs and creating new opportunities for Canadians. The first thing we have done as a government to cancel the decisive consumer carbon price. In result, reducing gas prices by approximately 18 cents per liter in most provinces and territories, while strengthening industrial carbon prices so we can continue our moral and economic duty to combat climate change. Mr. Speaker, we have also cut taxes for 22 million Canadians, saving a family of two up to $840 per year. Mr. Speaker, in Budget 2025, we're making generational investments in our Canadian Armed Forces, infrastructure, and in housing. We are building Canada strong, Mr. Speaker. We're also creating new career opportunities for young Canadians. We're launching a youth climate corps and are providing 175,000 opportunities through Canada Summer Jobs, the Horizontal Youth Employment and Skills Strategy, and Student Work Placement Program in 2026-27. Mr. Speaker, this bill is delivering measures to make life more affordable for Canadians. We know, for example, the digitalization in the financial sector has brought many benefits for consumers. But at the same time, we know that consumers who remain reliant on legacy financial products and services may be missing out on these benefits and getting left behind. Access to check funds rules are now over a decade old and have not kept pace with cost of living increases or technological advances. That's why Budget 2025 proposed to amend the Bank Act to raise the first amount of immediately available deposited check funds from $100 to $150. That means removing the timing distinction between funds deposited in person and via other ways. We're reducing the number of days banks may hold deposited check to fund, and which will include raising and current value threshold of $1,500, below which shorter check hold periods apply. This will also apply changes to trust and loan companies. And once again, Mr. Speaker, Bill C-15 would make this change a reality. But that's not the only way that bill would improve financial services to help Canadians manage their money. Consumer-driven banking refers to a secure framework that lets Canadians, businesses share their financial data with approved service providers of their choice. This framework will give consumers greater control over their data. It will also promote a competitive and innovative financial sector that strengthens Canada's position in the global digital economy. Mr. Speaker, the goal of Canada's consumer-driven banking framework is to promote competition and innovation in the financial sector, improve financial outcomes for Canadians, and ensure that consumers can share their data securely. In other countries, regulated frameworks have proven effective at achieving these accessibility and supporting new financial service providers and businesses models. And at the same time, Mr. Speaker, you know that the absence of such a secure framework means that about 9 million Canadians currently share their financial data by providing their confidential banking credentials in a process known as screen scraping. But these consumers face increased security, liability, and privacy risks, and may be left without resources if something goes wrong. Our consumer-driven banking framework will address these risks by using application programming interface APIs, a type of technology that provides a more secure communication connection between entities. Giving Canadians greater controls over their financial data opens the door to new financial products and greater choices between providers, which will create a more dynamic financial sector and productive economy. Unlocking these new opportunities will lead to improved financial decision-making, lower costs, and more tailored product and services for consumers. Bill C-15 will be fundamental to achieving this, as it proposes legislative changes which would complete the consumer-driven banking framework by transferring its governance to the Bank of Canada, and by making a legislative amendment to the Personal Information Protection Electronic Documents Act that will grant Canadians a right to data mobility, supporting an economy-wide approach to data sharing. All Canadians expected to benefit from consumer-driven banking framework, and it will promote competition and reduce risks in the financial services industry by regulating financial data sharing. For consumers, this could mean greater financial inclusion, more informed decisions, and better management and reduction of financial stressors. For businesses, it could mean improved access to new forms of financing and reducing administrative burden from better integration and automation of key functions. But lower income and financially stressed households are expected to benefit most through the access to lower cost products, clearer choices and tools to manage debts and reduce financial crisis. What's more, Mr. Speaker, this is not only a way that Bill C-15 would help Canadian financial consumers save and manage their money. Competition in the sector can also drive efficiency and support economic development and productivity, as financial institutions are driven to allocate capital to their most productive uses. That's why Budget 2025 and Bill C-15 builds on action our new government has already taken to make life more affordable, delivering 3 major tax cuts, supercharging home building to increase supply and lower housing costs, and introducing automatic federal benefits so that millions of Canadians receive the support that they qualify for. And that's why merit our full support, Mr. Speaker. Merci beaucoup.
Questions and comments. Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Edmonton Griesbach.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I noticed that the honourable member across the way mentioned that they're cancelling the carbon tax. They cancelled the carbon tax. I'm wondering if he could explain where he got the idea to axe the tax.
The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for the question. We're moving forward. We're dealing with the crisis of our lifetime. We are meeting the moment to address affordability issues. The Prime Minister has a clear vision. This new government has a clear vision to eliminate the divisiveness so that consumer carbon price was dividing Canadians. To eliminate that, we have cut that consumer carbon price.
Questions and comments. Question et commentaire.
The honourable member for Rimouski, La Matapédia. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened closely to this speech. My colleague has said that there's a clear vision. Well, that clear vision is a record deficit of $78 billion with a so-called $45 billion of so-called investment, which the PBO actually criticized. These investments, they're dressed up as investments. How can my colleagues speak of fiscal rigor when these are the biggest deficits in history? And also, they're playing around with the accounting to try to confuse people. Is it his definition of transparency that has changed, or is it his definition of rigor?
Mr. Speaker, I'm surprised by my colleagues who voted against the generational budget, which includes dental care, health care, transfer to provinces. This is a budget to build, protect, and empower, and to address affordability and to build the strongest economy in the G7. This is a budget focused on spend less and invest more so we can build the strongest economy in the G7.
Questions and comments? Member for Sackville, Bedford, Preston.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the President of the Treasury Board for his speech. I know one of the things that he was involved in the development of the budget was the comprehensive expenditure review, which finds $60 billion in savings over 5 years. I wonder if the President of the Treasury Board could give us an update on that process and how it will save Canadians money over the long term.
The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his question. As you know, we are facing new norms, new realities. Things have changed globally. So we are focused in spending less and investing more and finding those savings to reassign those resources where it matters most to Canadians. And that's why we launched comprehensive expenditure review, where we'll be balancing our operational budget in next 3 years. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Elgin, St. Thomas, London South, about 45 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't even need that much time. The President of the Treasury Board said the government is spending less to invest more. The Prime Minister said the deficit would be capped at $72 billion, but this budget has it at $78 billion. So is 78 more or less than 62?
The Honourable President of the Treasury Board. Order. Order.
I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his question. The new government was elected on the mandate to spend less and invest more and to build the strongest economy in the G7, and that's exactly what we are focused on. Budget 2025 is focused in delivering investments in our Canadian Armed Forces, in infrastructure and housing, which means massive opportunities of jobs and growth of our economy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Elgin, St. Thomas, London South, on a point of order.
Sorry, Mr. Speaker. There was some noise here. I don't believe the President of the Treasury Board heard the question. It's is 78 more or less than 62?
Order. That's clearly a matter of debate, not a point of order. Resuming debate. Reprise du débat. The Honourable Member for Davenport.
Mr. Speaker, as always, it is such a pleasure for me to rise in this House on behalf of the residents of my riding of Davenport to speak to Budget 2025. This is an important budget delivered in extraordinary times. Let's start off by being very honest about where we are at. The world is more dangerous and divided, and Canada is very much facing a world that is rapidly changing and is increasingly uncertain. The rules-based international order and the trading system that powered Canada's prosperity for decades are being reshaped, hurting companies, displacing workers, causing major disruption and upheaval for Canadians. So, Mr. Speaker, we in Canada, we have to focus on what we can control. Despite the headwinds, Canada has the fiscal capacity to transform our economy. This is our moment to build big, to build bold, and to build now. As our Minister of Finance has said, this budget must be generational in its ambition. There's no place for withdrawal, for ambiguity, or for standing still, only for bold and swift action. Let me speak to what matters, to one of the many items that matters to the people in my riding of Davenport. The number one thing I hear about is jobs. People continue to be worried. Will they continue to have good paying jobs? Will their kids coming out of school have opportunities? Without a good paying job, no one will be able to afford a home or live a decent life. And I am very proud, Mr. Speaker, that this budget invests heavily in training and creating opportunities. We are providing $1.5 billion over 3 years to address youth unemployment, including 100,000 Canada Summer jobs, which is 30,000 more than what was given this summer, and 55,000 new work-integrated learning opportunities for students, which is 15,000 more than what we were able to do this past year. Mr. Speaker, Davenport also has many union construction workers, and I want to give a shout out to LiUNA 183. They are my largest construction worker, and we are so blessed to have them in our city, building our country, and they contribute so much to our national economy. And so what we are doing in Budget 2025 is we are providing $75 million over 3 years to expand the union training and innovation program for apprenticeship training in the Red Seals trades. For workers that are impacted by tariffs, we have $570 million over 3 years for training and employment assistance, plus new workforce alliances bringing together employers, unions, and industry groups. Finally, we're also launching a Youth Climate Corps with $40 million over 2 years to train young Canadians to respond to climate emergencies and strengthen community resilience. Mr. Speaker, another big priority for Davenport is culture and the arts. I very blessedly have many artists in my constituency. And while these times are tough and our government has had to make some hard choices, let me be very clear. Culture matters, the arts matters. During uncertain times, we stay united by sharing our stories. The arts helps us interpret the world around us. The arts and culture sector contributes $65 billion to our economy in 2024. And in this budget, 2025, we invest $769 million over 5 years in arts and culture, including $150 million for CBC Radio-Canada, $150 million for Telefilm Canada, $127.5 million for Canada Media Fund, and support for festivals and performing arts. And we've also introduced an artist resale right, allowing visual artists to receive royalties when their work is resold, something the sector, including many from my constituency of Davenport, many who've advocated for this for years. Mr. Speaker, public safety is the third top priority for Davenport. Residents are worried about auto theft, about home invasions, and about gun crime. I want my constituents to know that this issue is among the highest priority of our government. The budget provides $1.7 billion over 4 years to the RCMP to hire 1,000 new personnel to fight transnational organized crime, financial crimes, and money laundering. We're also providing almost $700 million over 5 years to the Canada Border Agency to hire up to 1,000 new officers, building on the $1.3 billion border plan announced in December. These officers will also stop guns and drugs from coming into our country. And all this investment is in addition to a number of strong pieces of legislation that's making its way through our House, which includes Bill C-14, C-12, and C-9. Mr. Speaker, Budget 2025 also has an important focus on seniors. For seniors, elderly benefits will reach over $83 billion in 2025-2026, supporting 7.5 million Canadians. We're also launching a national anti-fraud strategy. In 2024 alone, Canadians lost $643 million to fraud, nearly a 300% increase since 2020. We continue supporting the New Horizons for Senior program, which is a complete lifeline for many seniors in my riding and seniors across the country. And finally, Mr. Speaker, we're introducing a personal support workers tax credit, providing up to $1,100 per year. This is to support the amazing people who take care of our loved ones, because as our loved ones get older, they need a lot more support. Mr. Speaker, as chair of the Canada-NATO Parliamentary Association, I take our commitments to defence very seriously. Budget 2025 confirms we will reach the NATO 2% target this fiscal year and are on a pathway to meet the 5% defence investment pledge by 2035. This budget provides $81.8 billion over 5 years to ensure that the Canadian Armed Forces has the support and the tools that they need. And we're also providing $2 billion in 2025-2026 for additional military assistance to Ukraine. As our Prime Minister has said, there can be no prosperity without security. And I'd also add, Mr. Speaker, that we must continue to do all we can to ensure that the war stops in Ukraine and to help bring a just and lasting peace for the country. Now, Mr. Speaker, I know that there are concerns about the deficit. We are acting from a position of fiscal strength. We have the lowest net debt to GDP ratio in the G7 and the second lowest deficit to GDP ratio. The IMF have validated our approach outlined in our budget, stating we are using our fiscal space to make generational investments, and that is good. No one likes seeing large deficits, and we are committed to balancing the operating budget by 2028-2029. We are dramatically reducing how much we are spending to run government. Through our comprehensive expenditure review, we are achieving $60 billion in savings over 5 years, eliminating duplication and using Made in Canada AI tools. We're spending less on day-to-day operations so we can invest far more in capital investments, in building Canada. And this budget will catalyze $1 trillion in investment over 5 years from provinces, territories, municipalities, Indigenous communities, and the private sector. We are investing $51 billion over 10 years through the Build Community Strong Fund for local infrastructure, hospitals, universities, roads, bridges, water systems, and transit. The first 2 phases of nation-building projects are expected to trigger $150 billion in total capital investment. We are diversifying our trade relationships, working to double our overseas exports within a decade, unlocking $300 billion in new opportunities for Canadian workers and businesses. Mr. Speaker, Canada has to make ourselves attractive to the world. Luckily, we're an amazing country. We have the critical minerals, the natural resources, the people, and the leadership. And let me conclude with this. When times are tough, we stand together as Canadians. We look after one another. We invest in ourselves. We do not retreat, we advance. As our finance minister said, to weather the storm of uncertainty, we will not lower our sails. Quite the opposite. We will raise them to catch the winds of economic change because we believe in Canada. Mr. Speaker, I believe in Canada. I believe in my riding of Davenport. I believe in the resilience, the diversity, and the determination that make our community and our country great. This is a moment for bold action, a moment to build the future we want for ourselves and for generations to come. Canada has faced challenges before, and we have always emerged stronger. Budget 2025 is our plan to do exactly that, building our economy, protecting our communities, empowering our people, and ensuring Canada emerges as the strongest economy in the G7. Mr. Speaker, I am proud of this budget. I am proud to support it, and it is always an honor to represent the people of Davenport. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Question commentary. The honourable member for Mission, Matsqui, Abbotsford.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Many of the Liberal speakers on the budget have spoken about something very, very radical for the business community, and we haven't seen a plan for that yet, and that's their commitment to double exports from Canada in a 10-year period. In my estimation, the only way we're going to see that happen is if the Liberals approve another pipeline off the BC coast. Would the member agree that a pipeline is necessary to work towards this government's goal of doubling exports abroad to meet the needs of Canada's economic ambitions? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Davenport.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. And indeed, where I do agree with my honourable colleague in his question is that we do have to build our economy bigger and faster than ever before so that we're not reliant on any one country. We've been too reliant for too long on one huge partner. It's been very, very beneficial for us for almost 100 years. But now we are taking urgent and immediate and big actions to reorientate our economy, not only to strengthen ourselves internally, but also to make sure that we are diversifying our trade with trusted partners internationally. And so I do think it will take up to 10 years. I do think it'll be a huge effort for us to be able to do that, but I do think that we have the people, we have the skills, we have the talent, and we have the resources to be able to do so. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Pierre Boucher.
The Honourable Member for Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes Verchères. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In this Liberal budget, we noticed something. The Liberals are trying to trick us all with their creative accounting and splitting up investment and operational spending. But, you know, they haven't pulled it off because it didn't work on anyone. The media doesn't buy it. Even the PBO doesn't buy it. He said it's basically nonsense. So it could have made sense to separate investment and operational spending had their investment truly been investment. So here's my question for my colleague. Everyone has figured out that it makes no sense what they tried to do with their creative accounting. So here's my question. Will my colleague across the way convince his caucus that they should do some proper, thorough accounting?
The Honourable Member for Davenport.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. I thank the honourable member for his question, but I do not agree with him. Look, Canada's government is presenting a responsible economic plan that leverages our world-class industries, our skills, and our talented worker, our diverse trade partnerships, and a strong domestic market where Canadians can be our own best customers. And we also have a very clear mandate, which is to spend less so that we can invest more. I did a big town hall on the budget last week, Mr. Speaker. My constituents definitely had a question around our $78 billion deficit. I did speak to them about how it is that we are separating out operating from capital investments, and that we are massively decreasing our operating expenditures over the next 5 years. They understood that, they believe in it, and they think that we are on the right path.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Chief Government Whip.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, my colleague brought up the issue of the debt that's being taken on in order to fulfill some of these nation-building projects and to grow out our diversification in ways never seen before, as well as it significantly increase our spending in defense. And she identified some of the criticism of that, and we do hear that. But yet, at the same time, the IMF and other organizations, the credit agencies, have identified Canada as being in a position to take on this debt right now. So I come to the conclusion that if we have the capacity to do this now, we're one of the best positioned countries to do it. What better time could there possibly be than to invest heavily right now, given everything that's going on in the world, and in particular our relationship with the United States?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Member for Davenport in 45 seconds or less.
No worries. I want to thank the Honourable Member for his excellent question and comment and statement, and I agree with him. Canada, we are very blessed, despite the changes that are happening in the world today, despite many of the challenges that Canada is facing. We are acting from a strong fiscal position. And Budget 2025 is our plan to ensure that we're building our economy, we're lowering our costs, we're making smart investments that will grow our economy for the long term. And indeed, we do have the lowest net debt to GDP ratio. The IMF has recognized our plan and said it is a right approach, and this is our chance, Mr. Speaker. It's our chance to build more stronger, resilient economy with smart generational investments. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat. The Honourable Member for Chilliwack Hope.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and it's always a pleasure to rise in the House to speak on behalf of my constituents in Chilliwack Hope. I will be sharing my time with the member for Algonquin, Renfrew, Pembroke, who's approaching a very important anniversary, Mr. Speaker, nearly 25 years in the chamber coming up very soon. So congratulate her, one of my favorite members to hear speak, and I look forward to hearing her after my remarks are done. The Budget Implementation Act, which is what we're debating here today, implements a budget of broken promises and failures. This government has broken its own promises, not broken their own word that they gave to Canadians during an election just 6 months ago. They indicated, the Prime Minister said he would keep the deficit at $62 billion. Well, it's at $78 billion in this budget. So he broke that promise in less than 6 months. He promised to lower the debt to GDP ratio. He's raising it and causing inflation by failing to keep that promise. He promised to spend less, but we see in this budget that he's spending $90 billion more, and that equals $5,400 in more inflationary spending per household in the country. It's hard sometimes for Canadians to picture $90 billion, but they understand $5,400. And having that piled on top of in inflationary spending per household should worry all Canadians. He promised more investment, but the budget reveals that investment is collapsing. We've seen since this Prime Minister took office, over 48,000 fewer jobs in Canada and billions of dollars of investment have fled the country. So that is a record of failure, and I've just outlined a number of the broken promises. One of the things that the government likes to say, they're a government of slogans, and they are a government that likes to talk about that this is a generational budget, which is true if you're talking about the impact of the increased debt on future generations. And the key thing here, I think, for Canadians is to understand that because of this government's profligate spending and their disregard for taxpayer dollars, the government will now spend more on interest payments to bankers and bondholders than they will pay for health care transfers in this country. $55 billion. Again, a number that's hard for Canadians to grasp because most of them will never have $1 million, let alone $1 billion. But $55 billion given away, spent on interest charges that does not go to make life more affordable for Canadians, doesn't go to make their health care better. And at a time in my province, which is mismanaged by the government of British Columbia, the BC NDP. I'll give them that part of the mismanagement is with the provincial government there. But there are routine closures of emergency wards across the province where people for hundreds of kilometers can't access emergency medicine because they don't have adequate doctors, nurses, and facilities. So tell the people in my province of British Columbia that sending $55 billion to bankers and bondholders is better than spending more on health care, and you'll get them laughing in your face. They will not accept that this is a budget for a generational budget. They know that by sending that money that should be going to program spending and just frittering it away on bankers and bondholders is an inappropriate use of funds, and it will continue under this government, because they make Justin Trudeau look like a fiscal hawk. They have doubled his deficit. I remember it was right around this time last year where they didn't know who was going to present the economic update because the finance minister at the time resigned because she couldn't in good faith present a budget that presented a deficit that's about 50% lower than the one that was just introduced in this budget. The whole government was thrown into turmoil. They had to rip the page out of the economic update that had her name on it, and they just tabled it in the House without even giving a speech because she was so concerned that it limited the fiscal maneuverability of the government to be so irresponsible in the face of the economic changes that we keep hearing about. There needed to be fiscal responsibility, said the Liberal government 1 year ago. Fast forward to today, and the money taps are open. It's an open bar. And here we are sending money, again, $55 billion in interest payments alone. And that is something that should concern all Canadians. So should the figures on the national debt. This Prime Minister, which is a continuation of the previous Liberal government, will add $321.7 billion to the federal debt over the next 5 years. That's more than twice the $1.4 billion that Justin Trudeau would have added over the same time period. So these guys like to talk up this central banker's resume and what a genius he is financially, he's doubling the burden that is being left to our kids and grandkids to pay back. And they think it's such a masterstroke to just spend more money. Well, why hasn't anyone thought of that before, Mr. Speaker? Why don't we just spend more? Why not make it $600 billion? Why not make the deficit $150 billion? Because they know that it has to be paid back through taxes or program cuts. But they don't care. They're just trying to get through today. They just want to get through the next 4 years. They don't care about 40 years down the road when our children and grandchildren will pick up the tab. And that's why we called this a credit card budget. They're running up the credit card, and they're going to hand the bill to our kids and grandkids. Living large for today so that someone else can pay the bill tomorrow. It's irresponsible. We would never allow it to happen in our own families. Can you imagine, Mr. Speaker, I know you're a father, Mr. Speaker, can you imagine buying a Maserati and buying a huge mansion and then living large, taking 3 or 4 holidays a year, and then saying to the kids when they reach their working age, well, kids, Dad's had a good ride. You can pay the bill. Thanks for coming out. Of course, no responsible parent would do that. And no responsible government would look future generations in the eye and say, you're going to pay for my today. You're going to pay tomorrow for my today. It's irresponsible, and it isn't even delivering the results that they say it is. They talk about this major projects office. They keep announcing the winners and losers of the major projects. Instead of creating an environment where all of the major projects can be approved if they meet the regulations, they say, well, this project doesn't meet the regulations, but we're going to allow it to go through anyway. We're going to give an exemption to this project. Oh, and by the way, all of the projects we're announcing have been announced 6 or 8 years ago. Many of them are already being built. Look at us. What a fantastic number of projects. There was a mine that the minister, I don't even know what his portfolio is. It changes so often. I think it's trade relations with the U.S. right now. In 2018, he stood in the Maritimes and announced the Sisson mine would be underway, construction would be underway in 2018. And then he went out again this last couple of weeks and said, by the way, that mine that I announced in 2018, it's on this list. Aren't you proud of us? Look at us investing for future generations. It's a scam, Mr. Speaker. That's right. And this government fails to understand that what is needed is not for the government to pick winners and losers, but to create a winning environment for investment in the country. For everybody. For everyone to make their choices, to make their investment choices, to make those investments instead of the investment fleeing this country. So, Mr. Speaker, I have a minute left. So I want to talk briefly about more failures of this government. Since they ran for office, they said that they would the Prime Minister himself said, I'll have a deal with the United States by July. We're at the middle point of November. No deal. Twice as high tariffs there. He said he'd get resolution with China. We still have tariffs on our canola. We still have tariffs on our seafood. We have new tariffs from India on our peas. And on our softwood lumber producers, the tariffs have increased threefold, 3 times, 45% for softwood lumber producers in my province of British Columbia. Hundreds of layoffs, thousands more hanging in the balance. They have failed to deliver for Canadians. They've broken their promises. We won't support this budget or the Implementation Act, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Question et commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me talk a little bit about hypocrisy. You know, when the leader of the Conservative Party sat around the caucus, the Conservative government, back in the day, they actually had a deficit that was larger than, when you factor in inflation, than the deficit that is here today. That is the reality, Mr. Speaker, of the 2009 budget, where his leaders sat around it. Oh, how things have changed now that they're in opposition. The difference is that this government believes in Canadians and believes in investing in Canada's infrastructure and the people of Canada. Can the member indicate why it is that today's Conservative leader does not believe in supporting Canadians, does not believe in the need to expand trade opportunities for our businesses throughout the world?
The Honourable Member for Chilliwack Hope.
Of Of course, Mr. Speaker, yes, there was, after the world economic financial crisis, there was a big deficit. And the Conservatives got the budget back to balance by 2011. That was our record. By 2015, we got it back to balance. That took a lot of hard work, Mr. Speaker, because we believed in the importance of leaving a balanced budget for future generations. We didn't want to increase the debt for them to pay it back. But I'm glad the member asked me a question. The last time he asked me a question in this House, I believe he was asking me why I didn't support a consumer carbon tax. Mr. Speaker, that's what he was on about. He asked that question to this side about 1,000 times. Swallowed himself whole. I'm glad he broke that promise. Maybe he would keep the promise to keep the budget deficit to $62 billion. Big challenge that would be, but he couldn't even do that. $78 billion. He doesn't know what he's talking about.
Questions and comments.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for the passionate speech. I very much agree with one thing he said. This government is being irresponsible with public money, leading to record deficits and more debt that will have to be paid off by future generations. It is irresponsible. It is reckless. The colleague was very right about that. There's another thing I agree with, even more specific. There is $100 billion in subsidies and subsidies and tax credits to big oil. My colleague is so passionate. It was such a passionate speech. So wouldn't my colleague agree with me that that $100 billion in tax credits to the oil and gas industry, isn't that the most telling, shining example of this government's lack of fiscal responsibility?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I think we do need to talk about the oil and gas sector and the benefits that it brings to the Canadian economy. Hundreds and hundreds of billions of dollars in revenues and royalties that go to pay for things like our healthcare system, like our education system, like the transfer payments that go across this country. And so I think we need to be talking up the oil and gas sector as a great benefit to Canada. We do it the best in the world. We have the best environmental regulations, we have the best workers, we have the best product, and if we did a better job of creating a level playing field so that everyone knew the rules and everyone could make the investments that weren't held up by this government, we could have even more benefit for Canadian families. We could have more benefit in terms of lower taxes, in terms of better services. So we on this side of the House will always support our oil and gas sector in this country.
That's right. Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, so thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, it's truly amazing in terms of how the member reflects. He actually voted, or they campaigned also on the carbon tax. All he has to do is just reflect on Aaron O'Toole. But having said that, Mr. Speaker, I'm wondering if he can provide a clear answer as to why it is that the Conservative Party of Canada does not support investing in Canadians, investing in Canada's infrastructure, and the promotion of external trade beyond the U.S. borders. Why is the Conservative Party not on board with those objectives?
The Honourable Member for Chilliwack Hope, about 30 seconds.
Well, Mr. Speaker, of course, we support investments in the country, and that's why under a Conservative government, investments were up hundreds of billions of dollars, unlike under this Liberal government where hundreds of billions of dollars in the last 10 years have left the country, and certainly billions, tens of billions of dollars have fled the country since this Prime Minister took office. So, Mr. Speaker, we'll take no lessons from this member who's been a member of a party that's been for a carbon tax and against it in a matter of weeks, but we will certainly try to give him a lesson on being fiscally responsible. He hasn't learned it yet.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat. The Honourable Member for Algonquin, Renfrew, Pembroke.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to rise on behalf of the right all along people of Algonquin, Renfrew, Pembroke. I'd like to begin by congratulating my Liberal colleagues on their resilience to be able to eat such a huge slice of humble pie and not choke on their own hypocrisy is impressive. Nearly half this omnibus budget bill is just repealing Trudeau-era policies. For my colleagues across the aisle to have to admit to being wrong about so much without showing a single sign of humility really speaks to the resilience of the Liberal arrogance. They admit they were wrong about the consumer carbon tax, the boat tax, the digital services tax, the capital gains tax, and more. Yet they still swagger into this chamber with the absolute confidence that this time they're right. This time they know what's best for Canada's economy. And based on that 600-page budget implementation bill, what the Prime Minister thinks is best are massive piles of corporate welfare. Here's one example from page 3 of the budget bill. Quote, providing a refundable investment tax credit to qualifying corporations and trusts for investments in certain clean electricity property, end quote. If any Canadians watching are wondering who the biggest investor in clean electricity is, I'll give you a hint. It starts with Brook and ends with Field. Last year, the clean electricity tax credit cost the Treasury $22 million. This year, the tax credit will cost $1.5 billion. Next year, it will cost $3.8 billion. And by 2028, the government projects it will cost $7.2 billion. That's 328 times what it cost last year for just one tax credit. That will mostly flow to one company, Brookfield. But wait, there's more. Take the Canada Infrastructure Bank. This budget is giving it $15 billion more. Maybe it's just a coincidence that the clerk of the Privy Council was the former head of the Infrastructure Bank. They're increasing the funding despite its failure to achieve its goal of using public money to attract private investment. Now, we know the bank failed because the government keeps on telling us it failed. Every Liberal budget has acknowledged the lack of private investment and the damage it's doing to our productivity. The Infrastructure Bank failed so spectacularly that the Liberals created the Canada Growth Fund with the identical mandate of using public money to attract private investment. Now, in an act of corporate synergy that would make McKinsey proud, the Brookfield government is leveraging the Canada Growth Fund to catalyze the Clean Electricity Fund. In plain human language, they're giving companies, such as Brookfield, cash handouts from the Growth Fund, then allowing the companies to get tax credits for the spending handouts. Companies like Brookfield will get a shiny new asset to put on their balance sheet and a little spending money on the side. Wow. Canadians get a bigger tax bill and higher electricity prices. Now, I don't need a crystal ball to tell you this is going to fail to increase economic productivity. It won't leverage or catalyze or spur any private investment. It will destroy private investment. If there was a real business case, it wouldn't need subsidies. That means any investment it attracts comes at the expense of real opportunities for growth. That's just not a fact, it's a basic physical reality. The Brookfield government can try to ignore reality, but eventually it'll hit you like a freight train. Unfortunately, for anyone who owns property between Quebec City and Toronto, this government plans to hit you with a high-speed train. Justin Trudeau launched the largest expropriation of private property in Canadian history with his gun grab. Now, even that legacy isn't safe. Buried in this budget bill is the biggest land grab in a century. Canadians might be shocked to learn that when this bill passes, the high-speed rail line from Quebec City to Toronto will be automatically approved. They don't know where the rail line will be built, but it's already approved. If your home is in the way, they'll expropriate it. They just need to delete sections 8 through 12 of the Expropriation Act to get it done. In fact, they're so confident that in pre-approving the rail line without knowing the actual route that the government is amending the Transportation Act to remove the ability of the government to amend the approval. I want to remind Canadians that half this bill is the government repealing decisions made by the Liberal government. Now they want to tie their hands to prevent any future government from correcting this mistake. There is a big difference between cutting red tape and throwing all the tape out the window. And if any of this sounds out of character from the tape-happy Liberal Party, don't worry. They return to form on the next page of the legislation. Again, with this bill, the entire speed rail line is approved automatically and without an actual route. Then this bill states that the entire rail line is exempt from the dreaded unconstitutional Impact Assessment Act. However, each segment of the rail line is subject to the Impact Assessment Act. We can see where this is going because we've seen it all before. Once they determine the route, they will begin expropriating the land. Then they'll find a turtle or a frog on the land. The activists and proud socialists will demand the Liberals adjust the segment of the line. If it's a Liberal riding, the line will move. If it's a Conservative riding, they'll plow through. In the end, the government will have to take some other people's land, and those who were needlessly expropriated will just have to watch from the sidelines. For a while now, I've wondered how this government was going to hit the ridiculous target of restoring 30% of Canada's developed lands to nature by 2030. One way would be to cut a straight line through the most developed and expensive lands in Canada, claiming it is for high-speed rail, then killing the entire project by blaming some turtles trying to win the Darwin Prize. But, Mr. Speaker, I said earlier, I don't need a crystal ball because I have a history book. We've seen this all before. In 1972, Pierre Trudeau expropriated farmland in Pickering to build an airport. By 1975, the airport plan was on hold. The government kept the land and in January of this year announced there would be no airport, but the lands would go to Parks Canada to be included in the Rouge National Park. This bill makes the Pickering land grab look like a picnic. This budget gives the unnamed rail corporation the power to issue stop work orders on any land it thinks it may need for the rail line. And once it puts your property on the maybe list, it'll have the first right of refusal for any sale. The rail corporation will have the right to issue stop work orders on any activity on your land, and the corporation will have the right to go onto your property at any time to ensure the work has stopped. In a normal expropriation, you receive a notice of intent. Then you have the option to object and a public hearing is held. Now, you'll receive the notice and still be able to object, but there will be no hearing. And the final decision will be made by the minister behind closed doors. Now, some Canadians listening to all this will think it has the makings of a Second Pacific railway scandal. And that would be delicious irony to fall on the party that gleefully tossed Sir John A. Macdonald down the memory hole. But erasing history has its consequences. If one of those consequences is the Liberals sleepwalking into another sponsorship-sized scandal, then I'm sure Sir John A. is smiling down on us. And while I would relish the Liberals paying a steep price for their arrogance, we also know from history what happens. They'll just walk off into the sunset of a corner office in a fancy law firm or a boardroom. It'll be Canadians who are forced to pay the higher taxes to the bondholders. It'll be Canadians who are forced off their lands during a housing crisis. It'll be Canadians who lose the farm their family owned for generations. When Liberals promise you a generational change, hide your wallets and lock your doors. This budget cuts benefits to veterans and students. It lays off frontline workers. All that plus billions in new debt for the biggest corporate welfare spending spree in history. The Mackenzie King government ran up deficits to fight the Nazis. The Harper government ran up deficits to fight the global financial crisis. The Trudeau government ran up deficits to fight a global pandemic. This Brookfield government is running up deficits to reward its wealthy backers. Canadians can't afford this takeover of their democracy. We need an affordable Conservative government now.
Well done.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Speaker, it's really apparently very clear. The Conservative Party and the leader of the Conservative Party truly do not understand what it means to invest in Canada, invest in Canadians. You know, they want to get rid of the Canada Infrastructure Bank. They call it a failure. They're going to get rid of it. They have no concept, Mr. Speaker. Did you know the Infrastructure Bank is responsible for literally tens of thousands of jobs? When you take a look at its projects that it's invested in, almost a 2-to-1 return ratio, we're talking about billions and billions of dollars. Yet the Conservatives stand back and say it doesn't exist. They're not aware of any projects. Do a simple Google search. Look on the internet. Investing in Canada is something in which Infrastructure Bank is done, just like this budget. I'm wondering if the member opposite would recognize that the Infrastructure Bank...
Order. The honourable member for Algonquin Renfrew Pembroke.
Mr. Speaker, this government does not know the difference between an investment and a purchase. It thinks buying a Lada is an investment. So if you take all the money that the Liberals have spent since they became government in 2015, when there was an actual surplus, and added it up, you'd be at our national debt, which is $1.266 trillion, $500 billion. And each household owes $77,256 per household. And any household that doesn't have the taxes to pay that back will be passed on to their children, including the students and children who may be in the galleries today. They'll be paying this debt that we're talking about today.
Questions and comments?
The honourable member for Rimouski Metapedia. Thank you. I'd like to commend my colleague for her speech. I do agree with some things. The fact that the Liberal government currently is changing what an investment and a spending is in the dictionary. The government is camouflaging deficits by calling it something else. So they're trying to con people at the end of the day. They're trying to dupe Canadians. It's creative accounting, but my question is as follows. I don't understand the Conservative discourse. They said, we don't support the budget if the budget is more than $42 billion. But they're not criticising the government's policy on that, because this is a Conservative budget, cutting in the state, reducing the public service. 15,000 people might be fired. Historic military spending. Tax credits for oil and gas. $100 billion until 2040. That's as conservative as it gets. It's so conservative that some of the Conservatives are joining the Liberals. So what does she not like in this budgetary policy beyond deficits?
Algonquin Renfrew Pembroke.
Oh, I can tell you 600 pages of things I don't like in the budget implementation bill. But quite frankly, he was correct about something in the preamble of his question. He talked about the accounting practices, and this is, what the Liberals have done is a perversion of quantitative easing. They're simply taking expenses and putting them in the investment or the asset column. That's cheating, and any other government would be taken to task and thrown out of office.
Question and comments. The honourable member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a question regarding the planned savings that this government is projecting. It says it'll save $48 billion over the next 5 years. Most analysts out there are suggesting this is wishful thinking. Over the past 10 years, this government has tried finding efficiencies and failed miserably. They have caused an affordability crisis never seen before. The question I have is, should Canadian voters believe their rosy projections this time around?
The honourable member for Algonquin Renfrew Pembroke in about 50 seconds.
Mr. Speaker, I don't think Canadians are believing it. I have older people who just can't pay the rent, can't pay the electricity bills now, and they're telling me that if this MAID bill goes through, that they're going to sign up because they're already depressed and they don't want to continue living this way. They would rather die than suffer the way this Liberal government has been making them suffer.
Resuming debate, a reprise de débat. The honourable member for South Shore St. Margaret's, and I'll tell her that she has about 5.5 minutes before we have to stop the question period. The honourable member.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And today I will be sharing my time with the member for Spadina Harbourfront. Mr. Speaker, today I rise to talk about my strong support of Bill C-15, the Budget Implementation Act, and to highlight what this legislation means to hard-working tradespeople who keep Canada moving forward every single day. So the trades, they're not just jobs. They are the backbone of our economy, the foundation of our infrastructure, and the heart of our communities. In a country as large and diverse as Canada, skilled trades workers are essential in every region, from our busiest cities to our most rural coastal towns. It's even more evident in my own riding of South Shore St. Margaret's. It's our tradespeople that keep our fisheries running. They maintain our homes and our public buildings, and they build the wharves, the roads, and the bridges that connect us. And they support the marine, forestry, and housing sectors that anchor our rural economies. From the traditional boat builders in Lunenburg, Nova Scotia, to the electricians and carpenters in Bridgewater, to the welders and machinists in Liverpool, these workers are essential to our way of life, to everyone's way of life. They are the people that residents call when a storm damages a roof, when a community hall needs repairs, when a family business needs an addition, or when a vessel must be brought back to life after decades at sea. As a member of the Standing Committee of Human Resources, Skills, Social Development, and the Status of Person with Disabilities, I hear directly from workers, unions, business owners, and educators. We hear regularly about these challenges that the tradespeople face: the cost of living, affordable housing, the cost of modernizing equipment, and the importance of practical, hands-on training opportunities to keep pace with new technologies. Mr. Speaker, Bill C-15 as a whole responds to those concerns, not with slogans, but with real, tangible, practical measures that will make a meaningful difference for workers and small businesses from coast to coast to coast. Today, I want to highlight 5 of the most significant measures that this budget and how it supports trades workers and strengthens industries that they power. The first one within the budget is the productivity super deduction. So this measure allows businesses to immediately write off 100% of eligible capital investments. This means that small and medium-sized businesses, especially the shops that form the backbone of our communities, can upgrade their equipment right away without waiting years for depreciation to keep up. That's right. Our second one that we have that's going on is the Clean Electricity Investment Tax Credit. And this tax credit, this 15% refundable tax credit, will help businesses invest in renewable energy and energy-efficient upgrades. In communities like mine, where our economy is closely tied to the ocean, clean energy investments are not just good for the environment, but they reduce those operating costs and create new opportunities for trades. Imagine vessel sheds and processing plants with solar panels. Imagine a small business with a battery shortage system that can protect against outages during storms. Imagine community buildings, marinas, workshops, and boatyards completing energy-efficient retrofits that cut costs while putting local electricians, installers, and energy professionals at work. The third thing I'd like to talk about and why I'm supporting this budget is investments in infrastructure and climate resilience. So the budget 2025 accelerates permitting of major infrastructure projects, something rural and coastal communities are desperately in need of. Faster permitting means less time waiting for more building. Who doesn't like that? Oh wait, maybe across the aisle. More work for concrete crews, heavy equipment operators, carpenters, and marine construction teams. Who doesn't like that, Mr. Speaker? This past summer, the town of Mahone Bay became a national model in my riding when it received a federal support to build a living shoreline that protects homes, businesses, and public spaces from a storm surge and erosion. It shows that it's possible when different levels of government come to work together and when trades workers are empowered to bring climate resilient design to life.
You're getting good. The honourable member will have 5 minutes. Order, please. The honourable member will have 5 minutes after question period. In the meantime, I have the honour to inform the House that a communication has been received as follows. Dated November 20th, 2025. Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to inform you that Mr. Ken MacKillop, Deputy of the Governor-General of Canada, signified royal assent by written declaration to the bills listed in the schedule to this letter on the 20th day of November 2025 at 10:29 a.m. Yours sincerely, Ryan Adam, Executive Director, Office of the Secretary to the Governor-General. The bill is sent to Thursday, November 20th, 2025. An act to amend the Citizenship Act, Bill C3, an act to authorize Gore Mutual Insurance Company to apply to be continued as a body corporate under the laws of the Province of Quebec, Bill S. 1001. J'ai l'honneur d'informer la Chambre qu'une
I have the honour of announcing to the House the following communication. November 20th, 2025. Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to inform you that Mr. Ken McKillop, Deputy of the Governor-General of Canada, signified royal assent by written declaration to the bills listed in the schedule to this letter on the 20th day of November 2025 at 10:29 a.m. Yours sincerely, Ryan McAdam, Executive Director, Office of the Secretary to the Governor-General. Bills assented to on Thursday, November 20th, 2025, an act to amend the Citizenship Act 2025, Bill C3, an act to authorize Gore Mutual Insurance Company to apply to be continued as a body corporate under the laws of the province of Quebec. Bill S. 1001.
Alors là-dessus, on peut poursuivre avec les déclarations des députés.
We can go ahead and do statements by members. The honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians sent us here to tackle the pressing issues they're facing and improve their lives. They want us to strengthen Canada and create a brighter future for our children. New Democrats are inspired by Jack Layton, who urged us to make Parliament work and deliver results for people. That's because we believe Canadians deserve a future where everyone can thrive, not just the privileged few. So we're ready to roll up our sleeves and work to make that vision a reality. It's clear that millions of Canadians are struggling right now. But instead of offering solutions, the Liberals are demanding sacrifices from workers while handing out billions to the wealthiest individuals and most profitable corporations. They're slashing services and cutting thousands of family-sustaining jobs amid a jobs crisis. New Democrats are ready to offer a different approach with positive, constructive policies to build a stronger country and a fairer society.
Honourable Member for South Shore St. Margaret's.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize an incredible bravery act of a young woman constituent, Miss Elena Shea of Lunenburg County. On August 22nd, a Hurricane Erin passed by Nova Scotia. Elena and her mother were visiting Hurdles Beach to watch the waves. What began as a calm afternoon quickly turned into sudden surges, sweeping a woman off her feet and pulling her into deep, powerful waters. And without hesitation, she leapt from her chair, ran into the wave, and lifted that woman to her feet, guiding her safety back to shore against the force of the current. Thanks to this quick-thinking courage and selflessness, a life was saved that day. Amazing. Elena's mother, Jane Vino Taker, later reached out to the office in request of a certificate of life. Elena Shea is an inspiring example of courage and compassion in our community, and we are proud to recognize her bravery here today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Bow River.
Mr. Speaker, as we enter the Christmas season and celebrate the birth of Christ, Canadians are reminded that this is a time not only of celebration and hope, but of compassion and grace. Across our communities, local food banks and charities are working tirelessly to ensure that no family goes hungry and every child feels the joy of Christmas. Their work reflects the best of who we are: generous, caring, and grounded in faith and service. Across my riding in Bow River, charities are ensuring that families and children have the support they need this season. The Whelan County Food Bank Holiday Food Drive is helping local families, while St. Joseph's Parish in Vauxhall is once again setting up its angel tree to collect gifts for the Vauxhall and area food bank. Matthew reminds us, whatever you did for one, for the least of these brothers and sisters of mine, you did for me. Let us support these efforts. Let us also ensure that government policy respects and empowers faith-based charities and parishes whose missions lift up the most vulnerable in our communities.
Hear, hear, hear. The Honourable Member for Humber River Black Creek.
Thank you very much,
Mr. Speaker. I recently met with Riverside Natural Foods, a proud constituent company headquartered in my riding and a leader in Canada's organic food supply chain. Known for its Made Good brand, Riverside exemplifies the innovation and collaboration that connects farmers, processors, and consumers, and the power of organics to link people to the food we eat and the planet that we share. Riverside is growing by 30 to 40% annually and uses 95% organic ingredients, ideally Canadian grown. A new national report confirms that organic production boosts farm profitability, lowers greenhouse gas emissions, and sustains soil health and biodiversity. Yet the United States spends 8 times more per acre on organics than Canada. I encourage all members to support the Canadian Organic Alliance and their Organic Action Report, a national policy framework to modernize regulations and grow markets. Thank you, Mr.
The honourable member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
Mr. Speaker, on the fourth Saturday of every November, Canadians join Ukrainians around the world to remember the Soviet-forced famine and genocide of 1932-33 called the Holodomor. Joseph Stalin's communist regime deliberately killed millions of people in Ukraine for being Ukrainian. Stalin wanted to exterminate their language, culture, religion, and identity. After eliminating the clergy, political leaders, academics, and farmers, he then weaponized food. To grasp the scale of this genocide in Ukraine, imagine stripping bare every grocery store, home, farm, fridge, and cupboard across Western Canada today, and then watching every man, woman, and child slowly starve to death. That is the horror millions of Ukrainians endured. Stalin and his Soviet thugs failed to Russify Ukraine then. Vladimir Putin and his Russian barbarians will fail in his Russification of Ukraine today. This week, as we remember the victims of the Holodomor, we stand with those fighting for Ukraine's very survival. May their memories be eternal. Vichnaya Pamyat.
L'honorable député d'Alfred Pellan.
The Honourable Member for Alfred Pellan. Mr. Speaker, I rise to recognize the 80th anniversary of Courrier Laval, a pillar of local media and an essential part of Laval community life. For 8 decades, this newspaper has embodied rigor, local journalism, and commitment to the community that it informs. From the first pages written by founder José Limoges to the most recent edition led by Martin Olivier and Patrick Marsan, Courrier Laval has changed with the times while remaining faithful to its mission, which is to reflect the reality of Laval, cast light on its successes, challenges, and the people that shape its identity. Today, information circulates with a great deal of speed and urgency, so local media like Courrier Laval are essential to preserve our culture, our democracy, and to bring people together. I'd like to congratulate the entire team for these 80 years of service, loyalty, and passion. Thank you.
The honourable member for Okanagan Lake West, South Kelowna.
Keith Tom lived his life with purpose and left us a lasting legacy in Peachland and all of us that knew him. Known to many as Papa Tom, he could light up a room, whether through music or his smile. As a dedicated municipal councillor and deputy mayor, Keith embodied kindness and service, and he raised thousands for food banks during the pandemic and honored our veterans, including his father, on his last visit to Holland. That pride showed in small gestures. At our last breakfast, he shared stories of retracing his father's steps in the liberation of the Netherlands, and he gave me this tie, the official tartan of British Columbia, and I wear it today in his honor. These small acts of kindness were part and parcel to Keith. My condolences go to his wife, Mary Lynn, his children, Fiona, Andrew, Rachel, as well as Charles, Alexander, and Matthew, and their families. I join with Peachland Mayor and Council in grieving. The district has suggested donations to the Peachland Food Bank, a cause Keith has championed. Keith believed in giving back and lifting others up. Let's honor his legacy by doing the same. Rest in peace, Papa Tom.
The honourable member for South Surrey White Rock.
Mr. Speaker, on November 21, we mark World Fisheries Day and recognize the vital role that sustainable fisheries and healthy oceans play in our local economies and to our shared future. Coastal communities across our country rely on the ocean for their livelihoods. For generations, it has defined our culture and our identity. Canada is known around the globe for our world-class seafood and our healthy oceans. Budget 2025 strengthens Canada's capacity to safeguard our coastlines and grow our fisheries through supporting small craft harbors and strong measures to grow our economy and expand our markets. These investments will build a more resilient industry, healthier oceans, and stronger fishing communities. On this World Fisheries Day, let's recognize how important they are to all Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Cambridge.
Mr. Speaker, crime is escalating and families and workers in my community are paying the price. In Cambridge, families sleeping in their beds and workers in retail and service jobs are now facing violent criminals. Just this week, a smash and grab at Canadian Tire, an armed jewelry store robbery at the Cambridge Centre, and gunshots fired at a family home. Imagine being a retail worker wondering if today is the day mass criminals storm in with weapons. Innocent employees looking to earn a paycheck and feed their families. And now, nowhere feels safe, not at home and not at work. My community is done waiting. They are speaking up loudly. They're flooding my email. They expect the government to protect them, not be easy on criminals that terrorize their streets. But what do they get from this Liberal government? Half measures and a weak justice system where criminals roam free. Mr. Speaker, Cambridge has a message for this government. Enough with the soft-on-crime approaches that put criminals ahead of Canadians. They're asking the government to stop the revolving door of crime and bring back consequences to protect our community.
Hear, hear.
L'honorable député de Berthier-Masquinongé.
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Mr. Speaker, the Mauricie region recently lost a pillar, Jean-Paul Diamond. For many years, he worked hard to serve his community and region. He was involved in the Association for Persons with Disabilities, the Speckled Trout Festival, and the Festival des Neiges. And Mr. Diamond also played an important role in the world of politics. He was first a municipal councillor and then mayor in Saint-Alexis-des-Monts. He then became a reeve in Masquinongé for around a dozen years, after which he represented the region in the National Assembly of Quebec. Beyond politics, we recognize the sincere commitment and loyalty of Mr. Diamond, who always worked hard to develop his region and to improve the lives of his fellow citizens. I would like to send my most sincere condolences to his loved ones. The entire community is losing a leader in Mr. Diamond. Thank you, Mr. Diamond. We will remember.
L'honorable député de...
The Honourable Member for Terrebonne. Mr. Speaker, on November 18, 1803, at the Battle of Vertières, an entire people stood up to overthrow the colonial order and affirm equality between black and white people and between all men and women. That day, Haiti wrote an essential page in the universal history of freedom. And now, the Grenadiers, the national Haitian soccer team, have qualified for the 2026 World Cup, which will be held here in Canada. The hardworking, proud, and resilient Haitian people are offering us a new victory, a new reason to celebrate. This will enable us to enjoy glorious moments not only for sports, but also for memory, hope, and the entire Haitian diaspora. I'd like to sincerely congratulate Monique André from the Haitian Soccer Federation, as well as the entire team, both coaches and players, for this remarkable gift to the Haitian people. Mr. Speaker, tout pour you.
The Honourable Member for Oshawa.
Mr. Speaker, this Liberal government is the most expensive in Canadian history. Food prices are rising 40% faster here than in the United States, crushing workers, families, seniors, and young people. Today, Simcoe Hall Settlement House in Oshawa shared heartbreaking news. Families who have never needed help before are now walking into the food bank. Even longtime donors can't give anymore because they're now struggling just to get by. One mother said her kids sometimes miss school because she can't afford to pack a lunch. Yet instead of giving parents real relief so they can afford to feed their own families, the Liberals point to a national food program that does nothing to fix the affordability crisis at its root. Even while families struggle, Liberals hiked the industrial carbon tax, making food, farming, and groceries even more expensive. How many more families will be forced to line up at food banks before the government finally admits to the dire reality?
The honourable member for Burlington.
Canada should be the best place in the world to be a child and to raise a child. On National Child Day, I reflect on the many steps we have taken to make this a reality. Introducing in the last decade the Canada Child Benefit that has lifted 500,000 kids out of poverty. Creating a national child care program that is setting our kids up for success and enabling parents to stay in the workforce. And the creation of a national school food program that is feeding 400,000 kids in Canada. And while these are good and necessary steps, there is still so much more we can and must do to provide the best start in life for our Canadian children. One such area we need to tackle is the increasing harms our children are facing online, including cyberbullying, exploitation, grooming, and AI-generated abuse. Children's organizations, parents, and kids themselves are sounding the alarm. Today, let's commit to tackling these new and emerging issues because all of our nation's kids deserve to live in safety and with...
The honourable member for Middlesex, London.
Liberal governments, Canadians cannot afford another Prime Minister who cashes in while they line up at the food banks. As Brookfield chair, the Prime Minister helped funnel $6.5 billion through Bermuda and Cayman tax havens, dodging Canadian taxes for his personal benefit. That is not public service. It is self-service. Every dollar hidden offshore is a dollar not building homes, funding healthcare, or supporting veterans and seniors who did everything right and are now falling behind. Canadians see the pattern. He doubled Trudeau's deficits, cooked up the second most expensive budget in history, fudged the numbers to hide how bad it was, and now we learn that he helped the biggest tax dodger in Canada shelter billions. While the Prime Minister and his Bay Street buddies hide the money at the Bermuda bike shop, he tells young Canadians to tighten their belts. This is unacceptable. Conservatives demand an end to this insider game. We will close the loopholes and put Canadians first by cutting taxes for real growth and hope.
The honourable member for Cardigan.
Mr. Speaker, in eastern Prince Edward Island, fishing isn't just an industry, it's a way of life on PEI and it's part of our identity. More than 1,200 licensed harvesters contribute over $300 million annually to the island economy, with lobster alone accounting for nearly 70% of our landed value. Over the past several months, I've had the opportunity to meet with fishers and the industry stakeholders in the region. These conversations focus on what matters most to our fishing communities: fair prices, deterrence of illegal fishing activity, sustainable stock management, safe working conditions, and ensuring the next generation can continue this proud tradition in Atlantic Canada. As we lead up to World Fisheries Day on November 21st, let us reaffirm our gratitude to the harvesters, the plant workers, the buyers, families, and coastal communities whose dedication sustains one of Canada's most vital industries. Their knowledge, their experience, and commitment to sustainable harvesting ensures that our coastal communities remain strong for generations to come.
The honourable member for Oxford.
This Prime Minister spends more time in the air than he does here in Canada, jet-setting with global elites. In just 8 months, he has taken 28 trips, racking up over 153,000 kilometers, enough to nearly circle the globe 4 times. Wow. But what does he have to show for this, for these aeroplan miles? Absolutely nothing. No trade deals and no results. And every time he wheels up, it's Canadians who get higher costs and higher tariffs. When he met the Americans, U.S. tariffs doubled. India slapped tariffs on our peas, and China is hammering our farmers on canola. And auto workers, they're losing their jobs, Mr. Speaker. And now the Prime Minister is on another trip. He's out in Dubai just a few days after Brookfield invested billions of dollars there, Mr. Speaker. Wow. What a coincidence, isn't it, Mr. Speaker? He's always there for his Brookfield friends, but he's never there for hardworking Canadians. He has plenty of takeoffs, but no takeaways for Canadians because he has a net zero record when it comes.
The honourable member for London Centre.
Today, November 20th, is Pancreatic Cancer Awareness Day. Every year, 7,000 Canadians are diagnosed with pancreatic cancer, and more than 6,000 succumb to this terrible disease. One was my aunt, Mr. Speaker, my late aunt, Eleni de la Porta, who passed away this past January at the young age of 58. She leaves behind two extraordinary sons, Nico and Panayi, her beloved husband, Arthio Petro, her soon-to-be daughters-in-law, Bernice and Coralia, Mr. Speaker. All of this brings to mind, Mr. Speaker, of course, the continued importance of research and awareness and making sure that early detection becomes possible. When we focus on those things, it does become possible, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much to the House.
Oral questions. Questions orales. The honourable member for Regina Capel.
The Prime Minister's deal with Canadians was elect him and he would get us a win on tariffs. Since then, he's taken over 20 trips, which might be worth it if he actually came home with better deals, but he's not. After meeting with the U.S., tariffs are even higher than before. After meeting with China, we now have new tariffs on grain and seafood. India put new tariffs on peas after their meeting. He claimed to have some kind of special ability that would result in new trade deals, but it turns out he's not that special. He's just another Liberal. Will the Prime Minister admit that he's trailing on fade, or is making things worse part of some genius strategy?
The Honourable Minister of International Trade.
Mr. Speaker, today our government took another step forward in our commitment to double non-U.S. trade over the next decade and diversify our economy. While in the UAE, the Prime Minister signed a foreign investment promotion and protection agreement to create a more predictable environment for two-way investments. And we launched negotiations for Canada-UAE Comprehensive Economic Partnership Trade Deal. This agreement would cut tariffs, remove trade barriers, and expand market access for Canadian exporters. With a signed FIPA and launch of CEPA, we are opening doors, creating new markets, and creating opportunities for Canadian workers and businesses, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Regina Capel.
That's such a typical Liberal, eh? Things are always just about to start getting better. Meanwhile, actual tariffs keep going up. Now, one way to increase trade with other countries would be with a pipeline to British Columbia's west coast. But the Liberals killed Northern Gateway in 2016, resulting in billions in lost opportunities for Canadian workers and businesses. Now there's talk of reviving that pipeline, but of course, if the shipping ban stays in place, no one will be able to actually export what comes through the pipe. The Liberals made it illegal to ship Canadian energy off Canada's west coast. Does that law also ban U.S. tankers from traveling through the same area?
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, Canada has a tremendous opportunity to be a leading energy superpower. This government was elected to deliver nation-building projects, strengthen our economy, reinforce Canadian autonomy, advance Indigenous prosperity while contributing to clean growth. We are working with all the provinces, including Alberta, to achieve these shared objectives. The federal government has been engaged in constructive talks with the government of Alberta, and we will have more to say in a few weeks.
The Honourable Member for Regina Capel.
Again, after 10 years, we're just on the cusp of things all coming together, Mr. Speaker. But I can answer the question that the Minister didn't answer himself. The answer is no. While the Liberals have made it illegal for Canadian companies to load Canadian ships with Canadian oil, U.S. tankers can continue to travel off BC's coast and take their oil to countries around the world. As we speak, the U.S. crude oil tanker California is traveling from Tacoma to Alaska along that west coast. Why are the Liberals keeping in a law that prevents Canada from exporting our oil while U.S. tankers travel through the exact same place?
I know the honourable member across the aisle is not happy, but the Premier of Alberta has said she's quite supportive of what we're doing and is looking forward to finishing the conversations with the Prime Minister.
The Honourable Member for Charlesbourg, Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, since the Prime Minister took office, he has made over 20 international trips under the guise of wanting to make Canada wealthier, but he has accomplished the complete opposite. During his 4 trips around the world, Donald Trump's tariffs have doubled, tariffs on aluminum are at 50%, tariffs on lumber have tripled, and thousands of Canadians have lost their jobs. Every time he travels, we're slapped with new tariffs. Can the Prime Minister put his passport away so he can stay in Canada and take care of Canada? The Honourable Minister of Canada-U.S. Trade. Mr. Speaker, Our colleague knows full well that our government was elected to take care of trade with other countries around the world. We have a very ambitious plan. That's the plan Canadians voted for during the election. My colleague may be a bit confused. Often, a government leader travels, for instance, the trip to the United Arab Emirates, where, good news, we signed a very big, important deal with that important investor, and we will continue to work for the Canadian economy. The Honourable Member for Charlebourg, Haute-Saint-Charles. Well, you were elected under false pretenses. You said that you would fix things with Donald Trump, and they've totally failed, Mr. Speaker. Meanwhile, there are issues with the Canada Revenue Agency. The cost of bureaucracy in Canada has risen by over 80% since the Liberals came to power, and now there are hundreds of thousands of Canadians who can't access their files online. Nearly 1 million Canadians can't access their files online. Callers to the CRA are receiving false information. The minister said that he would fix that. Can he update us on his progress? The Honourable Minister for Government Transformation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm happy to inform my colleague that, as was announced by the Finance Minister in the fall, we have a 100-day plan to ensure that Canadians receive reliable, accurate, quick service from the Canada Revenue Agency. We doubled call centre capacity at the CRA. 10% of Canadians Canadian callers get an answer within 10 minutes, and no one has to call the CRA to access their file anymore. Everyone has access to their file, so the Minister of Finance's plan is working well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Charlebourg, Haute-Saint-Charles. Sure, well, let's talk about that then. Former Minister Diane Leboutillier in 2015 made cuts, and they just cut at the CRA. But it gets worse, Mr. Speaker. Canadians every day visit us in our riding offices to tell us about the problems they're having with the CRA. Sometimes they cry. They say, we can't access CRA services. I'm trying to handle things with my taxes. I had to try 4 times before we was able to fix things. So can the government acknowledge that this is an emergency situation? It's very serious. And can they fix the mess at the CRA? The Honourable Minister, that's exactly what we're doing, Mr. Speaker. We acknowledge that Canadians have the right to quick, accurate, reliable CRA services, but now the portal is working. Also, as for calls, 10% of callers have access to support agent within 15 minutes, and we fix the problem of people not accessing their files. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister had 2 choices this week. First choice, go to Brazil to COP30 and show that he's not completely giving up on the fight against climate change. Choice number 2, go to the Middle East and make deals with petro-monarchies. What did he choose? The petro-monarchies. Just like he chose oil companies in the budget by offering them billions in tax credits and exempting them from a cap on their greenhouse gas emissions. And to think that before the Prime Minister got into politics, he promoted green finance. Does the Prime Minister realize that by betraying his values, he's also betraying the former director of Équiterre, who sits to his right? The Honourable Government House Leader. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister did indeed have a choice regarding what to do this week. What did he choose? He chose to be here in the House 2 times to vote for our historic budget. It's historic for Quebecers. It's historic for Canadians. This Prime Minister will always act in the best interests of Canada. He will always act to get good opportunities for Canada. He will always work to build and to improve opportunities for Canada, and especially for Quebecers, Mr. Speaker. The Bloc Québécois should do the exact same. The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, while the Prime Minister boycotted the Conference of Parties to meet with sultans in Abu Dhabi, Canada received a volley of criticism. Nearly 2,000 organizations from around the world awarded Canada the Fossil of the Day Award for backtracking in the fight against climate change. Canada is a world champion of pollution. Interestingly enough, the last time Canada received the Fossil Award was in 2014. We remember that at that time, the Canadian Prime Minister was also boycotting the COP. It was Stephen Harper at the time. Is this a coincidence? Or is this because the Liberals are setting us back 10 years? The Honourable Government House Leader. Mr. Speaker, the United Arab Emirates are among the top investors in renewable energy, among the top investors in the world. The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister is true to his kind in snubbing the Conference of Parties to meet with petro-monarchies. Because what is Canada? It is a petro-monarchy. That's Canada's identity. Canada received a fossil award at the COP. Just like other petro-monarchies, Canada ranked 61st out of 67 countries in the Climate Performance Index alongside petro-monarchies. And today the Liberals again want to backtrack and work with Alberta to build a new dirty oil pipeline. That's Canadian identity, Mr. Speaker. But the Minister of Canadian Identity, meanwhile, he didn't used to support that. So how can he support it today? The Honourable Minister of Environment and Climate Change. Mr. Speaker, I was there at the Conference of Parties. I met with environmental organizations from around the world. They told us that Canada has an important role and is playing an important role in fighting climate change and bringing countries together. Not only that, but we are building Canada strong. We are working with other countries who want our clean green energy. We have clean energy to sell, and we are ready to make those deals.
Calgary, Midnapore.
In 2006, the Harper government saw the need for an independent parliamentary fiscal watchdog, and boy, were they right. In his budget brief last week, the PBO reminded the Prime Minister of the Liberals' own words just last November, that reducing the federal debt to GDP ratio over the medium term is key not only for fiscal sustainability, but also to preserve Canada's AAA credit rating. Well, less than a year later, and the alarm bells are ringing. How many more times does this Prime Minister need to be reminded to rein in his spending of taxpayers' dollars?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, earlier today in this chamber, the member for Calgary Midnapore said the Prime Minister's loyalty was not to Canada or to Canadians. That is a direct shame. I would invite her to retract that statement at this very time.
Apologize. The Honourable Member for Calgary Midnapore.
The Prime Minister's costly credit card budget loads reckless spending today on tomorrow's taxpayers, something an economist should know. After
The Honourable Member for Calgary Midnapore may continue, please. Continue.
This Prime Minister's loyalties are to Brookfield. The Prime Minister's costly credit card budget loads reckless spending today onto tomorrow's taxpayers, something an economist should know. After 10 years of these Liberals, Canadians are being forced to put nearly 50% more of their personal expenses on credit cards, a result of Liberal financial failures. Fitch Ratings has warned that because the Liberals are ignoring their own fiscal...
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I don't think debate in this chamber is served by challenging a Prime Minister who has stood up for public service in Canada, challenging his patriotism or his service to his country. I know that member doesn't believe those things. I would invite her to restrain her comments with respect to the Prime Minister's feelings about the country and about the people that he serves, and I would once again invite her to retract those comments.
The Honourable Member for Regina Luban.
After 10 years of reckless spending by these Liberals, Canadians have forced to put 50% more of their expenses on credit cards since 2015. It's so bad that the budget watchdog has condemned the Liberal spending, saying, and I quote, "It's unsustainable and shocking." When will the Prime Minister finally put an end to his out-of-control spending spree so Canadians can put food on their table?
The Honourable Secretary of State for Financial Institutions.
Mr. Speaker, on one side of the House, we have continued tired, old rhetoric. the same questions that question a Prime Minister with world-class business and economic experience versus a leader from the Conservatives that has been in this House for 20 years, hasn't had a job outside of this House. On this side of the House, we're focused on building a strong economy. We're focused on making historic investments in infrastructure, defense, housing, transport. Mr. Speaker, on this side, we're serious about the economy. They continue with the same old, tired rhetoric.
The honourable member for Regina Luban.
That minister should be tired of having a reckless record when it comes to CRA and fix the CRA before he fixes anything else. That's right. The agency that gives the government its credit score says that since the Liberal government frequently ignores their fiscal anchors, the federal finances run into a further risk of deteriorating. A simple question to the Prime Minister is, when will he take his job seriously and get Canada's finances back on track so that Canadians can afford a life?
The Honourable Secretary of State.
Mr. Speaker, on April 28th, Canadians had a choice to make between two visions for the country. One was a vision of slogans and divisiveness. On this side, our Prime Minister, with world-class business and economic experience, had a plan to build our country, to invest in our country, to build our country by Canadians for Canadians. Mr. Speaker, on this side of the House, we are serious about building a stronger Canada, a Canada for everyone. That side is not. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Dufferin-Caledon.
Well, a Prime Minister who describes himself as a European is giving $500 million to the European Space Agency to create good jobs in Europe. And it gets worse because the Harwell Science and Innovation Campus, where the European Space Agency will be is located in the UK, is 50% owned by Brookfield. Rather than focusing on lining the pockets of Brookfield and not ripping off Canadian workers, why don't they invest in Canada?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Industry.
Mr. Speaker, it's unfortunate that the other side doesn't recognize the key role that space investments play in our country and our national innovation, especially in a critical year for Space for Canada, where we're spending not one but two astronauts into space. This is an incredibly exciting time for Canada and Canadians to be inspired by the potential of space and space in our economy, and I hope the other side reconsiders their opposition to this.
For Dufferin-Caledon.
It's an incredibly exciting time if you're a shareholder in Brookfield right now, let me tell you, with all the slimy contracts that these guys are giving to companies affiliated with Brookfield. Meanwhile, we have 2.2 million Canadians lining up at food banks. Meanwhile, we have a 6.9% unemployment rate. And what do they decide to do? Invest $500 million to give jobs to Europe. How is the priority of this government to give jobs to Europeans when there's a 6.9% unemployment in Canada and 2.2 million people using a food bank? Justify that.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, when it comes to the most innovative things that we can do as a country, we often do them together and with other countries. So, for instance, a former member of this House, a former minister in this former government, the Honourable late Mark Garneau, he went on an American spacecraft, and there was a key piece of Canadian technology that was deployed as part of that, the Canadarm, a piece of technology on which we should all be proud on both sides of this House. So as we continue to cooperate with our European partners on this, let's see the bigger picture and see how the benefits can come to Canada with this investment.
The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent, Akiawinrak. Mr. Speaker, for the past 10 years, since the Liberals took office, bureaucracy has ballooned by 80%, yet quality of public services has not improved in tandem. In fact, 950,000 calls were made to the Canada Revenue Agency last year because Canadians could not access online CRA services or their own files. That's the result of 10 years of Liberal management and government. It's the same in my county and in my riding, and I'm sure it's the same in all of the members' riding offices. There are dozens of calls each week to our riding offices from constituents who are struggling in dealing with the CRA. That's the situation after 10 years. Why aren't they fixing it? The Honourable Minister of Government Transformation. Mr. Speaker, it's true that the situation at the CRA was unacceptable, so our government took swift action to deliver quick, effective, reliable service to Canadians. And now our plan is working. It's true, we have doubled call center capacity. Now 10% of callers receive a reply within 15 minutes, and all Canadians have access to their MyCRA account online without having to call the CRA. So our plan is working, and there's the proof. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Drummond. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Heritage doesn't care at all about private media. There were 800 layoffs at Québecor. The minister stands idly by. Cogeco and Bell Media call for help. The minister won't lift a finger. He's as indifferent to the media crisis as the Prime Minister is to the climate crisis, Mr. Speaker. Does the minister realize that his indifference and stubborn refusal to support private broadcasters worsens the media crisis? The Honourable Minister of Identity and Canadian Culture. Mr. Speaker, I have the utmost respect for my Bloc Québécois colleague, but the Bloc is acting like a firefighter who sets fires and then puts it out themselves. They say, oh, there's a fire, but then they are throwing oil on the fire. How so? Well, they voted against our budget, which would give $38 billion to local media, $150 million to Radio-Canada CBC. That would help media across the country. That would help with local culture and content production in Quebec and throughout the country. What did they do, Mr. Speaker? They voted it down. The Honourable Member for Drummond. Well, this is a former environmentalist speaking. Very interesting. Now, the government just scrapped the digital services tax. It could have funded a fund to support diversity of information and Quebec culture. The government isn't doing a thing for private broadcasters, and when the government is asked about it, they reply, oh, well, we're funding the public sector, as if the broadcasting system were only public, and too bad for the private sector. This prompted columnist Yasmin Abdel-Fadel to say that the minister spat on TVA artists who lost their jobs. What will it take for the minister to jump to action and help private broadcasters? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, in the budget tabled by my colleague, the Minister of Finance, there are tax credits for local journalism. The Bloc voted against it. There are initiatives for local journalism. The Bloc Québécois voted against that, Mr. Speaker. In the budget, there's $150 million for our public broadcaster. The Bloc Québécois voted nay. That's the biggest content producer of culture in Quebec. The Bloc Québécois voted against that. How do they have the gall, the nerve to rise in this place and tell us that we're not supporting journalism, that we're not supporting Quebec culture? That is outrageous, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable-Lotbinière. It's no secret we are dealing with the most costly government in Canadian history. Each and every dollar that this Prime Minister spends without any restraint, Mr. Speaker, means that there's no more money in Canadians' pockets. Canadians are dealing with food insecurity. What does that mean, Mr. Speaker? It means that Canadians cannot afford groceries. In this budget, the Prime Minister chose to increase the price of fuel with hidden taxes. Why does the Prime Minister want to make food even more expensive for Canadians who are already struggling to pay for it? The Honourable Minister of Government Transformation. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's always so fascinating to hear the Conservatives in question period day after day repeating the same talking points, the Conservative leaders' talking points. They're talking about imaginary taxes. Yet when it comes to voting for a tax break of $22 billion for 22 billion Canadians or a school food program for vulnerable Canadians, when it comes to investing in defence, when it comes to investing in productivity, infrastructure like the Port of Quebec, the Port of Saguenay, investing in defence, investing in industry like the Davie shipyard in Quebec, they are absent. They don't vote for any of that. It's really shameful, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable-Lotbinière. Well, you heard it, Mr. Speaker. He just listed off the endless, limitless spending that the government has put in its budget. That's what Liberals are. Meanwhile, more and more Canadians have to use their credit cards to feed themselves. They have to eat on credit. They have to empty their bank accounts to have to eat. And for 80% of Canadians, the cost of food is the most costly item for their budget. The Prime Minister, meanwhile, just keeps spending and spending, hiking the price of food. Why are the Liberals determined to make Canadians poorer when 25% of Canadians are already too poor to feed themselves? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, it is unbelievable to hear the opposition talk about limitless spending. And in the same breath, they talk about the school food program that would have decreased child hunger by 40% in Canada. There are plenty of people who would have benefited from that in his riding. Another example, the Canada Dental Care Program, it would have helped thousands of people in his riding. It's shameful. It's outrageous. I invite him to change his mind. I know, though, that deep within himself, he's probably happy that his leader was hiding behind the budget, and he was hoping that the budget would pass because it's a great budget and he knows it. The Honourable Member for Montmorency Charlevoix. Mr. Speaker, the Liberals just managed to make their budget squeak by this week. It is the highest deficit budget in Canadian history. They are recklessly spending future generations of Canadians' money. In fact, the main budget pressure for 80% of Canadians is food, and 25% of Canadian households are struggling to purchase food. They are experiencing food insecurity, Mr. Speaker. And to make things worse, the Parliamentary Budget Officer has stated that hidden Liberal taxes will increase prices at the pump by 17 cents a litre. Canadian families are struggling. Why did the Liberals just keep adding more hidden taxes which drive up the cost of food? The Honourable Secretary of State for Nature. Mr. Speaker, it's true that things are not always easy for Canadians. What's important, though, is we need to give Canadians back their purchasing power. In order to do so, we are supporting Canadians in a host of ways. We are supporting families. We are supporting through the Canada Dental Care Program, Pharmacare, the school food program. These are all examples of how we are giving Canadians back their purchasing power. Not to mention all the other huge investments so that Canadians will have good, well-paying jobs. That's what it means to build Canada better and stronger and react to today's crisis.
Speaker, this Liberal government is the most expensive in Canadian history. Every dollar the Prime Minister spends comes out of the pockets of Canadians and drives up the cost of everything, especially food. The St. Thomas Elgin Food Bank is seeing record demand. 4 out of 5 Canadians say food is their top expense pressure, and the Liberals are standing by their industrial carbon tax, which makes it more expensive to grow, ship, and sell food. Not only are they not scrapping it, they're increasing it. Why is the Prime Minister making life more expensive for Canadians when they can't even get by as it is?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Mr. Speaker, that's a bit rich coming from Poilievre's biographer, but let's talk.
We're not supposed to do that. We're not supposed to do that. The Honourable Member knows. The Honourable Member's an experienced politician who's been on the Hill for a long time. She may continue, however.
Mr. Speaker, let's talk about 2 of the main areas of costs for families. Let's talk about taxes and let's talk about housing. This budget cuts taxes for 22 million Canadians, bringing the basic tax rate down from 15 to 14%. This is a major tax cut. It's about $5 billion a year in tax relief for Canadians. 85% goes to the lowest income tax brackets alone. And then on housing, Mr. Speaker, we're making the biggest investment in housing in Canadian history. We are building up the supply of homes, bringing...
The Honourable Member for Elgin, St. Thomas, London South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the plug for my book. If the member read books instead of talking points, the country would be in a better place. Food prices have risen almost 40% faster in Canada than the United States. Beef up 17%, chicken 6.2%, and now the Liberals are adding a fuel tax that will make gas 17 cents a litre more expensive. Driving in my riding in rural Canada is not a luxury, it is a necessity. A tax on gas is a tax on life. When will the Liberals get real and make life more affordable?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I think it depends on the types of books that a member might want to read. But let's talk about it. Let's talk about books. Mr. Speaker, this week in this House, the Canadian Association, the Canadian Alliance of Student Associations has been on the Hill representing students from across the land. Here is what Abdul Abbasi, the chair of CASA and a student from the University of Alberta, had to say about this budget. Students are pleased to see that the government has met CAS's call for tens of thousands of student jobs in growing economic sectors. This budget is for them. So if the member opposite wants to talk about how education builds...
The honourable member for Brampton Centre.
Mr. Speaker, all Canadians deserve to feel safe within their communities. We have critical legislation before this House that is getting stalled by conservative political antics. Will the Minister of Public Safety tell Canadians what our government is doing to combat extortion, strengthen enforcement, and protect Canadians across this country?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, let me thank the member for Brampton Centre for incredible hard work and advocacy. Our government is taking real action to stop those who commit extortion, Mr. Speaker. The Conservatives, however, have failed to support measures like lawful access that law enforcement across Canada have been asking us to implement. They won't support Bill C-2. They won't support Bill C-12. They won't support C-14. They won't support hiring 1,000 new RCMP personnel and 1,000 new CBSA officers. Canadians expect, Mr. Speaker, for their oppositions to work together with their government. Let's stop the rhetoric.
The honourable member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
Mr. Speaker, these Liberals are running government like a travelling circus. Take the F-35 procurement, for example. Justin Trudeau said he'd never buy the F-35s. Then the Liberals ordered the F-35s later. Now, this Prime Minister started another review. Then the Minister of National Defence said the review will be done by the end of last summer. But the Secretary of Defence Procurement says, wait, there's no rush. And meanwhile, nobody can figure out what the Ministry of Industry is actually doing. So once and for all, when will this unnecessary review finally end? And who's actually in charge of buying fighter jets over there?
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, as part of our generational investments in the Canadian Armed Forces, we are procuring a new fleet of fighter aircraft for the Royal Canadian Air Force. We review all procurement approaches responsibly to align with the best interests of Canadians and the needs of the CAF. We are committed to procuring what the Air Force needs while ensuring economic benefits for Canadians.
Honourable member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the Defence Minister has said that he would take the lead from the Canadian Armed Forces and experts. Well, military experts could not be more clear. Buy the F-35s. His Chief of Defence Staff said it. His Commander of the Air Force has said it. His Deputy Minister has said it. And now over a dozen retired Air Force generals have said it. By dragging on this unnecessary review, these Liberals are undermining our national security and our reputation with our allies. Yes. When will the Defence Minister finally listen to the experts and buy all 88 F-35s that our pilots need to defend Canada?
The Honourable Minister.
Pour répéter, Monsieur le Président, nous procédons.
To repeat, Mr. Speaker, we will be purchasing new planes for the armed forces. We are carefully examining procurement so that it aligns with Canadian interests and the needs of the force. We will purchase what the Air Force needs whilst taking into account economic benefits for Canada. It's very simple, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Yesterday, a shocking expose by Global News outlined how in 2016 the Liberals allowed a Syrian national named Omar al-Qassib, who is a financier of Hamas, to claim refugee status in Canada. On Tuesday, officials revealed that the Liberals have launched a one-touch program that allows refugee claimants to self-declare whether or not they are terrorists when entering Canada. How many Hamas operatives and other terrorists have the Liberals granted refugee status to in the last 10 years?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for the Minister of Citizenship and Immigration.
Mr. Speaker, I would urge colleagues across the way to think twice about putting on the floor of the House of Commons unverified reports from anonymous sources, Mr. Speaker. Security is of paramount importance in this country. That is a sacrosanct principle upheld by successive Conservative and Liberal governments. We maintain that principle from start to finish. As for the comments about the program that was talked about at Immigration Committee, the member knows better.
The honourable member for Calgary-Nose Hill.
For those listening at home, that translates to, they don't know. Global News also reported that an astonishing 450 people with assorted roles in Hamas now have ties to Canada. Last week, the minister was unable to say how many non-citizen criminals and terrorists the Liberals have granted to in an official request. And now Global News is revealing that this terrorist financier has already passed the citizenship test and is awaiting a final decision. How many other terrorists are the Liberals in the process of granting citizenship to?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Continue to cite anonymous sources on the floor of the House of Commons, Mr. Speaker. The reality is, Mr. Speaker, the reality is that security remains always a fundamental responsibility that we take seriously. When security agencies become aware of potential threats to this country, they act accordingly, and we trust them to do that. As for the point that was raised before, relating to what was discussed this week at Immigration Committee, I say the member knows better because she knows very well that our security system is not upheld by an app, that checks, criminality checks, national security checks, all of these checks are carried out before anyone is allowed in this country, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Wellington, Halton Hill North.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has said that the biggest threat to the security of Canada is Beijing's foreign interference. Parliament passed a law to create a registry to combat this interference a year and a half ago. The government said it would be up and running by year end. The government must consult with opposition leaders and introduce a motion to appoint a commissioner. There's only 3 weeks left before Christmas adjournment. When will the government consult opposition leaders and introduce a motion to appoint a commissioner?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for the very important question. I just want to assure him, as well as this House, that we'll be moving forward in short order to bring forward the name to the opposition and to have a motion before the House.
The honourable member for Wellington, Halton Hills North.
Mr. Speaker, last election, some candidates were vetoed for foreign interference and others were targeted. And CSIS Director Dan Rogers said just last week that China and Russia continue to target Canada. We've had one federal election without a registry, and we could have a second one at the speed that this government operates. So where is the sense and urgency in getting this registry up and running? Where are the speeds not seen in generations? Where are the consultations with opposition leaders? And where is the motion?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, let me take this opportunity to thank the men and women of CSIS in the work that they do each and every day to protect Canadians. I also want to once again assure my colleague opposite that we will be bringing forward a name in short order, and we will ensure that there's adequate consultation that comes before the House, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Mission, Matsqui, Abbotsford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Extortion threats in British Columbia are up 481% since 2015. The Liberals voted against our Conservative plan a year ago that would have tackled this crisis with mandatory jail time and removing house arrest as an option for extortion with a firearm. Since their refusal to act, thousands of new extortion cases have exploded across Canada. What do the Liberals have to say to those businesses and victims of crime who have suffered due to their inaction?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, what we have to say to Canadians is that we have a bill in front of the House, Bill C2, that has very important provision called lawful access that will ensure that crimes such as extortion is dealt with in an efficient and speedy manner, Mr. Speaker. This is what law enforcement across Canada, from Abbotsford to every part of the country that I've visited over the last 6 months, have been asking for. It is a bill, it is a component of the bill that's so essential. However, the party opposite has continuously refused to bring forward and to accept lawful access as a very basic principle of Canadian criminal law.
The honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Vaughan, York Region Police recently charged a local man with 4 counts of extortion. This is just one case among countless all across the country. In fact, extortion is up 330% since 2015 all across the country. And despite this, the current Liberal Minister of Justice voted against our Conservative plan to end the extortion crisis last year. A year, Mr. Speaker. They could have been proactive and supported our plan a year ago, and instead they waited for the fire to get out of control. So will they apologize to the thousands of victims who had to suffer because of their inaction?
Yes. Hear, hear. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, it's always funny when I get up in this House and I hear the critic for immigration talking about immigration, that when they systematically slap down any possibility of improving our immigration system prior to the last election. Yes. And now the member for Vaughan Woodbridge stands up and dares ask, what tools are we putting in place to prevent extortion? He's in the way. Tell the whip to get his boot off the neck of C2 so we can give lawful access provisions to our police to prevent, detain, arrest, and jail extortionists in this country.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Skyview.
Mr. Speaker, extortion in Canada has exploded by 330% since 2015. Canadians are being terrorized. People are dying. Homes are being sprayed with bullets. And what does the Liberals do? Nothing. Shame. In Calgary, a woman who was convicted in helping with extortion walked away with just 6 months of house arrest, all because of Liberals' soft on crime policies. We presented our Conservative plan a year ago, and Liberals voted it down. What does Minister have to say to the victims for his inaction?
Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, what needs to happen is that the rhetoric needs to stop from across the aisle. What we need to do, Mr. Speaker, is right in front of the House. We have Bill C2, Mr. Speaker, that has lawful access as a very important principle of criminal law. We have Bill C12, the Strong Borders Act. We have C14 that speaks to the need for bail reform as well as sentencing, Mr. Speaker. These are smart criminal justice reforms that's meant to keep Canadians safe, including those who are experiencing extortion, Mr. Speaker. It's time to get serious and for the Conservative Party to come forward and pass this legislation.
The Honourable Member for Riverdale-Mille. Mr. Speaker, public transit is essential to reducing congestion, supporting economic growth and improving the quality of life for Canadians in urban centres from coast to coast to coast. Last week's announcement regarding the REM represents an important step in my riding towards sustainable transportation and improved mobility in the Greater Montreal area. Can the Minister inform the House how this project will strengthen public transit and support our broader efforts to build a cleaner and better connected future for Canadians? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, the announcement on the REM is a significant step forward for sustainable transportation in Montreal, but also for Quebec as a whole. The inauguration of the Deux Montagnes branch will transform the way more than 170,000 people, families, workers and students travel every day. There will be major economic benefits, including the creation of 1,000 permanent jobs in the long term. It will also reduce greenhouse gas emissions by 100,000 tonnes per year. This is an ambitious project worthy of Quebecers and worthy of a strong Canada.
The Honourable Member for Newtecumseg-Gwillimbury.
Look out, Mr. Speaker, there he goes again. It seems like the Prime Minister just can't wait to jump on a plane and leave the country and at any opportunity he gets. He's been everywhere, to the U.S. twice, then to Italy, Mexico, and Poland, Belgium, the Netherlands, and so many other countries, right across the globe, and now back to the UAE, and yet Canadians are worse off than ever as the cost of living skyrockets faster than the Prime Minister's air miles. Can the Liberals name one tariff that's been reduced because of all that travel?
The Honourable Minister of International Trade.
Mr. Speaker, we are taking a Team Canada approach to opening new global markets for Canadian workers and businesses. The member opposite should talk to Conservative premiers who applaud the Prime Minister's leadership on the world stage. Let me quote Premier Moe, "We welcome the Prime Minister's efforts to raise Canada's credibility in the international sphere." Premier Doug Ford thanked the Prime Minister for getting Canada out front. Now is not the time to retreat behind curtains like some of the members opposite do. It's time to lean forward and build Canada strong.
progress on reducing tariffs for Canadians is still up in the air, just like the Prime Minister. Zero results and zero tariffs removed, and that's not good enough. Not when investment in Canada is down $47.6 billion, when our country has the worst per capita growth in the G7, and when Canadians' families are struggling to eat, heat, and house themselves. Mr. Speaker, is this why the Prime Minister is always traveling? So he doesn't have to see the consequences his failures have brought on this country?
The Honourable Minister of Artificial Intelligence and Digital Innovation.
All right, instead of reading his Air Miles plan, why do you read the budget? The only word that the opposition seems to know is no. It's time.
The honourable member should. I'm not going to comment on what I've read recently in the budget or not. But if he could go through the chair, he may continue.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the honourable member for counting air miles instead of reading the budget, but I will say, Mr. Speaker, the only word the opposition seems to know is no. It's time to say yes to building Canada. It's time to say yes to the National School Food Program. They said no. It's time to say yes to building affordable homes. They said no. It's time to say yes to investing in our national defense. They said no. It's time to say yes and build Canada strong.
The honourable member for Bow River.
Brookfield, Air Miles, I don't know. Mr. Speaker, every time the Prime Minister's wheels up, Canadian bank accounts go down. The Prime Minister has taken 28 trips traveling far enough to circle the earth almost 4 times. And what do Canadians have to show for it? No new trade deals, no concrete wins, just photo ops, fancy meetings, hollow letters of intent that never return real results. He met with China, higher tariffs on canola. They visited India, tariffs on yellow peas. Meetings in Washington, higher tariffs on softwood. Meetings in the UK, crickets for beef and pork. So I ask, is he even trying to get tariffs removed, or just rack up more air miles?
That was a question, wasn't it? Okay. The Honourable Minister of International Trade.
Canadians know that 2/3 of our economy is powered by trade. We are opening doors for Canadian products to reach new markets. We've signed new trade deals with Ecuador, with Indonesia. We wrapped up an investment agreement with the UAE. We're advancing negotiations with ASEAN, Philippines, and Thailand. And we have a bill before this House to expand our trade ties with the UK. We are laser focused on opening new markets for Canadian workers and businesses. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Spadina Harbourfront.
Mr. Speaker, last weekend was a defining moment for sport in Canada as the Northern Super League, our country's first professional women's soccer league, held its inaugural championship final at BMO Field in my riding of Spadina Harbourfront. Can the Secretary of Sport share with Canadians how our government is investing in women's sport, including the recent $5.4 million commitment to the Northern Super League to boost local economies and bring communities together?
The Honourable Secretary of State for Sport.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my friend and colleague from Spadina Harbourfront, somebody who knows a thing or two about the fight for gender equity in sport and beyond, Mr. Speaker. We are seeing remarkable progress and momentum in women's professional sport across this country, and a smart, sustainable business model has built the Northern Super League, and it's redefining what's possible in Canada with professional women's sport. That's why 5 of Canada's regional economic development agencies have come together to back the Northern Super League with a strategic federal support of up to $5.45 million. We are helping to strengthen the league's foundation and create new opportunities for fans, communities, and nations and athletes nationwide, Mr. Speaker. I want to congratulate the Vancouver Rise on winning the Diana B. Matheson Trophy, and congratulate the Northern Super League on
the honourable member for Niagara South.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has circled the globe 4 times, meeting with world leaders for photo ops, meaningless letters of intent, and 0 investments. He's returned with nothing, and after 28 trips, Canadians are fed up. After meeting with China, China imposed more tariffs. After meeting with India, India imposed more tariffs. When he went to the UK, crickets. He went to Washington, and Trump imposed more tariffs. Why is it whenever the Prime Minister hops on a plane for another photo op, Canadian families get stuck with higher tariffs?
Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr.
Speaker, I want to end this question period, at least the Conservative question. We started this question period talking about a very unfortunate quote from the member from Calgary, Midnapore. I want to draw your attention, Mr. Speaker, to a quote from the member for Algonquin, Renfrew, Pembroke, that I don't think really elevates the late nature of debate in this House. She said, in referring to the budget, they would rather die than suffer the way this Liberal government had been making them suffer. I would invite that member to retract her comment. I don't think these excesses of language and quite obviously patently false entries into debate serve anyone.
Well, is the member we'll have to deal with this afterwards.
Make him answer the question, though. Make him answer the question.
The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. While the Prime Minister is visiting the United Arab Emirates this week, horrific massacres continue to be perpetrated in Sudan. The Rapid Support Forces, supplied by weapons, with weapons by the UAE, have killed thousands of civilians, and Canadian weapons are reportedly being used in these atrocities. Canada exports millions of dollars worth of arms to the UAE. Will the Prime Minister put an end to these arms deliveries and suspend Canadian defence cooperation with this country until it stops supporting the RSF in Sudan? Or will Canada... End of question inaudible for the interpreter.
Je sais pas si on peut...
I don't know if I could be informed. If the sound was cut, part of the question, the sound was cut during part of the question. Can the member start again? Halfway through, there was a cut in the sound. Whilst the Prime Minister is visiting the United Arab Emirates this week, horrific massacres continue to be perpetrated in Sudan. The Rapid Support Forces, supplied with weapons by the UAE, have killed thousands of civilians. And Canadian weapons are reportedly being used in these atrocities. Canada exports millions of dollars worth of arms to the UAE. Will the Prime Minister put an end to these arms deliveries and suspend Canadian defence cooperation with this country until it stops supporting the RSF in Sudan? Or will Canada continue to be complicit in yet another horrific war?
Excusez-moi,
the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister for Foreign Affairs. Thank you. Canada condemns the atrocities happening in Sudan. They have to stop. We are horrified by the recent attacks in Al-Fasher, and we condemn the presumed massacre of 2,000 civils. Everyone must protect civilians and must allow unfettered access to humanitarian aid. Canada will continue to support the Sudanese people, as it has done from the very beginning of the conflict. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Nunavut.
The government has legal obligations to First Nations children, but the minister has stopped doing the work. This inaction is costing children their lives. The National Children's Chief Commission is being ignored. The Liberals would rather pay lawyers to fight with First Nations children. Will the minister commit to permanently stop discriminating against First Nations children, or will she continue to make lawyers rich?
And the Honourable Minister of Indigenous Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First Nations children need to be guided by self-determination, and that is the pull that we are using to proceed with this work. I have on multiple occasions met with many people looking to serve and bring forward solutions for Indigenous children in community, and I think this is what I invite my colleague to do with me, is to find that path forward and respond to the urgency that is needed in this file for solutions that will deliver the proper care for children surrounded by their family, in community, in their own language, by those that care for them the most. Thank you.
And that concludes question period. That concludes question period. I would just like to... okay, no points of order? Yes, the Honourable Member for... what's the writing? Algonquin, Renfrew...
I'd like to respond to that point of order. And I was relaying
what my constituent had said to me when they first announced that MAID was looking at allowing for people suffering from mental illness to apply for MAID. And what she told me is that she told her doctor as soon as it's available, she wanted to be euthanized because she couldn't bearing not being able to eat, pay the rent, or pay the heat.
Understood. Okay. J'aimerais tout simplement aviser.
I would like to.
Yes, the honourable parliamentary secretary to the House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I do have the actual quote that I think it's really important because the member does owe an apology not to the House of Commons but to Canadians, Mr. Speaker. And I would quote the member in terms of what it is that she said. There are older people in my riding who just cannot pay the rent or the electricity bill.
This is debate. I'm sorry. Yeah, we're getting into we're slipping into debate. The House Leader brought this up during question period, and so I permitted the member to clarify or to attempt to clarify, but I consider this case closed, really, to be honest. Just to let members know that the volume on the earpieces has been turned back down, and I believe we'll be soon going to the Thursday question by the opposition House Leader, and I think it's quite enough now that we can proceed. I don't know if who is going to answer the question. Pardon? Okay, sorry. Okay, so the Thursday question, please.
That's right, Mr. Speaker. It's time for everyone's favorite part of the parliamentary cycle, the Thursday question. And I was wondering if the government could inform the House as to the business that will be concluded for the rest of this week and into next week. And I do have a couple of quick questions about the agenda. There's been a lot of talk about a proposed pipeline through British Columbia to the West Coast. Of course, that would be useless if the Liberal shipping ban stays in place. Lifting that ban will require legislation. So does the government intend on bringing in legislation to end that double standard law that prevents Canadian ships from transporting Canadian energy but allows U.S. tankers to travel through the same area? And specifically, the opposition has now been asking for weeks for an emergency take-note debate on the trade impacts of this government's failures to get tariffs lifted, specifically on softwood lumber. We have proposed holding a take-note debate next week. I wonder if the government will accept that request, listen to the thousands of Canadian workers who have lost their jobs because of the devastation that has affected the softwood lumber industry, and grant that emergency take-note debate for sometime next week. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Deputy House Leader.
Speaker, it is my pleasure to rise and to answer the Thursday question on behalf of the government House Leader as the Deputy House Leader. Of course, there's been a lot of discussions this week, but most importantly, what I've heard from Canadians is that they really want to talk about the budget that we put forward that was voted by many members of this House, Mr. Speaker. Lots of Canadians want to talk about the jobs that will be created through this budget, the affordability measures that are in this budget, Mr. Speaker, to help Canadians move forward. So this afternoon, we'll continue the debate on second reading of the Bill C-15, an act to implement certain provisions of the budget. We will resume debate on this bill tomorrow, as well as next Monday and Tuesday. On Wednesday and Thursday of next week, we will call second reading of debate of Bill C-13, an act to implement the protocol on accession of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland and comprehensive progressive agreement for Trans-Pacific Partnership. I would also like to inform the House that there will be a ministerial statement on Tuesday, November the 25th, which is the first day of the 16 days of activism against gender-based violence. Finalement, Monsieur le Président, j'aimerais
And finally, Mr. Speaker, I would like to ask for unanimous consent for the following motion: that pursuant to the Building Canada Act, paragraph 62 on emergency measures, the special committee of the House and Senate that a committee be constituted of the House and Senate
There's no consent, unfortunately. So that brings us to orders of the day, I believe.
Government orders.
The reading of Bill C-15, the Budget Implementation Act, and on the amendment of Monsieur Deltaire.
And the honourable member for South Shore St. Margaret's has 5 minutes remaining in her speech. Not here? Okay, then we'll go to the honourable member for Spadina Harbourfront.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to speak on Bill C-15, Budget Implementation Act, a budget for a moment of profound global change. This is not a routine budget. It is a blueprint for generational transformation, a plan that will define Canada's future for decades to come. We are laying the foundation for a modern, secure, and competitive Canada in the 21st century, future-proofing our economy while protecting our people. And we are doing so by making bold, responsible choices. We will build the infrastructure, the homes, and the industries that drive long-term prosperity. We will protect our communities and uphold our values. And we will empower Canadians, especially young people, with better careers, strong public services, and a more affordable life. Mr. Speaker, in a time of global uncertainty, Canada will not stand still. We choose to lead. We choose to build. With U.S. tariffs rising and global supply chains shifting, how we invest in Canadian infrastructure and manufacturing will shape our competitiveness and resilience for a generation. That is why this budget focuses on what we can control, building our economy here at home, stronger and faster than ever before. We are cutting waste and redirecting resources towards smart, generational investments that will grow our economy, protect communities, and empower Canadians. This is our moment to build big, build bold, and build now. Mr. Speaker, in times of economic uncertainty, when families across Canada are facing high rent, rising food prices, and mounting childcare costs, Canadians need to know that their government is protecting the programs that make life possible. These are not luxuries. These are essential for all Canadians. Toronto's families know that childcare costs have historically been among the highest in the country. But investing in childcare has changed that. Budget 2025 protects the National Childcare Program, ensuring that parents in Spadina Harbourfront and across Canada can continue to access good quality care. This is not just social policy, it's economic policy, enabling more parents, especially women, to participate more fully in the workforce. We are also investing in our new Canadian Dental Care Plan, one of the largest expansions of healthcare in a generation, and it is already transforming lives. Thousands of my constituents, children, seniors living on a fixed income, and low-income families have been able to visit a dentist for the first time in years. Access to oral health is not a luxury, and this is more than coverage. It is prevention. Untreated dental issues lead to pain, illness, ER visits, and missed work and school. By introducing the Canadian Dental Care Plan, we are saving families money, reducing pressure on our healthcare system, and protecting long-term health outcomes. Budget 2025 also maintains and strengthens the Canada Child Benefit, a lifeline for families in Toronto, where housing and food costs are among the highest in Canada. At a time of tough fiscal choices, our government chose to protect families and the services they rely on. That is leadership Canadians deserve and expect. Many parents rely on the Canada Child Benefit to make life more affordable. This benefit helps cover essentials, groceries, clothing, school supplies, the things that make raising children possible. And we know this. When we invest in children, we don't just help families, we build a stronger, more resilient economy and community. And we're not stopping there. We are simplifying access through automatic benefit systems so families who need support most receive it without barriers. From employment insurance enhancements to the permanent National School Food Program, this budget reinforces the social infrastructure that keeps Canadians secure. Mr. Speaker, protection alone is not enough. In a world of uncertainty, we cannot simply hold the line. We must move forward boldly. That is why the BIA and Budget 2025 launches the most ambitious building agenda in generations. To secure our future, we must build it, and we are building Canada strong. Mr. Speaker, when I was knocking on doors just 7 months ago, I heard the same two issues again and again: affordable housing and transit. Residents have told me time and time again, we need homes we can afford, and we need transit that gets us where we need to go. These are daily realities for the people in Spadina Harbourfront. In our city, we understand what it means to grow. We know how to live close together. We know how to thrive in dense, vibrant, connected communities. And we know how to live together. And because we know how to live together, we can lead together. Toronto can be a model for urban growth, for how cities build more neighbours, not more barriers. Mr. Speaker, Through the Build Community Strong Fund, we have committed $51 billion over 10 years to infrastructure. For Toronto, that means continued and expanded investments in transit, green infrastructure, and community facilities, projects that make our city more livable, sustainable, and connected. This budget also responds boldly to the housing crisis, with $25 billion in housing commitments, including the launch of Build Canada Homes, backed by $13 billion to accelerate construction using modern, modular, and sustainable methods. Build Canada Homes will double the pace of home building, powered by Canadian technology, Canadian workers, and Canadian innovation. Our focus is clear. We will build more non-market, affordable community housing to meet a range of needs. We will build for families, for seniors, for students, for workers, for those at risk of homelessness. We will work with the provinces, municipalities, Indigenous communities, and mission-driven housing providers, nonprofits, cooperatives, and organizations serving women, newcomers, people with disabilities, and those needing supportive housing. The math is simple. When we build more, supply increases. And when supply increases, more Canadians can find a place to call home. Mr. Speaker, Budget 2025 is not just about building houses, it is about building opportunity. And for many young professionals and families in Toronto, buying their first home has felt simply out of reach. We are eliminating the GST on new homes, including condos up to $1 million, making home ownership more attainable for more younger Canadians. Mr. Speaker, this budget is a generational investment strategy designed to unlock $1 trillion in private sector investment and position Canada for success in a world where resilience is economic strength. We are not just building for today, we are building for the next generation. We are building Canada strong. Budget 2025 is not only about building homes and infrastructure, it is about building the heart and soul of our country. The arts and culture sector is central to building the strongest and most resilient economy in the G7. It is how we tell our story. It is how we protect our sovereignty in a world where culture is influence. By investing in the institutions that carry Canada's diverse stories to the world, we protect our cultural sovereignty, reinforce national unity, and project our values across the world. Canada's values are rooted in our shared identity and deep connection to community. We have so much to be proud of, to celebrate, and to defend. That is why Budget 2025 makes one of the largest investments in arts and culture in our history, $769.3 million over 4 years to strengthen Canada's creative economy, support storytelling and journalism, and bring Canadians together through national celebrations and shared moments of pride. This budget has also renewed the Canada Strong Pass. Families and young people will have free or discounted access to national parks, museums, galleries, and rail travel, giving more Canadians the chance to explore our country and experience our history. Canada's artists, musicians, filmmakers, publishers, and writers are at the heart of our creative economy. They are job creators, innovators, entrepreneurs, and ambassadors for Canada on the world stage. Mr. Speaker, I am proud that Spadina Harbourfront is home to the headquarters of the CBC, an institution that connects Canadians from coast to coast to coast. It protects our official languages and strengthens our cultural sovereignty. Budget 2025 strengthens CBC Radio-Canada's mandate and modernizes its role in the digital age, ensuring that Canadian stories continue to be told by Canadians, for Canadians, and to the world. Mr. Speaker, the arts and culture sector is not an afterthought. It is an economic driver. It is a nation-building sector. It fuels tourism, attracts investment, and showcases Canada's excellence on the world stage. In a recent report from the Canadian Chamber of Commerce, we know that over the past 3 years, the sector has grown nearly twice as fast as the broader economy, with cultural exports reaching a record $25 billion, and GDP from the sector rising almost 8%. It now supports more jobs per dollar than oil and gas, manufacturing, or agriculture, and generates $17 billion in government tax revenue. And the return on public investment is extraordinary. For every dollar the federal government invests, the arts and culture sector generates $29 in economic activity. Mr. Speaker, supporting arts is not a luxury, it is a strategic investment in economic strength, national unity, and Canadian sovereignty. When we invest in the creative economy, we are not only creating jobs, we are protecting our identity and strengthening Canada's voice in the world. Mr. Speaker, Budget 2025 is a plan to build, protect, and empower. It protects the social programs that families rely on. It builds the homes, infrastructure, and industries our communities need. and it empowers Canadians and our cultural sector to tell Canada's story to the world. For Spadina Harbourfront, for Toronto, and for all Canadians, this is a budget to prepare us for a stronger, more resilient future. Thank you.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Kamloops Thompson Nicola.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's always a pleasure to rise on behalf of the people from Kamloops Thompson Nicola. And before I begin, I want to recognize a very special birthday for a resident of Kamloops Thompson Nicola, and that is the 40th birthday of my friend and wonderful lawyer, Greg Thompson. So I wish him and his family all the best on his 40th. Mr. Speaker, I listened to my colleague's speech, and I don't believe we've had the opportunity to have an intervention with one another in the House. My question is this. We talk about the budget, and yet the budget is adding a tax base of $5,400 of debt for every family. How is that tenable? When are we ever going to dig out of this debt that will cripple future generations? Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Spadina Harbourfront.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for the question. It's a very thoughtful one, and I think that our government has taken a very prudent and smart and responsible approach to how we are delivering this budget, our first budget under the Carney government. You know, we are making choices.
The member cannot use the Prime Minister's last name or first name in the House of Commons. I will turn the time to the member if the member can finish.
For our new government and and so the choices that we are making are about protecting the social infrastructure and the core pieces I know that my residents in Spadina Harbourfront talk about as really key to securing their futures. So the programs and the social infrastructure, these are choices that we're making as a government to continue to support Canadians.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable.
The Honourable Member for Shefford. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech, and I'm very happy to hear her speak about culture in this House, Mr. Speaker, because in Quebec we know very well that our cultural sector contributes to the economy. But talking about culture, I'd like to ask her about discoverability, and more than that, the link between democracy and our local media. Mr. Speaker. And unfortunately, this government, which says that it's helping the cultural sector, well, it's completely forgotten local media, which promote local artists who are interested in things like municipal politics and who help our democracy. Unfortunately, there's nothing for that sector, that media diversity in this budget. There's no announcements for community media, local media. And yes, they're talking about $38 million for the journalism initiative, but you know that's appreciated, but that's not going to ensure the survival of community media and private media in our rural areas. What does she think? Have to give time to the member for Spadina to respond. The Honourable Member. Thank you very much to my honourable colleague for the question. I will continue in English.
You know that the work of local democracy and local journalism is critical for the storytelling and for the information ecosystem that we need in this country. And that's why we've committed $37 million for the local journalism fund. That kind of investment will strengthen democracy and will ensure that Canadians have access to good, high-quality local news that will allow us to understand what's happening in our country.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Hamilton West, Ancaster Dundas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for her excellent speech in support of the budget. Representing an urban riding, as I do in Hamilton, there's some really exciting funding in the budget, specifically for municipalities and large urban centers, $51 billion for infrastructure, $13 billion for housing. Of course, we've seen municipalities in Ontario chronically underfunded deliberately by the provincial government. So my question to her is, what specific provisions in the budget does she see benefiting urban areas?
The Honourable Member for Spadina Harbourfront.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for the very thoughtful question about what we need for urban centres. I certainly have a very urban and very dense riding in Spadina Harbourfront, and it's something that I know that Canadians care about and Torontonians care about deeply, is how we move around the city and how we invest in that mobility and that transit mobility. So the infrastructure investments that we are making as part of that $51 billion, there will be investments in green infrastructure and for public transit, and I think these will alleviate some of the pain points that Torontonians are feeling in our communities today.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. The Honourable Member for Langley Township, Fraser Heights.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to speak on Bill C-15, the Budget Implementation Act. On November 4th, a couple of weeks ago, the new Minister of Finance, the fourth one since the Liberal Party formed government 10 years ago, presented his first budget, $80 billion deficit budget. I've been a member of Parliament here. I've been a member of Parliament for 6 years now, and I've seen 5 of these budgets. And all of them have consistently disappointed us. I ran for public office in 2019, largely on account of Liberal budgeting disasters. I remember back in 2015 when Justin Trudeau was the leader of the Liberal Party of Canada, and he ran on a promise that there were going to be some small to medium-sized deficits for 3 years, 2016, 2017, 2018, but by year 4 of that mandate, 2019, the economy will have improved, and he was going to present a balanced budget. Well, that didn't happen at all. The deficits happened for sure, but by 2019, Mr. Trudeau was saying, don't even worry about the budget. The budget will balance itself. And Mr. Speaker, that's when I woke up to realize that I couldn't just sit back complaining anymore. I had to jump into the fray and try to do something about it. So I ran in 2019 under the Conservative banner in the hope that we were going to form government and that we were going to turn the ship around. Well, unfortunately, the Liberals won again. This time a minority government, and the wasteful inflationary spending continued year after year. During the next few years, the Liberals doubled the national debt from $600 billion to $1.2 trillion. Most people have trouble understanding those big numbers. I certainly do. That's a lot of zeros. I remember one late-night debate. This is in the middle of the pandemic, when we were debating pandemic spending by the government, that our current leader, he was then the Member of Parliament for Carleton and our finance critic, he asked the then finance minister just a hypothetical question. He said, what if interest rates were to go up 1%? What would that cost? And at that time, our debt was $1 trillion, projected to be $1 trillion. What would that cost in extra interest payments to service that debt? And she refused to answer. So the member for Carleton kept asking the question. She kept refusing to answer it. So I pulled out my little calculator because I was curious to see what it was, but there weren't enough little digit spaces in my calculator. So I got my pen and paper, wrote it out. $1 trillion, that's a 1 with 12 zeros. Multiplied by 1%, that's 1 over 100. Move the decimal place over 2 points to the left, that's 1 with 10 zeros. $10 billion. And she just refused to answer that because she knew the answer. It's not hard to do. I realized at that time, this is real debt, despite what she was saying. She was accusing the member of Carleton of fear-mongering and don't worry about it, interest rates are low, money is free, we should borrow everything that we can to invest in Canadians. Inflation? No, it'll never happen. That was only 3 or 4 years ago, Mr. Speaker. But one thing that is absolutely true is that this is real debt. Another $80 billion is being added to it. It's going to be, our total debt is going to be at $1.35 trillion over the next couple of years. Now, one way to understand these very big numbers, we've got a couple of examples here. One is to recognize that the servicing debt is $55 billion. That is more than the government pays, the federal government pays in health transfers. It's more than we spend in national defense. These are real numbers, and they're having real negative impacts on our ability to be able to run a profitable economy. Now also, just to understand these numbers a bit better, the amount of money to service the debt, not even to pay it down, just to service it, to pay the interest on it, is more than the government collects in HST. So every time we go to the store, pull out our credit card to purchase something, take a look at what the receipt says. The amount of GST or HST is going to bankers and bondholders instead of to healthcare, to doctors and nurses. Now, the Liberals on the other side of the House who think they're helping Canadians by going deeper into debt will have this to say. They'll say, well, don't worry, you know, you're giving a tax cut. 22 million people are going to get a tax cut. You know, it's a very modest tax cut. I'm sure it'll be appreciated, but it'll be enough money roughly for families to be able to take their kids to McDonald's once a week. That is not the answer. And people are concerned. I've got a couple of emails, quotes from people in my riding who are deeply concerned about the financial viability of this country. Erica writes this. In the latest budget, the Liberals want astoundingly high federal expenditures, which will leave our economy in shambles. And Joe writes this, the amount of the predicted deficit is completely out of control. Not only is the government, is the current generation getting, sorry, I can't say that word, is getting shortchanged, I'll say. The next 2 or 3 generations are never going to be able to dig themselves out of this horrific hole. You were using tomorrow's money to pay yesterday's bills. That's what Joe wrote. And one more quote from Deborah. We now pay more weekly in debt servicing, interest payments, than our government pays for medical transfers to the provinces. That's a lot of potential hospitals burned up in smoke every week. That's what Deborah's contribution is. Now, I know Liberals will tell these people not to worry about it, not to worry about debt. It doesn't matter, but Canadians aren't fooled that easily. I want to address 2 things that Liberal members of the House, and I've heard it many times, stats that they will use to brush aside these concerns. First, they will say that Canada's debt to GDP ratio is pretty good, perhaps the best in the world. But one thing they forget to do, probably intentionally, maybe inadvertently, is to add subnational debt. Provinces have debt too. And so they're going to, so if we add that in, our debt is actually twice as big as it is. And the second macro issue that Liberals like to sweep under the carpet is our lagging productivity numbers. Why does that matter? Well, productivity is the best measure of a nation's ability to be able to create wealth, which then gets passed on to its citizens. Now, to credit to previous finance ministers, they have recognized this as a problem. In her 2022 budget speech, this is what the Minister of Finance at the time said. She said, our third pillar for growth is a plan to tackle the Achilles heel of the Canadian economy, productivity and innovation. Then she continued, but we are falling behind when it comes to economic productivity. Productivity matters because it is what guarantees the dream of every parent that our children will be more prosperous than we are. It's a well-known problem, she said, an insidious one. It's time to tackle it. The same Minister of Finance, a couple of years later, 2024 budget speech. The third part of our plan is growing the economy in a way that's shared by everyone. To drive that kind of growth Canada needs today, we are redoubling our efforts to attract investment, increase productivity, and boost innovation. And most recently, in the 2025 budget speech just a couple of weeks ago, the current finance minister had this to say about productivity. The government is fully focused on boosting productivity, doing more with less, because that is the best way to raise the standard of living. I agree with that. And I applaud them at least recognizing that there's a problem. The problem is, and I want to point out that I'm splitting my time with someone. Pont-Neuf-Jacques-Cartier. C'est bien. Merci beaucoup. So why does it matter? Well, okay, Nobel Prize. Why does productivity matter? Nobel Prize winning economist Paul Krugman said many years ago, it's a good quote, productivity isn't everything, but in the long run, it is almost everything. Just like a family or a business, the more take-home pay, the better the family is able to service their debt, pay the mortgage. Same with the business. More profitable they are, the more they can manage growing the business via debt, because debt isn't a bad thing. It's the inability to be able to service debt. That's the bad thing. And when the federal government is spending more on debt servicing than they are on healthcare transfers, we've got a problem. To quote Deborah once again, that's a lot of potential hospitals burned up in smoke every week. I've been here for 6 years, Mr. Speaker, and for all of that time, things have not improved despite government promising that they're going to improve productivity. The time is now.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know that the members made reference to Canada and the whole deficit debt situation. It is important to recognize that when you take a look at the G7 countries, we're number one on the debt. We're number two, I believe it is, on the deficit situation. We have a AAA credit rating. And in fact, if you were to compare Canada's deficit this year to 2009, when his leader sat around the Conservative caucus, Mr. Speaker, and you factor in inflation, the leader of the Conservative Party's caucus back then would actually have had a higher deficit. What if he could provide his thoughts on that issue?
The Honourable Member for Langley Township, Fraser Heights.
Well, this is what we've been hearing from Liberal members of Parliament. They're saying our debt to GDP ratio is not as bad as other countries. Well, you add in the national debt, subnational debt, and it is. It doesn't look nearly as good as they like to say that it is. And I'm going to go back to my points about productivity. Debt isn't necessarily bad. It's not necessarily bad for a business if you use it to grow. But if you can't service the debt, or at what expense are you servicing the debt? At the expense of health care. That's a reality in this country. It's a problem. It needs to be tackled.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Beauharnois, Salaberry, Soulange, Huntingdon. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened to the speech from my colleague. I know that border security is a topic that he cares deeply about. I would like to hear his opinion on the fact that the Canada Border Services Agency committed to hiring 1,000 border agents, including 800 armed agents and 200 unarmed agents. Does he agree that 1,000 is not enough and that it would take almost 3,000 to truly ensure adequate border security?
Honourable Member for Langley Township, Fraser Heights.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, my riding is a border riding, or at least it used to be, until the most recent border redistribution. But it was very close to the Port of Vancouver, so we are deeply concerned about border security, not only land crossings, but also ocean crossing coming into the Port of Vancouver, the biggest port in the country, by the way. And absolutely, we need to improve that. I know that almost no trains coming across the border are inspected, and ships in harbors as well, cargo ships. Not enough of that is being inspected. Things are being smuggled into the country. Things are being smuggled out of the country. That shouldn't be. It needs to be improved. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Yorkton Melville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The budget is promising $13 billion for factory-built homes, which the Prime Minister foreshadowed on April 8, 2025, 7 months ago, as the leader of the Liberal Party of Canada said prefabricated and modular housing is the way of the future, foreshadowing this. During the election campaign, he told young Canadians to their faces, "We will build homes you can afford." So my questions to the member is, does he think that those factory-built homes will be awarded to a modular company, say, purchased by Brookfield for $5 billion in 2021? And does he believe that the open sentence that he gave with the promise to build means they will build homes that these young people can afford to rent or buy? Who will have the investment in their homes? Will it be young Canadians or Brookfield and the Prime Minister?
Member for Langley Township, Fraser Heights.
Yeah, great question. In my speech, I didn't have time to get into the housing crisis. I talked about the health crisis, which I think is a reality. But the housing crisis is definitely a reality as well. a recent report from CMHC shows that the Prime Minister's promise of building 500,000 new homes a year is absolutely failing. Not even half of that is being built. Things are heading in the wrong direction. Whether modular homes is part of the solution, I think it probably is. It's not the whole solution, of course. Thank you.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. L'honorable député.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague from Langley Township, Fraser Heights. I appreciate that he chose to split his time with me. His French is excellent. I actually was lucky enough to visit him in his riding, and there was an event with the Fédération de la Colombie-Britannique. I was very proud of his French. Today, I rise to speak about Bill C-15, an act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on November 4th, 2025. The first thing I will say, Mr. Speaker, is that this Liberal government, which claims to be a new government but has been in power for 10 years with roughly the same team as it has now, has disclosed a deficit of almost $80 billion. More specifically, $78 billion. But not only that, Mr. Speaker, the $78 billion deficit is not paired with a promise to go back to balanced budgets. Mr. Speaker, I understand that we are not talking about a household budget here. Let us recall that when the Liberals took power in 2015, the year I was elected to represent the beautiful riding of Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier, I would not go so far as to say it is the most beautiful in front of all my colleagues, even though I might think it privately. At the time, Prime Minister Justin Trudeau said that there would be a little deficit, and then eventually it would be a return to balanced budgets. In 10 years, $1.4 trillion of deficit were accumulated, more than triple the deficit that was created by a previous spendthrift Liberal minister, Pierre Elliott Trudeau. And everyone, all the Liberals talked about how wonderful this budget was. I'm going to give an example now, Mr. Speaker, of Liberal hypocrisy. Let's talk about the Canada Summer Jobs Program. This program supports roughly 100,000 summer jobs. Mr. Speaker, do you know what we learned just recently about next year's program? In order to look good superficially, the Liberals will increase the number of positions but reduce the duration of these positions. That's what these Liberals do. And this is not a new government, I will remind you. This government has been around for 10 years. This Liberal MO made me think of what's going on in the official languages file. Mr. Speaker, I have the honor to serve as Shadow Minister of Official Languages in the official opposition. That means that Conservatives have put someone in charge of official languages. Now, if you look across the way, there is a Minister of Canadian Identity who does official languages as one of his many duties. I'll circle back around to that. And when the Speaker called on the Minister of Canadian Identity, he never called him the Minister of Official Languages. That's just a detail, Mr. Speaker, but it's an important one. And let's look what's happened on the official languages file. The Liberals appointed a Governor-General who does not speak French. I have nothing against the Governor-General as a person, but Canada is a bilingual country. English. We have English and French as our official languages, and the Governor General does not speak French. She was appointed under a Liberal government. We could also talk about the appointment of the Lieutenant Governor of New Brunswick, Canada's only bilingual province. The Lieutenant Governor promoted there was a unilingual English speaker. Mr. Speaker, Bill C-13, which modernized the Official Languages Act, received royal assent on June 20th, 2023. Today is November 20th, 2025. When laws are modernized or enacted, they must be implemented through regulations. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, since June 20th, 2023, we have been waiting for regulations for the Official Languages Act. This is liberal hypocrisy for you. They stride about talking about how they are great protectors of the French language and Canadian bilingualism, but they are not delivering the goods. They should stop with these shell games like we see in the budget. The new Liberal Prime Minister, who came in to replace a Liberal Prime Minister, there was no interruption there. The Liberal Party of Canada has been in power for a long time now. When the new Prime Minister formed his cabinet, because he was appointed as the Prime Minister before being elected, he appointed a cabinet and completely overlooked the position of Minister of Official Languages. Minister of Official Languages is not a phrase in the current Prime Minister's vocabulary. And then later on, he did appoint a Minister of Canadian Identity and Culture, who is responsible for official languages among his many files. Do they understand what responsibility means? Clearly, they don't seem to care very much about official languages. They came, according to an article by Radio-Canada, the Prime Minister uses French only 17% of the time. And he said his French would improve. He said he would take lessons. So we asked for documentation about this, and very recently we got the Prime Minister's schedule from the Cabinet. He took 10 hours of French lessons in the past 3 months. That really doesn't show great willingness to master French, but I will admit that, you know, it could be hard to learn a new language. The Prime Minister's Chief of Staff wrote saying that September 2nd, the Prime Minister has not even had a French teacher. And again, this is November 20th. I know I'm running out of time, so I will circle back to the budget. So I want to talk about something I read this morning in the Journal de Québec. I'll read the headline. More than 1/4 of Canadians are going into debt in order to feed themselves. This is not a message from the wicked conservatives. No, this comes from Sylvain Charlebois, an expert. The Liberals always tell us to trust the experts and not take our opinions for granted. Well, that's what we're doing. But the Liberals seem to think that, no, everyone is dogmatic and against them. More than 1/4 of Canadians. Mr. Speaker, last week was a constituency week, and I visited 17 different organizations in my riding. The United Mutual Aid Movement of Stoneham Townships, SOS Accueil de Saint-Raymond, various branches of the St. Vincent de Paul, and everyone told me that demand is up. They're seeing more and more people through the doors. Mr. Speaker, this budget isn't doing anything tangible to benefit the public. People are having trouble putting food on the table. Mr. Speaker, we need to do the responsible thing. That is why Conservatives submitted an amendment to cut back on Liberal waste, to give Canadians some breathing room for a change. And I have more to tell you in the Q&A round. Thank you.
Parliamentary Secretary is rising on a point of order.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I seek unanimous consent for the following. That pursuant to subsection 24.1 of the Building Canada Act and section 62 of the Emergencies Act, a special joint committee of the Senate and of the House of Commons be appointed to review the Governor and Council's and the Ministers' exercise of their powers and performance of their duties and functions under the Building Canada Act, and to report to each House of Parliament the results of its review at least once every 180 days while Parliament is neither prorogued or dissolved, provided that A, the committee be composed of 5 members of the Senate and 11 members of the House of Commons, including 5 members of the House of Commons from the governing party, 5 members from the House of Commons from the official opposition, and 1 member from the House of Commons from the Bloc Québécois. B, the joint chair of the committee on the part of the Senate shall be as determined by the Senate, and the joint chair of the committee on part of the House of Commons shall be a member representing the official opposition. C, in addition to the joint chairs, the committee shall elect 2 vice chairs from the House of Commons, of whom the first vice chair shall be a member representing the government party, and the second vice chair shall be the member representing the Bloc Québécois. D, the House of Commons members be named by their respective whips by depositing with the clerk of the House the list of their members to serve on the committee within 1 calendar week of the adoption of this motion. E, the quorum of the committee be 9 members whenever a vote, resolution, or other decision is taken, so long as both houses, including 1 member of the government party in the House of Commons and 1 member from the opposition in the House of Commons are represented, and that the joint chairs be authorized to hold meetings to receive evidence and authorize the printing thereof whenever 5 members are present, so long as both houses, including 1 member of the government party in the House of Commons and 1 member from the opposition in the House of Commons, are represented. F, changes to the membership of the committee on the part of the House of Commons be effective immediately after notification by the relevant whip has been filed with the clerk of the House. G, membership substitutions on the part of the House of the Commons be permitted if required in the manner provided for in Standing Order 11 or 114 bracket 2. The H, the committee have the power to I, sit during sittings and adjournments of the House. II, report from time to time. III, send for persons papers and records. IV, print such papers and evidence as may be ordered by the committee. V, retain the service expert, professional, technical, and clerical staff, including legal counsel. VI, appoint from among its members such subcommittees as may be deemed appropriate, and to delegate to such subcommittees all or any of its powers except the power to report to the Senate and the House of Commons. VII, authorize video and audio broadcasting of any or all of its public proceedings, and that they be made available to the public via the Parliament of Canada's website. All documents laid before the House pursuant to the Act shall be referred to committee, and any such documents tabled prior to the adoption of this order shall instead be deemed referred to the committee. J, that a message be sent to the Senate requesting that the House to unite with the House for the above purpose, and to select, if the Senate deems advisable, members to act on the proposed special joint committee. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
All those opposed to the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary moving the motion, please say nay. Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion, please say nay. Agreed. Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? L'honorable député de...
The Honourable Member for Gaspésie, les Îles de la Madeleine. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question for my colleague. I heard him discuss his vision of things on C-13, or C-15 rather. Now, this idea of a high-speed train, well, we agree with it, but we in Gaspésie, we have a rail line, and Via Rail, which is financed by all taxpayers of Quebec and Canada, refuses to offer people of Gaspé even though they contribute through their taxes, and Via Rail has as a duty to link regional areas. Does my colleague agree with me that we should call on Via Rail to tell us what they're paid for? The Honourable Member. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his question. Mr. Speaker, it's things like this that Liberals really don't see. They're not aware of them because they care about what happens here, but they don't know what happens in the daily lives of people in Gaspé, for example. This is a vital service. So instead of, flying around the world to look for investments, but they have to deal with the people here to see that they can put food on the table. So I agree entirely with my colleague, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Alfred Pelon. Mr. Speaker, my colleague talks about hypocrisy. I would rather talk about incompetence. Now, who would you trust in to deal with a financial economic crisis? A former banker who went to Oxford, who dealt with Brexit, or a politician who has never worked one day in the private sector? The Honourable Member. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his question. I would prefer dealing with someone who can manage a personal budget, a family budget, than someone who is selling Canada to the global elite. Now, this Prime Minister and the Liberals are selling Canada, and at the same time, it's Canadians who are suffering. The Honourable Member. Thank you. I'd like to thank my colleague, the Honourable Member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. We both sit on the Official Languages Committee. Where I live in British Columbia, the cost of living is very high. I wonder if he could talk a little about the impact of inflation in his riding, and also, can he talk about the impact of deficit on inflation? The Honourable Member. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And yes, it is my pleasure to sit with my honourable colleague on the committee. I was going to call him by his first name, but I'll restrain myself. This is a fact. People are suffering. They suffer in my area, in my constituency. We, members of Parliament, we have a small discretionary budget. Now, I can't go and talk to 17 charity organizations and see what they're doing about the fact that they can't help people out more this Christmas. Now, one of our colleagues talks about a life vest. We're not a developing country. This is Canada. Can we respect those who live in our country? Canadians. I think that's the very least thing we could do, and the Liberals should go and look on the ground to see what's happening in people's daily lives.
Reprise de débat. The Honourable Secretary of State for International Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'll be sharing my time with the member from Honoré-Mercier. Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to rise and speak about the essential piece of legislation that will advance our government's plan to build Canada strong. We are living through a moment of profound global change. The systems that long underpinned our prosperity are being challenged, and Canadians are feeling the effects of those pressures on everyday lives. Responding to those challenges requires meeting the moment with clarity and purpose, and Budget 2025 is our plan to transform our economy to one that is stronger, more self-sufficient, and more resilient to global shocks. Our plan builds on Canada's strengths, world-class industries, skilled and talented workers, diverse trade partnerships, and a strong domestic market where we can be our own best customers. Mr. Speaker, Canada's new government is delivering on investment budget. We are spending less on government operations to invest more on workers, businesses, and nation-building infrastructure that will grow our economy for the long term. At this time of intensive global pressures, responsible leadership means focusing on what we can control, and Budget 2025 reflects that reality. Every department has had to make disciplined and sometimes difficult decisions so that we can keep our investments targeted, effective, and sustainable. In my portfolio, this means focusing resources where Canada's impact is greatest, modernizing our toolkit, deploying Canadian expertise, and working through new partnerships and innovative approaches to maximize the impact of public dollars and deliver meaningful assistance to vulnerable communities around the world. Across government, the resources identified through Budget 2025 are critical to the generational investments in housing, infrastructure, defense, productivity, and competitiveness that Canada needs to safeguard its future in a rapidly changing world. These would enable $1 trillion in total investments over the next 5 years through our focused public spending and stronger capital investment. We're creating an economy by Canadians, for Canadians, and the Budget Implementation Act is a key part of this work. From building more homes and expanding clean electricity to upgrading the infrastructure and growing communities, one that growing communities rely on every day, this budget delivers investments that will shape Canada's future for decades to come. For instance, the new Building Communities Fund will support provinces, territories, and municipalities as they strengthen the roads, water systems, transit, and health facilities that underpin a strong economy. A dedicated $5 billion health infrastructure fund will help ensure hospitals, emergency rooms, urgent care centers, and medical schools in communities like mine and across the country have the health infrastructure required to meet the needs of Canadians. I encourage provinces and territories to seize this opportunity to invest in the infrastructure essential to building the strong foundation our economy needs. But Mr. Speaker, building a strong foundation for our economy also requires a tax system that rewards investment, accelerates innovation, and strengthens Canada's competitiveness. That is why the Budget Implementation Act advances a focused tax strategy to supercharge productivity and attract new capital. It introduces a productivity super deduction, enhancing incentives that allow businesses to immediately write off a larger share of new capital investments, helping them invest and grow. This includes the reinstated accelerated investment incentive and 100% first-year write-off for investments in manufacturing and processing equipment, clean energy technologies, zero-emission vehicles, productivity-enhancing assets, and scientific research and experimental development. Our government knows that innovation and scientific discovery are the foundation of long-term economic growth. Science fuels innovation, and innovation fuels productivity, helping Canada stay competitive in a fast-changing global economy. That is why we are also strengthening the scientific research and experimental development tax incentive program by increasing expenditure limits, restoring the eligibility of SR&ED capital expenditures, and expanding eligibility to more Canadian firms. All told, these additional government investments of $440 million on an ongoing basis are expected to generate nearly $1.2 billion in economic output each year, about a 3-time return for Canada's economy. To provide certainty for business investment decisions, we are also proposing enhancements to existing investment tax credits to expand eligibility and extend the availability of select tax credits. This includes improving our suite of clean economy investment tax credits and expanding eligibility of the critical mineral exploration tax credit to include additional 12 essential minerals. Mr. Speaker, in addition to ensuring Canada has the right incentives to attract investment and grow our economy, we also need to ensure that we are not putting ourselves at a disadvantage. The Budget Implementation Act also proposes to eliminate or modify tax measures that have proven to be inefficient. costly to administer, and challenging for Canadian industries at a time of ongoing global economic uncertainty. To provide relief to the aviation and boating industries and to streamline the luxury tax framework, we're moving forward with ending the luxury tax on aircraft and vessels as of the day after Budget Day. To simplify Canada's tax system and reduce compliance costs for taxpayers and governments, and in light of existing measures like the federal foreign buyer ban and municipal and provincial vacant home taxes, we're moving forward with eliminating the underused housing tax as of the 2025 calendar year. Mr. Speaker, the legislation being debated today is full of measures to drive growth, support workers, and build a more resilient Canadian economy. It also includes measures that could help build more affordable homes, fight financial fraud, and put more money in the pockets of Canadians. We're able to do all this by spending less on operations so that we can invest more in Canada, enabling the government to direct federal spending forward, enhancing productivity, and strengthening capital formation, as reflected in many of the measures I've highlighted today. Mr. Speaker, the budget positions our country for the long term. It invests in the homes, infrastructure, and opportunities Canadians need, and it ensures that Canada remains a steady, reliable partner in an uncertain world. As we build a stronger and more resilient Canada, we will continue to stand for humanitarian leadership and meaningful international partnerships, and for a Canada that is secure at home and respected abroad. Mr. Speaker, this legislation turns the ambitions of Budget 2025 into concrete action, and I urge all members to support it so that Canadians can begin to reap the benefits of building Canada strong. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This government has spent more than any in Canadian history and is promising to spend even more. How can the member opposite, the honourable member opposite, justify a budget that pours gasoline on the inflationary fires that families are dealing with and more Canadians are lining up at food banks?
Honourable Secretary of State.
Mr. Speaker, I have had the fortune of going to the World Bank meetings just in Washington recently. If you compare Canada to the rest of the world, whether it's our G7 partners, OECD, other like-minded countries, there is no better country with a financial track record than Canada. We are only two countries in the world that have a AAA credit history with Moody's and S&P. We are the only one mentioned by the IMF that said had the best framework along with Germany. So I think if we look at inflationary pressures, we're also one of the best countries that have been able to reduce inflationary pressures after the Ukraine war and the COVID-19 pandemic.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Mr. Speaker, this is a budget that capitulates in the face of climate change. They have ended various programs, incentives to have electric vehicles, all kinds of things. But there is something in this budget which is very present, and that is an increase in subsidies for big oil and big gas. So I'd like to know from my honourable colleague, can he put a number to the number of billions of dollars plus that we will get in taxes from the big gas and big oil? What is it? What's the number?
State for International Development.
Mr. Speaker, what I can tell you is we're investing heavily in hydro clean electric. We're investing heavily in critical minerals that are the lifeline of batteries and EV vehicles and the future of this country and the planet. These are the type of lifetime investments we are doing to enable that Canada is not only a leader in our legislation to curb emissions and control emissions and bring us to a net zero climate, but also bring the ingredients, the manufacturing capacity, and the industrial capacity to lead that charge and be the fastest growing economy in the G7.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And
as I know my colleague has often made reference to the idea of what the caucus talks a great deal about is how it is that we're going to be able to move forward in building Canada strong. We talk about building the strongest economy in the G7. That is something that's important to all members of the Liberal caucus, and it's being spearheaded by the Prime Minister. It's one of the reasons why he's aggressively pursuing trade that goes beyond the Canada-U.S. borders, hoping to double it in the next 10 years, Mr. Speaker, in terms of exports. I wonder if he can provide his thoughts on just how important it is that we continue to build a very stronger and healthier Canada.
Honourable Secretary of State.
Thank you to my honourable colleague. A very valid question. For far too long, we were reliant on exclusively one market, almost entirely being the United States. It's been a wake-up call. However, Canada has been very fortunate. In the last 10 years, we've done numerous trade deals, CPTPP with Europe, CETA, with several South American countries. We're the only G7 country with a free trade deal with every G7 country. And as in my role as Secretary of State for International Development, I get to go to many countries that are on the pre-steps of reaching those free trade agreements or have just reached those. The opportunities are endless, and I think Canada has to explore those, and Prime Minister Carney is leading a team and leading a...
Interrupt the Secretary of State. The member cannot use the name of the Prime Minister in the House.
The Prime Minister is on leading the charge and taking cabinet ministers and Team Canada approaches to all these countries to expand our trade opportunities, make the products that Canada needs to give to the rest of the world, and those that Canada needs, ensure that we have sufficient, safe, and reliable supply chains to make sure we have the ingredients to help build an affordable and industrious Canada.
Hear, hear.
Questions and comments? We have time for a short one. The Honourable Member for Yorkton Melville, a short one.
Absolutely. Can the member tell me how much Canadian investment did the Prime Minister promise would cross over into the U.S. over the next 5 years?
The Honourable Secretary of State for International Development.
Look, we have one of the large, almost $2 billion a day goes back and forth between the U.S. And Canada. It's a robust economic agreement that we have. Our goal is to take beyond that and actually double our international trade, so we're less reliant on the U.S. And that'll be our focus for the future.
Reprise de débat. Resuming debate. The
Honourable Member for Honoré-Mercier. Mr. Speaker, it's a tremendous honour to rise today to speak to Budget 2025. The budget was passed on Monday and Tuesday by a majority of members of this House. It's a budget that will profoundly shape the country that we're building for our children and our grandchildren. It's a concrete plan for a better future, a healthy, prosperous, and strong future. A future where we remain masters of our own destiny in an uncertain and rapidly changing world. Mr. Speaker, we can't control what's happening in the rest of the world, but what we can control is the way that we will prepare our country for the future. The strength of our economy, the safety of our communities, the resilience of our infrastructure, and our families' ability to prosper. That's what Budget 2025 does. Mr. Speaker, first of all, I want to start with what is, for me, the heart of my political commitment. And I think it's a commitment, I know it's a commitment that's shared by all members of this House. Canadians, the families in my riding of Honoré-Mercier, young people, workers, parents, and seniors in Anjou, Rivière-des-Prairies, and across the country. I'd like to highlight some concrete initiatives such as l'Artère de l'Est, a new transitional housing service for vulnerable youth in eastern Montreal. And I had the pleasure of meeting them last week in Pointe-de-l'Île with the Minister of Housing and Infrastructure. This project has been made possible in part thanks to a $1.3 million investment from the federal government. It offers young people from 16 to 23 years old a safe place, human support, and concrete tools to help them regain stability, independence, and above all, hope. I'm also reminded of the Sports and Aquatic Center in northern Montreal in Bourassa. It's a center where residents and young people will be able to excel, get in shape, discover a new passion, feel safe, and build strong links. It's a project that will be very helpful to people in my riding. These are the kinds of projects that federal investments, such as those in the 2025 budget, make possible. Infrastructure that improves daily life, creates places of belonging, and strengthens social cohesion. And yes, I say this both as a member of Parliament, but also as the father of 2 young girls. When it comes to the future, it's essential that we talk specifically about our young people and the opportunities that are before them. This year alone, in Honoré-Mercier, thanks to the Canada Summer Jobs Program, 177 summer jobs were created. Over $800,000 was invested in my communities of Rivière-des-Prairies and Anjou, and 31 local organizations were supported, such as Équipe RDP, CORA, CAMP, YOPI, and the Association Québécoise, which defends retired persons in La Pointe-de-l'Île. And when we talk about the future, it's also essential to remember those who built this country, who passed on their values, and who continue to keep alive the spirit of solidarity and civic mindedness in our communities, our seniors. Budget 2025 recognizes our seniors and has allocated necessary resources and investments to support them. A concrete example is the New Horizons for Seniors program. With annual funding of $70 million, the program supports projects that reduce isolation, strengthen social participation, encourage intergenerational transmission, and protect the dignity of our seniors. In Honoré-Mercier, I've even had the opportunity to support several organizations that work every day with our seniors to help keep them active. Particularly, J'écoute en action in Rivière-des-Prairies and the Cercle des Fermiers d'Anjou. But, Mr. Speaker, for this progress to last, we need a strong economy that creates lasting prosperity in a world that is marked by uncertainty. Thanks to this budget, Canada is on track to attract billions of dollars in investment over the next 5 years, investments that will create good jobs, strengthen the country's competitiveness, and ensure sustainable growth. Mr. Speaker, Budget 2025 allows us to take control of our economy, our sovereignty, and our future, to become our own best client here at home, and to build a modern economy. But we also, in order to do that, need to continue to fight climate change. Budget 2025 makes it very clear that economic prosperity and climate action go hand in hand. Not only are they not mutually exclusive, they reinforce each other. Our long-term economic health depends on the health of our environment. Our jobs depend on the quality of our resources. Our security depends on climate stability. Our well-being depends on nature, air, water, forests, ecosystems. That's why Budget 2025 places the climate transition at the forefront while supporting economic growth. Minister de Brussen announced at COP30 that Canada wants to reduce emissions by 2035. This is not just a target, it's a plan for resilience. The goal is to attract more clean investment, to become a competitive country in a global economy where green innovation is becoming essential. It means protecting the health, safety, and well-being of our communities. And Budget 2025 gives us the tools to achieve this goal. By strengthening industrial carbon pricing, a powerful driver of emissions reduction and investment in clean innovation. It's a win for competitiveness, a win for the economy, a win for climate, and a win for Canada. And Budget 2025 also strengthens other important tools. It brings in stricter regulations on methane emissions, a clear taxonomy to guide responsible investments, a modernized framework for sustainable bonds, and climate disclosure rules that enable businesses to plan, innovate, and grow. These measures will enable Canada to make concrete progress toward its climate goals while stimulating innovation, investment, and job creation. And to support this transition and support our growth, we also need strong infrastructure. That's why Budget 2025 includes $280 billion in investments over 5 years to build infrastructure that is modern, sustainable, safe, and resilient. Among these investments, there's money specifically for community investment, $500 million. That means safer roads, modernized bridges, more efficient buildings that are better adapted to climate change. In Montreal, one of the most important projects is the extension of the Blue Metro line, which will include a station in Anjou. This project will improve mobility, enhance the attractiveness of eastern Montreal, reduce travel times, and contribute to a better quality of life for thousands of families. And I hope to eventually improve transport across eastern Montreal, particularly for the people of Rivière-des-Prairies. I met some young people last week who told me that it takes an hour and a half or more to get from Rivière-des-Prairies to UQAM, McGill, or Concordia universities. So we're going to continue to fight to improve transit in Rivière-des-Prairies, Anjou. But a budget that builds for the future must also meet the immediate needs of Canadians. Budget 2025 proposes several essential measures to make life more affordable. It starts with something simple but fundamental: automatic access to benefits for millions of Canadians. Because automatic tax filing for low-income families will allow hundreds of thousands of people to automatically receive the credits and benefits to which they are entitled. It's a modest measure in form, but immense in its impact. And when we talk about impacts, let's talk about children. Again, the National School Food Program, now with permanent funding of $216.6 million per year. No, it's not trash. It's a program that helps children eat better, and kids who eat better learn better. A child who learns better is more likely to succeed. It's a program that's an investment in the country's human future. And when it comes to human dignity, we also need to talk about health. The Canadian Dental Care Plan, consolidated by the budget, now covers more than 5 million Canadians, including 23,000 residents of Honoré-Mercier. Mr. Speaker, 23,000 residents in Honoré-Mercier, that's almost a quarter of the population in my riding. That's why Budget 2025 is investing in the future, and that includes investments for the RCMP. These resources will help keep our neighborhoods safe, both in Anjou and Rivière-des-Prairies, but also elsewhere in the country. Mr. Speaker, Budget 2025 is a generational budget. It's modern, it's connected to reality, and above all, it is important at a human level. It will allow Canada to take control of its economy, its sovereignty, and its future. A Canada that's ready to face an unstable, rapidly changing world. It will build a Canada that is fairer, more prosperous. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before going to questions and comments, I'll just remind the member not to use the name of a minister. It's the Minister of the Environment. Questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent, Akiawenrek. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech and congratulate him on his election. And it's the first time he's been elected to this House. I have a very simple question for my colleague. We know that his government talks a lot about a generational budget, generational investments. We're going to be talking about it for generations, going to have an impact on generations. Can my colleague say how many generations of our kids, grandkids, and other grandkids are going to, how many generations are going to take to pay off the debt created by this budget? The Honourable Member for Honoré-Mercier, the Honourable Member for Saint Laurent used the word tu in French. Just remind him not to do that. The Honourable Member for Honoré-Mercier. Yes, I'd like to thank my colleague for his excellent question. And this is our first exchange in the House, and I'd like to thank you for the excellent work you do. I thank you for the riding that you do in your riding to my colleague. So, our budget is divided between operational spending and investments, and we've made major investments in projects. We've spoken about some of the transformational projects like Alto or the Crawford Mine announcement in Northern Ontario, in Timmins last week. So the idea is really to invest and think about the future of our kids. I have two young girls. They're 6 and 10 years old, and we have to think about their future. Questions, comments? The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Mr. Speaker, my honourable colleague from Honoré-Mercier surprises me. He created an Environment and Climate Change Committee within the government because he was worried that the government was going too far in abandoning the fight against climate change. And yet here he's come into the House and he's given us a speech that's greenwashing. He's praising a budget that's won fossil awards around the world. It cuts funding for the Department of the Environment. It abandons the emissions cap, among other things. I'd like to ask my honourable colleague to explain how he can support and praise a budget that is criticized by NGOs, that's criticized at the national level, that gives money to the oil and gas sector. It's shameful, Mr. Speaker. The honourable member for Henri-Mercier. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague from Repentigny for that question. I'd also like to thank him for his commitment, but I have to correct certain things. When he talked about an environment committee, I think my colleague is referring to the Liberal caucus within the Liberal Party. All parties have caucuses. This caucus was created to encourage discussion. So it's really to continue discussions on climate change. His words are not well-founded because our government is working on measures, for example, the taxonomy question, the methane regulations as well, which will reduce our greenhouse gas emissions. There's also the industrial carbon pricing, which my colleague has also supported, and that's a great way to reduce emissions. Thank you.
Question et commentaire, the honourable member for Carleton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague, the honourable member for Henri-Mercier, for his speech. I'd like to ask the member to elaborate on how measures like industrial carbon pricing, methane regulations, and investments in clean energy are benefiting Canadians in Henri-Mercier and all across the country.
The honourable member for Henri-Mercier.
Colleague for his excellent question. We know that in budget there was some support for the Youth Climate Corps, support that will help youth advance some work on important issues protecting the environment. As I mentioned, there's also a sustainable bond framework, which is helping to advance green bonds, and there's also advancement on climate disclosure. So there's a lot of measures that are going to benefit the folks in my riding. Last week in Montreal, there was an announcement on the extension of the REM à Montréal. So increasing public transportation, there will be some further work. As I mentioned, there's $51 billion being invested in infrastructure projects across the country. So we're very happy and excited to continue this great work.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, l'honorable. The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent, Akia-Wenrek. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank you for calling me to order. Apparently, I said two earlier, and if I did that, I'm certainly embarrassed, and I apologize for that. I know that even in my private life, I use the formal vous and not the informal tu in French with just about everyone. Well, it's the end of the day on Thursday. I'm in a good mood, so I'd like to start my speech off on a good footing in this reply to the budget. There's one thing in this budget that makes me very happy, and that's page 96. Why, Mr. Speaker? Well, because on page 96 of the budget, there is a very clear definition of the political thinking behind this budget. Or rather, it's a good idea. It's one project, one environmental realization. You'll remember a couple of years ago, Mr. Speaker, I tabled a bill in this House, a private member's bill. After 8 years in Parliament, it was the first time that I had the opportunity to table a private member's bill in the House of Commons that was debated in the House because, as you know, it's a lottery that allows us to move our bills forward. And before going ahead, Mr. Speaker, I would like to mention that I will be sharing my time with the honourable member for Regina Wascana. So, Mr. Speaker, about 2 years ago, I tabled Bill C-375, and it's word for word what you see in the budget on page 96. One project, one environmental evaluation. And, you know, why did we put that bill forward? Well, it was to accelerate the processes and make it more effective and more pragmatic so that projects could go forward. Because, yes, more than ever, we need to develop our full potential in energy and natural resources and in green projects, Mr. Speaker. So we know that, in the past, for a project, there was a provincial evaluation and then a federal evaluation, environmental assessment, and then sometimes a municipal assessment, and then you had to start things over from zero. It was very inefficient. Bill C-375 would allow projects to move forward in a productive, positive, constructive way, and not to remove responsibility, but rather to make sure that everyone works together, not against one another, to cover all aspects of a project when it comes to the environment, but just one assessment, not two, to get to the heart of things as quickly as possible. So I'm very happy, Mr. Speaker, to see that the government has moved forward with that proposal. But it's important to remember, Mr. Speaker, that that bill was tabled in 2024. We had a debate on it March 18th. It was voted on May 8th. What happened, Mr. Speaker? Well, the Conservatives voted in favor of it because it was second reading in principle. Colleagues from the Bloc Québécois at the time had supported Bill C-375. They had some concerns about certain things, and that's fine. That's how democracy works. But there were 150 votes in favor. But unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, that bill, which aimed for one project, one assessment, was defeated by votes from the NDP and the Liberal government. And I see colleagues across the way who remember that situation where at the time they were calling me names. They said that we wanted to get rid of the carbon tax. They got rid of the carbon tax in the end, and they were against the one project, one assessment plan, but now it's word for word at page 96 of the government's budget. So I'd like to remind the members across the way of those facts. Mr. Speaker, that's one of the only positive things, though, in this budget, Mr. Speaker, because fundamentally this budget, which this government keeps calling generational, they say it's a turning point in our history. It's generational. People are going to be benefiting from generations. Well, no. Generations of people are going to have to pay for this budget because we are living beyond our means. We're living on a credit card. This is a credit card budget. $78.3 billion of deficit. That, Mr. Speaker, well, that's twice as much as we saw under Prime Minister Trudeau. And everybody knows that despite his qualities, let's be clear, he spent without counting, Mr. Speaker. I would never have imagined that a Prime Minister who has international prestige, who has a reputation as a banker around the world, never imagined that he would do worse than Mr. Trudeau. That's what happened.
Let us recall that these people got elected under the promise that they would have a deficit $19 billion lower than the current one. Let us recall as well that their deficit is roughly twice as large as last year's. And what's most shocking in this budget is that there is no plan to bring down spending and return to balanced budget. Nothing at all. The spending piles up and piles up and piles up. $78.3 billion this year, $75 billion the year after, then $60 billion and $50 billion and so on and so on. No plan to return to balanced budget. $321 billion will be added to the debt. Once again, I will repeat, Mr. Speaker, this is twice what Mr. Trudeau anticipated. Those people never, ever, ever said during the campaign that they would get elected to do twice as badly as Justin Trudeau, and yet that is what is happening. And who suffers from this are children, grandchildren, and great-grandchildren. They will be left with the bill. I'm a father. I've been very blessed in life. And I'm even a grandfather. I'm wearing a little bracelet made by my 3-year-old granddaughter. And I try to wear it as much as possible because we're here in this house thanks to our parents, but for our children and for our grandchildren. That's what motivates me as a politician. But, Mr. Speaker, debt is a bill that we will pass down to our children, and debts must be paid. Interest on the debt must be paid every year. This year, debt servicing costs will be $55.6 billion. For those listening, every dollar, every cent you pay in GST, none of that goes to improving services. None of that goes to the provinces so they can improve their healthcare or other programs. No, every single cent goes to paying down the interest on the debt. Every cent of your GST. That's what it's for. It's not used to invest in health. Only 54.7 is invested in healthcare, whereas 55.6 billion is used for debt servicing costs. That is why there needs to be fiscal prudence to bring down the debt, bring down the deficits, and return to balanced budget. Let me remind you, Mr. Speaker, that balanced budgets are possible. Here in this House, we have an experienced member who was elected to the Quebec National Assembly and who is now serving all of Canada and the Canadian House of Commons. On March 11, 2015, he said, budgetary balance is a way to establish the credibility of the state and as well as its financial stability. Who said that? The current parliamentary secretary to the Minister of Finance. I had the pleasure to sit with him in the Quebec National Assembly in a previous life. The current parliamentary secretary to the Minister of Finance actually balanced Quebec's budget. So yes, it's possible. And as a Quebecer, I was very happy to see this gentleman in his current position. It gave me some hope that we would return to balanced budgets. When there's political will, it can be done. Unfortunately, that gentleman, who could, I'm sure, serve Canadians much better were he in cabinet, well, the Prime Minister should consult him about how to deal with the debt and deficit because these will create a significant burden on our children and grandchildren.
Of common that this budget is good for one aspect on my mind, one project, one evaluation. You have that definition at page 96 of this budget. This is very interesting. This is exactly what we proposed 2 years ago here in this House. But unfortunately, the Liberals voted against at that time. But today, they are doing what we asked for them in the last 2 years. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for... Actually, before I do that, I almost forgot. Order. It is my duty, pursuant to Standing Order 38, to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. The honourable member for Sandwich Gulf Islands, Foreign Affairs. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, Employment. The honourable member for Similkameen, South Okanagan, West Kootenay, Carbon Pricing. And with that, I recognize the member for Hamilton West, Ancaster Dundas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member opposite for his speech. I've heard him speak a few times. He's an excellent speaker, and I think he would make an excellent leader of the opposition. Of course, the member opposite has spoken about streamlining evaluation across jurisdictions. I think that's a very important point. He was at a green building event just recently, speaking very highly and advocating for green building standards. And of course, the debt and the Canadian debt is a concern, so thank you for highlighting that. I was just wondering if the member opposite can also acknowledge that in the current geopolitical context with the United States and shifting trade alliances, that we are in a different reality now, and this budget addresses some of those realities. Thank you.
The honourable member for Louis St. Laurent Hakiawan Rock.
I want to say thank you to my colleague for his question. Well, obviously, the world had changed, obviously. And I remember pretty well the actual Prime Minister with campaign saying, elbows up. What did happen? Twice he went to the White House. What was it? Was it elbows up? No, it was thumbs up. And what is the reality today? Empty hands. So from elbows up, thumbs up to empty hands. That's not the way to address the reality of the geopolitical situation right now. And talking about the leader of the opposition, let me tell you that he is so efficient and so good that he convinced the Liberal Party to kick out Justin Trudeau, and also he convinced the Liberal Party to attack the carbon tax. This is a leader very efficient. I can assure you that.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Shefford. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague for his speech. I was trying to decide what to ask about. Yes, we do need to rein back public spending, but we also have to focus on social programs. And I've been in touch with food banks in my riding. They confirmed that they're seeing more and more people through the doors. But I would like to hear my colleague talk more about the survival of regional media. He understands the importance of regional media. What happens if we only invest in one media outlet, Radio-Canada, leaving smaller media outlets in a crisis with little advertising money? Of course, this has an impact on local democracy. What does my colleague think? As a former journalist, the Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent-Akiawanrock. Thank you, and I would like to commend my colleague for her work and thank her for her question. Yes, I am a former journalist. I am aware of what is going on. I will also acknowledge that today social media rules the roost and local media will have to adapt. One local newspaper in my riding went digital. So that is a possibility. I will also recognize that the Liberal Party committed to spending $150 billion more on Radio-Canada. We have a different approach. The Liberals won. I recognize that. But I would ask them to review the $150 million, investment in Radio-Canada.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you again, colleague, for your wonderful speech. It was very informative. This budget means Canadians will pay more in interest on the national debt than the federal government will have transfers for health care, more than the government even collects in GST. It's like every dollar collected from GST revenue goes to interest payments, not for doctors and nurses. How do you think Canadians feel about this government prioritizing debt payments?
I have to interrupt the member. The member twice referred to that member directly. The member has to speak through the chair to the member for Louis Saint Laurent-Akiawanrock. I'll let the member finish her question, and I'll let the member respond.
How does the member feel, Canadians feel about this government prioritizing debt payments to make bankers and bondholders rich instead of addressing the crisis in our healthcare system?
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent-Akiawanrock.
I want to thank my colleague, and I want to thank her for his hard work here in the House and in his writing. By the way, she is among the few people who defeat the Liberal MP, and I'm very proud of that, obviously. But, Mr. Speaker, the question raised by the member is very important because we're talking about where is the priority of this government. Do they want to put more money in banking system, or do they want to help directly the Canadian? And this is why, Mr. Speaker, we will fight all our job. Our job is to fight, some difficulty that we address. But in that situation, what we see is this government put too much money in deficit, and they live over the.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. The Honourable Member for Regina Wascana.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's an honor and a privilege to rise today, but before I get too far into the details of the Budget Implementation Act, I would be remiss if I did not provide the House with at least a bit of an update on the Saskatchewan Roughriders Grey Cup celebrations, which have been going on all week in Regina and right across Saskatchewan. Fans of the green and white poured into the streets on Sunday evening to celebrate the 25-17 Grey Cup victory over the Montreal Alouettes. On Tuesday, the Grey Cup parade proudly marched down. And I'm sure that from now until Christmas, Grey Cup champion merchandise will be flying off the shelves at the Rider Team Store. Mr. Speaker, as exciting as Grey Cup Sunday is, it's important to remember that a Grey Cup championship doesn't just happen by luck on one day of the year. It's the result of hard work and tough decisions that began weeks, months, and sometimes years in advance. Every time that a football team starts with good field position, makes a consistent drive down the field, and then finishes the drive with a touchdown, that success was the result of strong leadership, which includes recruiting the right players and coaches and coming up with the right playbook. On the other hand, when a team has poor leadership for many years, eventually that poor leadership manifests itself on the field in the form of costly penalties and giving up quarterback sacks. Mr. Speaker, that's exactly what this budget feels like to me. Too many penalties, bad field position, and lots of talk about future touchdowns that never seem to happen on the field. So let's take a closer look at what's in the budget. It shows a deficit of $78 billion this year, a record outside of the pandemic. The total accumulated debt is $1.3 trillion, also a record. And interest payments on the debt have skyrocketed to $56 billion a year. And that's, you guessed it, also a record. Now, $56 billion per year in interest payments is such a huge number that it's difficult for people to visualize just how much money that is. So let's take a look at how much money that is on a per household basis. When you divide $56 billion by the number of households in Canada, you get about $3,400 per household per year. That is the amount of money that leaves Canadian households not because of anything they did wrong, not because of anything they purchased, but because the federal government spends more money than it has. And what could a Canadian family do with that $3,400 per year? That is where the reality of this burden becomes clear. For some families, $3,400 is a month's mortgage payment. For others, it's groceries for 2 months. For others, it's a used vehicle for their teenage son or daughter who needs to get to work. For a family with kids, it could be an entire year of RESP contributions. In football terms, Mr. Speaker, this is like starting every offensive drive with a quarterback sack. Before the quarterback even has a chance to call a play, and before a Canadian family can plan their household budget, they're getting team tackled by record high cost of the government's debt servicing. Mr. Speaker, as football fans in the rest of Canada watched the Rough Riders win the Grey Cup last Sunday, many of them probably said to themselves, "Oh well, there's always next year. Maybe my team will have better luck next season." Unfortunately, the same cannot be said for interest payments on the federal debt. That's because, according to the government's own numbers, interest payments next year are expected to be higher than they were this year. And interest payments the following year are expected to be higher still. In fact, interest payments on the debt are projected to break a new record every year for the rest of the decade, according to this budget. In football terms, if you're the quarterback and you got tackled by a 300-pound defensive lineman this season, you can expect to be tackled by a 400-pound defensive lineman next season. And the following season, you'll have a 500-pound defensive lineman tackling you. That's what these interest payments on the debt are doing to Canadians. Mr. Speaker, Canadian families are doing their part. They are budgeting, they are cutting back, they are sacrificing. Many of them are turning to food banks. But the Liberal government, the team's coaching staff and general manager, keep calling plays that make life harder. For 10 years now, under 2 Liberal prime ministers and 4 Liberal finance ministers, we have seen the same pattern: more spending, more borrowing, more debt, and more interest payments. And while the Prime Minister likes to say that the Liberals are spending less to invest more, the reality is they are spending more, lots more. According to the budget's own numbers, the government is projected to spend more money every year for the rest of the decade. Sadly, in many cases, when this Liberal government chooses to spend, it's often not for valid fiscal reasons, but for ideological ones. For example, the budget highlights the importance of the Social Sciences and Humanities Research Council because of its, quote, important role in advancing the government's growth agenda by advancing research and attracting top international research talent, unquote. But the budget document provides very little detail about what types of projects the Social Sciences and Humanities Research Council is going to fund. So let's take a look at some of the projects that they have funded recently. They spent $20,000 to study gender politics of Peruvian rock music. I don't know why we needed to spend $20,000 on that, but the Liberals seem to think that we did. The Liberals funded another study about online selfies, including, quote, fat fashion photography on Instagram, social justice selfies, and selfies that violate social norms. That one cost us $94,000. They also felt the need to come up with a, quote, gender-inclusive and intersectional piano curriculum. That was to the tune of $17,000, pardon the pun. There was one study that focused on grocery carts, but sadly, it did not have anything to do with the rising cost of groceries that people put into the carts, only people's feelings about the grocery carts themselves. In any case, this study has cost Canadian taxpayers over $100,000 to date. Mr. Speaker, Canadians deserve better from their government. There were some very practical solutions to the rising cost of living that Conservatives suggested be put into the budget, such as cancelling the industrial carbon tax, the federal fuel standard, and regulations on plastic food packaging, all of which drive up the cost of groceries and the cost of living. Unfortunately, the Liberals refused. Mr. Speaker, I have no doubt that the Liberals will say that I am being negative, but I'm not. I am just being honest. There is no message more positive and hopeful than this. Canada can do better than what we've seen from the Liberals over the last 10 years. Canadians should be able to move out of their parents' basements and put roofs over their heads. They should be able to feed their families without resorting to food banks, and they should be able to have a comfortable future without drowning in more and more debt every year. If the government wants to learn from the Grey Cup champions, here is a quick film review. End inflationary deficits, restore fiscal discipline, and deliver immediate relief on the things that Canadians buy every week. That's the way to turn a cellar dweller into a champion. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. I look forward to questions.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Energy and Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, I want to thank the member for expressing himself on the budget, but I would suggest that he may want to stick to football as opposed to economy as a topic, because as it relates to economy, let's talk a little bit about the future. And the question to the member is, explain to me, and I've been wrestling with all these conservative comments, where you have a portion of the budget that's expense and a portion of the budget that's investment. And the biggest portion of the budget is investment. How does investment ties into inflation? That's what I would like the member to explain to me.
The Honourable Member for Regina Wascana.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. What I find so troubling about the Liberals over the years is they constantly want to play this shell game when it comes to the budget. I mean, it used to be they were going to balance the budget come hell or high water when Paul Martin was Prime Minister, and then they've changed their tune to say, well, it's not going to be balanced, but it's going to be a portion of debt to GDP ratio. And now they're saying, well, we're going to balance the operating budget, but we're going to keep spending and spending on interest payments on the debt and on infrastructure investments. But it's important to understand, Mr. Speaker, Speaker, that money is money and spending is spending, and Canadians are going to have to pay it back with interest, which is something that the Liberals either don't understand or don't seem to care about.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Gaspésie-les-Îles de la Madeleine, Restigouche. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to commend the speech of my colleague. In the Bloc Québécois, we do share certain ideas, opinions in common. The debt is very high and public funds have to be spent judiciously. But what I would say to my colleague is the expenditures in this budget are subsidies to the oil industry. And when we look at the situation, it's about $9 billion a year, which we give to the oil industry. And it seems to me that this part of the economy would be able to do quite well on its own. I think, how can he reconcile his desire for the budget to be well managed with these subsidies to big oil?
Regina Wascana.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank my honourable colleague for his question. I would say that the benefits to society from our natural resource sector far outweigh the costs. I would like to point out to the provincial government of Saskatchewan's annual budget, which gets 10 to 15% of its revenues every year from natural resource royalties. So if my honourable colleague is suggesting that the federal government, the federal Liberal government, should have less to do with oil and gas companies and get out of the way, I would be in 100% agreement with that. I would love to see the Liberals repeal Bill C-69, the No More Pipelines bill. I would love to see them repeal Bill C-48, the West Coast tanker ban. That way we can extract all of these resources that are literally underneath our feet and export them around the world. But it's unfortunate that the Liberals always seem to get in the way.
Here.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Cochin, Malahat, Langford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member for his excellent speech. He clearly threw a touchdown, and I thank him for his honesty and positive suggestions. People in my riding of Vancouver Island every day tell me they're struggling to afford groceries, gas, rent. They're going hungry. They're losing their homes. These are all signs of a failing economy among so many. Perhaps my colleague could speak to how this budget will deal with the continuing failing of our economy. Does he see it as a budget that's going to make it better or continue to make it worse? Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Regina Wascana.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank my honourable colleague for his question. Unfortunately, we are seeing more of the same from the Liberals on this budget, which is the continuation of 10 years of poor leadership, and that's, of course, going to lead to higher costs at the grocery store, higher costs for Canadians who are just struggling to make ends meet. I would like to quote our former Prime Minister Justin Trudeau, if I may, from just 5 years ago, when he said, "Interest rates are at historic lows, Glenn. And as we move forward, because of historically low interest rates, the debt servicing costs will be low." Well, Mr. Speaker, we can see now that leadership was totally misguided from the Liberals. Canadians are paying more and more on debt servicing charges from this deficit. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the reprise du débat, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Secretary of State for Combating Crime.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'll be sharing my time with the member for Bay of Quinte. Mr. Speaker, we are facing the greatest threat to our sovereignty in generations. Unjustified tariffs are hurting Canadian businesses, workers, and families, while global instability is disrupting our supply chains and driving uncertainty to levels we have not seen in decades. We are being confronted with a new and evolving set of challenges. The fact is, the world has changed, and Canada must change with it. Budget 2025 is a call to action to protect what we have, build the Canada of the future, and empower Canadians to drive this change. History shows us the way. In a time of global crisis, C.D. Howe transformed Canada from an agricultural economy into a modern industrial powerhouse. Under Howe's tenure, Canada quadrupled our national industrial production, built the St. Lawrence Seaway, and modernized Canada's largest cities. At the time, we created the Department of Defence Production to streamline procurement. turning Canada into the 4th largest producer of war materials in the Allied forces, even though we had one of the smallest populations. Howe understood that transforming Canada's economy required significant investment to jumpstart factories and to modernize Canada's infrastructure. We do not have to look abroad when our own history offers a clear blueprint to build Canada strong. Just as Howe responded to the existential threat of global war with industrial might, we must respond to today's economic threats with the same ingenuity, resolve, and conviction. He knew then, as we know now, that you cannot cut your way to growth. You must invest. The era of relying solely on deeply integrated trade with the United States is over. Our country cannot be subject to the whims of any foreign leader, and we must build infrastructure, industry, and sustainable development projects at speeds that we have not seen in generations. We are investing over $60 billion in capital investment for the infrastructure of the future, including nuclear power, carbon capture, critical minerals, offshore wind, and high-speed rail. The new Major Projects Office will fast-track these nation-building projects and coordinate financing to help build projects faster. These projects will connect our country, attract needed capital, and create high-paying jobs. Beyond the Major Projects Office, we are making investments into research and development to foster innovation and increase productivity. We are cutting red tape that slows private investment, and our government has already passed the One Canadian Economy Act, which removes federal trade barriers. Our Buy Canadian policy will catalyze our vast natural resources so that we can be our own best customer. When we build, we will do so first with Canadian goods and suppliers. We will build our country with Canadian steel, Canadian aluminum, Canadian lumber, and Canadian workers. I have a background in climate finance, and the importance of building a low-carbon economy in the face of mounting climate risks cannot be overstated. By leveraging strategic tax credits to spur private investment in clean technology and carbon capture, we will position Canada at the forefront of clean energy and advance manufacturing, turning innovation into sustainable growth. Budget 2025 also invests in the technology of the future, with dedicated funding for advanced robotics, quantum computing, and AI infrastructure that will firmly establish Canada's place as a global leader. These technologies will power the next generation of Canadian industry, from clean energy to precision agriculture, and turning growth into jobs for Canadians. But to build prosperity, we must protect what we have. As foreign conflicts and economic instability increase the risks we face, we must enhance our existing strengths and build new ones. Our new government is investing $81.1 billion in national defence, which represents the largest increase in defence spending in generations. Our defence industrial strategy will strengthen our industrial capabilities, give ourselves the tools we need to meet our defence requirements, and confront the crises of the 21st century. To this end, our new government has created the Defence Investment Agency, which will overhaul and streamline Canada's defence procurement. This new agency will build domestic manufacturing and supply chains, so the Canadian Armed Forces have the world-class equipment they need and deserve. These investments will help Canada realize its NATO commitments and enhance our collective security. Our new government is also taking measures to protect Canadians here at home through the toughest anti-trafficking and border protection laws in Canadian history, protecting our communities from gun trafficking and illegal drugs like fentanyl. To support this initiative, we are hiring 1,000 new RCMP personnel and 1,000 new CBSA officers to enforce these laws and keep our country safe, while stricter bail and sentencing laws will ensure that repeat violent offenders are behind bars. Finally, Budget 2025 will make life more affordable by spending less on government operations so we can refocus investment to grow our economy and protect the programs that make life more affordable for Canadians. We have already cut income taxes for 22 million Canadians and launched automatic federal benefits for the 2026 tax year that will reach up to 5.5 low-income Canadians to ensure they receive critical government benefits they qualify for. We have removed the HST for first-time homebuyers, helping more young Canadians achieve the dream of home ownership. And Build Canada Homes will catalyze the creation of an entirely new Canadian housing industry that uses modern methods of construction to boost productivity and at scale, which will help add more housing and a diversity of housing for more Canadians. Our government is also protecting the programs that matter most to Canadians. Programs such as pharmacare, dental care, and childcare. Canada's social safety net is the envy of the world, and we will protect the programs Canadians rely on. This is a nation-building moment. Just as in C.D. Howe's time, we built the railways, the Seaway, and the Transcontinental Highway, our new government is building the digital, energy, and transportation networks that will power Canada into the 21st century. These investments will connect Canadians, strengthen our economy, and protect our sovereignty. Budget 2025 is a blueprint for a stronger, more resilient Canada, a Canada better positioned to manage the challenges of this new age of instability. We do not choose the times we live in, but we do choose how we respond. Budget 2025 is a part of our answer. We will build big, we will act fast, and we will build a Canada that stands strong, sovereign, and united because, sir, we believe in Canada. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Langley Township, Fraser Heights.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for my colleague opposite for his speech. I've sat through, 5 or 6 of these Liberal budget speeches over the years, and every one of them promises that finally we're going to tackle Canada's productivity challenges. We're doing it again, but here's a headline in today's Globe and Mail. Canada stuck in a vicious circle of low productivity, Bank of Canada says. So why should Canadians be at all confident that this Liberal government is finally going to tackle this productivity problem when they've been promising it for years and it is still lagging? What's different today?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, I want to thank the honourable member for the question. I think the biggest change is that we have a new Prime Minister. We have new members of Parliament that come from the private sector. And our new government has laid out a plan that is focused on rebuilding our economy to deal with the challenges of the 21st century. And I listed in my speech a series of investments our new government is making. And a lot of it is built around improving and increasing the productivity of our country. Investing in productive assets that generate revenue, that improve the productivity of the nation is very different than spending money on operating expenses.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Shefford. I thank my colleague for his speech, and we're talking about the Budget Implementation Act, but the Bloc Québécois had very reasonable demands with respect to Quebec's needs. Yes, there has to be a balance struck, but I want to get back to our ask that all seniors, those of 65 years of age and older, the PBO said it was asking for this equity. Others were asking for this equity. Now, what are you going to do about this particular file? Because it seems you have completely forgotten seniors in this budget. What does my colleague have to say about this?
To the Secretary of State.
I only heard part of the question, Mr. Speaker, but I'll try to answer it as best I can. What I can say to the honourable member is this budget takes a first of all, a pan-Canadian approach. Secondly, it tries to address the challenges that Canadians are facing as a whole. Our seniors who helped build this country deserve the utmost respect and care for the hard work and sacrifices they have made over decades in this country. And I respect the honourable member's question in regards to what this budget does. And when I see the speaker here, but just quickly, when we are creating jobs and we are investing in assets.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The member for Hamilton West, Ancaster Dundas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to the honourable member for his support of the budget here in the House. The member spoke about his private sector experience, and I think you see that in this budget repeatedly, the influence that having that extensive private sector experience makes when you bring that to the government. I wonder if the member would like to expand on the difference between the perspectives when coming from the private sector versus government. Thank you.
Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, I want to thank the honourable member for his question. Having private sector influence and experience and bringing it to government, I think, adds a great perspective in terms of what you're seeing in this budget, the investments that are being made, the reduction in operating expenses, the fact that we are focusing on dealing with the challenges of the 21st century. If the only thing I had done in my life is get elected, I would have been doing the residents and citizens in my riding of Eglinton Lawrence a huge disservice. And to meet the challenges of the 21st century, we need that private sector experience. Thank you.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. The honourable member for Bay of Quinte.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's my pleasure to participate in today's debate in support of Bill C-15, the Budget Implementation Act. Budget 2025 arrives at a time when the rules-based international order and trading system that powered Canada's prosperity for decades are being reshaped, threatening our sovereignty, our prosperity, and our values. Mr. Speaker, this is not a time for passive stewardship. Canada must pursue active, ambitious nation building. Budget 2025 is the government's plan, then, to meet the moment by harnessing Canada's strengths, including its wealth of natural resources, skilled and diverse workforce, and well-established stability and democratic values. And in order to do that, Mr. Speaker, we understand that we need to spend less so Canada can invest more. Leadership means making smart, strategic investments while preserving the strength that comes from having the lowest net to GDP ratio of the G7, a strong fiscal position, and a clear path to long-term sustainability. We have the resources, Mr. Speaker, and the people we need to thrive and compete in today's global economy. And Bill C-15 is essential to building a Canada that is confident, secure, and resilient for today and for generations to come. That is why I'm urging all honourable members to support the speedy passage of Bill C-15 so Canada can advance toward these goals. With my time today, Mr. Speaker, I would like to outline some of the reasons why. We, Mr. Speaker, are spending less to invest more. Budget 2025 introduces a new approach to fiscal discipline and strategic investment. The government will spend less on government operations so it can invest more in the workers, business, and nation-building infrastructure. To achieve this goal, government itself must become much more productive by right-sizing, cutting red tape, and wasteful spending, and adopting new and innovative technologies such as artificial intelligence at scale. The government will balance Canada's operating budget within 3 years by making responsible, pragmatic choices, shifting the composition of spending toward capital investments that will grow the economy and prosperity for Canadians. The government is slowing growth in direct program spending from 8% to under 1%, Mr. Speaker. The savings plan means Canadians can count on their government to be more efficient in delivering services that matter while reducing operational costs. Mr. Speaker, this is where Bill C-15 comes in. Bill C-15 is key to Budget 2025's objective to deliver on the comprehensive expenditure review, which will focus on core priorities and ensure less is spent on the day-to-day running of government. Savings will be achieved by restructuring operations, consolidating internal services, and right-sizing programs. The approach will also return the size of the public service to a more sustainable level. The federal government played an instrumental role in ensuring that Canada weathered the COVID-19 pandemic far better than most of our G7 and OECD peers, Mr. Speaker. But a new set of challenges is now upon us, and returning the public service to sustainable pre-COVID levels will help us meet those challenges. The comprehensive expenditure review will achieve savings of $9 billion in 2026 and 27, $10 billion in 27 and 28, and $13 billion in 2028 and 29. Combined with other savings and revenues in Budget 2025, Mr. Speaker, this will total $60 billion over 5 years, starting this year, 2025-26. Mr. Speaker, making government more efficient isn't just about right-sizing the public service, but also about making sure government can help drive productivity growth that can support higher wages, strengthen Canada's private sector investment, and improve Canada's resilience to future shocks. Bill C-15 would amend the Red Tape Reduction Act to empower all ministers with authority to enable regulatory sandboxes. It would give a responsible minister the authority to grant temporary exemptions from legislation or regulations to allow for testing of products, services, processes, or new regulatory approaches. The proposed amendments would cut red tape that allows private investment, limits trade and labor mobility, and restricts competition. In a similar way, Mr. Speaker, the government is also committed to making the public sector more efficient. Legislated requirements such as duplicative reporting or cumbersome approvals processes consume a significant amount of public servants' time, diverting them from tasks that provide greater value to Canadians. The government will continue to review to identify additional legislative amendments to, for example, streamline low-risk internal processes, modernize outdated requirements, and eliminate unnecessary and burdensome reporting requirements. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, Bill C-15 and Budget 2025 are critical steps toward securing a stronger, more prosperous Canada in an increasingly uncertain world. I implore the honourable members here today to support the speedy passage of this bill so we can get it working for Canada as soon as possible. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Cowichan, Malahat Langford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We keep hearing the terms buy Canadian and buy Canadian steel. It sounds good. It appeals to patriotic Canadians, but tragically it's say one thing and do the other. I wonder if the member opposite could please explain to Canadians how buying ferries from China with Chinese steel, buying LNG terminals, facilities from Korea with Korean and Chinese steel from an American company, how is that by Canadian? And perhaps you could explain that for us.
The Honourable Member for Bay Quinte.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as I recall, at the time of those announcements, and the member would well know, representing that part of Canada, that there were in fact no Canadian bidders on any of those projects, and his own British Columbia provincial government has now implored any future investments in that regard to, in fact, buy Canadian, as this government is promoting.
Questions et commentaires. Questions and comments. L'Honourable.
The Honourable Member for Gaspésie, Les Îles-de-la-Madeleine, Mistigouche. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague from across the way for his speech, and I'd like to ask him a question about a subject that concerns us a lot of the Bloc Québécois. At the end of Bill C-15, which is quite an extensive bill, there's a part where power is given to a minister to decree that the law will not apply for a certain business. And so that expands the discretionary power of the minister, and that's maybe even a sliding towards arbitrary power. It also adds to Bill C-5, which unfortunately was passed here under closure. So I'd like to ask my colleague to explain why we need to continue giving so much discretionary power to ministers so that when a minister decides something, there are businesses that are going to be able to work parallel to the application of the law. The Honourable Member for Bay of Quinte.
I thank the member for his question, and I refer back to the portion of my speech, Mr. Speaker, where we will empower ministers at their discretion to, in fact, streamline and remove redundant and cumbersome regulations that have been determined, and after careful consideration, to be an impediment to progress. It is not a step taken lightly, Mr. Speaker, to empower these ministers to do this, but in fact it is all part of Budget 2025's plan to empower these ministers to expedite progress in a meaningful but carefully considered fashion.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Hamilton West, Ancaster Dundas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member from Bay of Quinte for his speech and the implementation of Budget 2025. The member formerly served at a municipal level, and I'm wondering what he sees in this budget specifically that benefits municipalities in Ontario and across Canada. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Bay of Quinte.
I appreciate my fellow members and as well a fellow former municipal councillor as well. As we have seen, Mr. Speaker, across Canada, municipalities have been facing challenges for infrastructure, investments in their own infrastructure and facilities. The budget itself includes $5.1 billion for infrastructure funding that we will be implementing across the board to help municipalities upgrade and increase the energy efficiency of and the modernization, if you will, of these facilities. As you know, as my colleague knows, Mr. Speaker, a frequent challenge of our municipalities is maintaining the billions in infrastructure that we already have.
It being 5:30, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper. Order today.
Private members' business. Start consideration at second reading of Bill C-234, Living Donor Recognition Medal Act, bill standing in the name of Mr. Abultaif.
Mr. Abultaif, seconded by Mme. Petitbat-Taylor, moves that Bill C-234, an act respecting the establishment and award of a Living Donor Recognition Medal, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Health. Debate. The Honourable Member for Edmonton Manning.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, a living donor is someone who donates all or part of an organ to save the life of a fellow Canadian. I am a living donor. On December 8, 2003, I donated part of my liver to save the life of my son Tyler, but I'm not alone. Across Canada, there are hundreds of people alive today because someone bravely, generously, and selflessly gave a part of their body to another person to save their life. Living donors exemplify the highest ideals of selflessness, yet Canada lacks a formal system to celebrate their contributions. My bill, C-234, will recognize these remarkable individuals through the creation of the Living Donor Recognition Medal. I'm immensely proud of the fact that this House has united behind this nonpartisan effort. Today, I will be speaking to the bill, but I will also give a voice to my fellow colleagues from all parties who are not able to get a speaking opportunity today. This will demonstrate how broad and nonpartisan this initiative truly is. The joint seconders of this bill come from all provinces in a strong voice of support. I have received support from members of all political parties, and I'm extremely thankful for their support. It shows Canadians we can unite together to do the right thing when we set politics aside. We all motivated by the selfless gifts these donors have given. As the Liberal member from Ottawa West Nepean has stated, and I quote, "This bill will give much needed recognition to people who are the most deserving. Their heartwarming stories of selflessness are an inspiration," end quote. My colleague from Long Range Mountains said, and I quote, "I know a living donor, and I've seen firsthand the tremendous sacrifice it takes to give someone another lease on life. These heroes don't do it for recognition. They do it out of love and selflessness, but they deserve to be recognized for giving the ultimate gift, the gift of life," end quote. She went on and tells, again, "Someone we love actually received 2 kidneys, one from his brother and one from his sister. Life before the transplant was filled with exhaustion and limitations, but receiving a new kidney brought hope and energy back. It transformed misery into freedom and restored a sense of normal life," end quote. These donors stepped forward, took on risk, and gave the gift of life. To me and those they saved, they are true heroes. As the Liberal member from Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam stated, and I quote, "Creating a living donor recognition medal is an important step to recognize those special Canadians who gave a piece of themselves so that others can live. Those who step forward out of kindness and compassion, show selflessness to help friends, family members, and sometimes strangers are Canada's unsung heroes. This medal recognizes their contribution to humanity," end quote. Living donors are not paid and not allowed to be compensated for their donations, and this is a good thing. They have freely given what they can to save the life of another. It is a priceless gift. As the member from Similkameen, South Okanagan, West Kootenay knows this, she stated, and I quote, "The choice to be an organ donor is done without reward, but the everyday Canadians who made this choice are choosing to save a life. Their courage deserves recognition, which is why I was proud to co-sponsor my colleague's bill to establish a living donor recognition medal," end quote. The leader of the Green Party spoke to their true motivation when she stated, and I quote, "Every year, hundreds of Canadians respond with extraordinary compassion and courage to donate their organs to the thousands of Canadians awaiting life-saving organ transplants. I fully support Bill C-234, which would rightfully honor living donors, recognizing the selfless gift of life they provide and the profound impact they have on our healthcare system and communities," end quote. Mr. Speaker, as I have mentioned to this House before, as a transplant recipient once said to me, and I quote, "I just don't feel a thank you card is enough. I wish we could do a proper job of recognizing them," end quote. Mr. Speaker, my colleague from Calgary Centre knows what we need to do more. He stated, and I quote, "These individuals give the gift of life, often quietly and without fanfare. A national medal is a meaningful way to honor their extraordinary generosity and to remind us all of the power of selflessness in building a stronger, more compassionate country," end quote. Mr. Speaker, living donors volunteer to give a part of their body to another person to save their life, and this selfless and altruistic gesture is worthy of significant recognition. We regularly recognize citizens for bravery, selfless acts, and compassion toward their fellow citizen. This should be no different for living donors. The member for Don Valley West agrees. He stated, and I quote, "Every day, Canadians waiting for organ transplants depend on the generosity and courage of donors. By establishing the Living Donor Recognition Medal, Parliament is honoring these extraordinary individuals whose selflessness saves lives, strengthens family, and reflects the very best of who we are as a country," End quote. The leader of the NDP said, and I quote, living organ donors embody the highest ideal of generosity, compassion, and humanity. Establishing a national medal is a fitting tribute to their extraordinary contributions to the life of others and to our society as a whole. Mr. Speaker, this is an important part of the bill. Mr. Speaker, the most important part of this bill is this medal would raise awareness and discussion around living donation. It will encourage others to explore living donation and the power it holds. It will save more lives. My Liberal friend from Humber River, Black Creek understands this. She said, and I quote, I'm proud to support Bill C-234, which recognizes the truly stunning generosity of living organ donors in Canada. Their sacrifice saves lives and shows us all what it means to be a champion of our better nature. Let us celebrate their selfless courage and compassion as they inspire us all. End quote. Mr. Speaker, I could not agree more. My colleague from Riding Mountain also recognizes the power of such medal could have when he stated, and I quote, we need more organ donors in Canada. That's why I fully support Bill C-234 to create a living donor recognition medal. This award will increase awareness, recognize donors, and help save lives. End quote. Mr. Speaker, if we do this, Canada will be only the second country in the world to add living donors to their national honor system. By taking a lead in this, we further demonstrate our belief that this is the right thing to do. My Liberal friend from Laval des Îles also sees the opportunity for Canada to lead. He said, and I quote, it would be a source of pride to see Canada become only the second country to formally honor living donors. They are unsung heroes who fully deserve this recognition. Although Canada is a prosperous country with well-established healthcare infrastructure, this law reminds us that we are nothing without the generosity and dedication of others. Putting ourselves in someone else's shoes is a fundamental democratic act that must be emphasized and revalued. End of quote. My Liberal colleague from South Shore, St. Margaret's, stated best when she said, and I quote, this legislation recognizes a simple truth, that the gift of life is among the greatest acts of service one human being can offer another. In honoring living organ donors, we'll celebrate a quiet heroism that saves lives and strengthens the fabric of our nation. End quote. Mr. Speaker, you don't just have to take it from the honorable members, but from those on the front lines of our healthcare system. Our Liberal colleague from Winnipeg West is an emergency room doctor and knows about these issues firsthand. He stated, and I quote, by seconding Bill C-234, I want to highlight the profound impact living organ donors have on our communities. Each act of donation ripples beyond the recipient, bringing families, friends, and neighbors together in gratitude and hope. This medal will honor those extraordinary Canadians whose generosity strengthens the bonds that makes our communities resilient and compassionate. End quote. Mr. Speaker, the medal will provide the only official recognition and acknowledgement of these critical and life-saving donations. It would be a legitimate, tangible, and significant way a donor could be thanked in a non-monetary way. Mr. Speaker, my colleague from Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan understands this and the importance of such honor would have. He stated, and I quote, I'm proud to support Bill C-234, which recognizes the incredible generosity of Canadians who become living organ donors. These men and women represent the best of who we are, people willing to make profound sacrifices to give others the gift of life. Honoring their compassion and courage is the right thing to do. End quote. Mr. Speaker, In Canada, 4,700 individuals await life-saving organ transplants, with most relying on living donors. Selfless individuals who donate all or part of an organ to save another's life. 3/4 of those awaiting a transplant are in need of kidney, and living donors are an option. This recognition would not only validate the donor's sacrifices, but also speak vital conversation and about organ donation, reducing the transplant waiting list and saving more lives. The proposal has garnered support in all parties for its simplicity and impact. A living donor recognition medal would serve as a powerful symbol of gratitude, ensuring donors are thanked appropriately for saving the life of another. It aligns with Canada's tradition of honor and bravery and compassion, placing living donors alongside other honored citizens. This medal has the potential to inspire and educate. By recognizing living donors, Canada can lead by example, reinforcing the importance of living donor donation and celebrating those who give the gift of life. The medal will be a tangible, non-monetary way to acknowledge their altruism, raising awareness about living donation, and encouraging more Canadians to consider this life-saving act. I'm confident all members will want to support this proposal, and I hope I can count on their strong support. Canadians will view this as a worthwhile and deserving recognition, and now it's up to us to make it happen. As my colleague from Battleford, Lloydminster, Meadow Lake stated simply, and I quote, honoring living donors with the Living Donor Recognition Medal, recognizing their courage and generosity while helping to raise awareness and encourage more life-saving acts, end quote. I will give my final words over to my colleague from Charlottetown. He sums it up when he says, and I quote, living organ donors are our unsung heroes. Their gift of life is the ultimate altruistic act and selfless gesture. The bravery and courage it takes to give a part of yourself to save another is worthy of the highest of recognitions and appreciation. Canada is truly fortunate to have individuals willing to make such a contributions, and the least we can do is appropriately thank them. End quote. I agree wholeheartedly. Let's get it done and save more lives. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires.
The Honourable Member for Honoré-Mercier.
To thank the member from Edmonton Manning for introducing Bill C-234, but also commend him for his passion for this topic and also for the work for his son. So thank you for introducing this bill. My question to you is, are you aware of any living donor holidays? Is there any days, national days, that would be in addition to this potential medal?
And again, through the chair, the Honourable Member for Edmonton Manning.
Thanks to the Honourable Member for kind words and for the question. I'm not aware of any specific awards such as the one I'm proposing. There is a transplant, I believe, week in Canada is in April, or transplant month, that is on the effort of some NGOs that they're doing their job, trying to bring awareness. I was and I continue to be helping and supporting their initiative, but I believe we need to do more. We need to recognize and we need to bring awareness to Canadians the importance of having more living donors so we can reduce the 4,700 cases that we have. They're still in the system, by the way, since 10 years ago when I introduced my first bill to establish an organ donor registry in Canada that did not make it through. But I believe this is another hopefully successful attempt to bring more awareness, to make sure Canadians understand it's an important thing to do and it will be recognized publicly.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Shefford. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague from Edmonton Manning for his bill and also for sharing his very moving story about the donation that he made. The only minor criticism that the Bloc Québécois could have about this bill, which we do support, is that there's already the Canadian Organ Donors Association, and they already have a ceremony to honor living and deceased donors. They have a Good Samaritan medal as well as a further medal. Should we not be recognizing we must recognize the work of other organizations such as CODA, EMA Quebec. I hope that we can recognize the work of these organizations in committee to ensure that we recognize that this work is a team effort.
I thank the honourable member for her also kind words and questions. Absolutely. The nature of this bill, the spirit of this bill is to recognize the heroes that we don't even know about in Canada. So by working with other organizations across the country is a very important thing, and I believe this will be done. My office and we are reaching. We will be reaching to many more organizations that we know of, and thanks for highlighting some names today to be able to work together, because as I said, this is a nonpartisan initiative. It needs to continue to be like this, because at the end of the day, we're all Canadians. We have one aim, to help each other and to make sure that we set examples for others. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Côte-du-Sud, Rivière-du-Nord, Katiskamik-Temiscouata. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague for his magnificent bill that I believe everyone in this House should support. There's an organization in my riding founded by Lucy Dumont, and it's called Chain of Life. It focuses on organ donation. My colleague spoke about training. Well, Chain of Life seeks to train people ages 15 to 17 about this issue in English classes. They also focus on recognition, and not just recognition, awareness raising. I signed my driver's license to ensure that I am a potential organ donor, and I think my colleague's initiative is incredible.
Tim Manning.
Well, thank you. I thank my honourable colleague for his support. He brought to my attention other cases and other organizations that, in fact, are doing some good stuff. I'm adding another chapter to that through this House, giving the opportunity to this House, to all MPs, to all parties, to work together with all Canadians out there, as I said, to make the life of Canadians who's in need, in most need of organs, to facilitate, to make their life easier, to make the life of their communities and their workplace and their families better. And we all going to be working together to achieve that.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. The Honourable Member for Moncton Dieppe.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm extremely pleased today to stand in this House in support of Bill C-234, which calls for the creation of a Living Donor Recognition Medal. Let me first of all tell you why that I'm supporting this bill. For starters, how can anyone not be moved by the experience of the member for Edmonton Manning, who, as a father of a child stricken by a critical illness, donated his own liver to save his son's life? Many brave Canadians over the years have also been willing to do the same, being a living donor to save someone's life, let it be a family member, a friend, and sometimes even a stranger. And that is completely inspiring. In my estimation, that kind of selflessness and courage captures the best of Canadian values, of human values, and it should be justly rewarded. We already reward selflessness in a different sort with the Sovereign Medal for Volunteers, for example. We also bestow several military and civilian honours on Canadians who have risked danger to come to the aid of others in emergencies.
A similar distinction to celebrate these qualities in the context of living organ donations would seem a logical next step.
I also support this bill because of the experience of two friends of mine, Mr. Dan McLaughlin and Michael Walsh. Just a few months back, Dan McLaughlin lived a thrill of a lifetime. You see, during the Second World War, his father joined the RCAF, and like thousands of airmen from across Canada and the British Commonwealth, he honed his flying skills here in Canada in a Harvard trainer aircraft. Just a handful of Harvards are still flying today, But Dan recently got to fly one of them, 84 years after his dad first climbed into a Harvard cockpit. Il y a eu la gentillesse de partager.
He had the kindness to share a photo of that incredible experience with me. And I must say, the expression on his face when he was flying aboard a plane identical to the one flown by his dad almost a century ago was incredible to witness.
I tell this story because absolutely none of this would have happened if Dan had not received a life-saving kidney transplant 6 years ago. My friend Mike Walsh received a kidney transplant 7 years ago, and today he is managing his health and making the most of the years he thought he would never have. Mike and Dan, who know each other well, also went through similar trials as they each waited for the donation of a kidney. They both did everything they could to stay positive and hopeful, but they also did what a reasonable person would do when the odds are stacked against them. They got their affairs in order. They said what needed to be said to their family members and friends, and they also made their funeral arrangements. At one point, Dan was so desperate to find a donor, he even put an advertisement on his car and drove around in the city in hopes that someone would see it. Puis enfin, après une...
Finally, after what seemed like an eternal wait, when he had almost lost all hope that his prayers would be answered, Dan received an organ donation just in time.
That Dan suddenly got a new lease on life because of another family's tragic loss in that case. This is where Mike Walsh's case is very different. Mike had an extraordinary luck of finding a living donor thanks to his membership and active involvement in a local Rotary Club. Mike lives just a few blocks from me in Moncton, but he happened to be far away from home at a Rotary event in Seattle, Washington, when a chance conversation with a fellow Rotarian from Washington State led the man giving Mike one of his kidneys. Both my friends beat extraordinary odds in their own journeys, but unfortunately, too many of the friends they made in the transplant community of people who were also waiting on the organ transplant list weren't as lucky. I think most of us in this House, and indeed most Canadians, Mr. Speaker, in general, may have friends or loved ones like Mike and Dan. Most of us probably know someone as well that didn't survive as they didn't get the transplant that they needed. The saddest part of all of this, Mr. Speaker, is that, as we all know, the kidney is an organ that can be transplanted from a living donor. Living donors can greatly increase the life-saving transplants we could do in Canada, but only if, of course, we have more people that are stepping up. The fact Mike received his transplant kidney from a living donor didn't speed up the process. In fact, just like Dan, he waited many years before the stars aligned and then a match was found. Just think of how many Canadians' lives could be saved if we encouraged more people to donate a kidney or even a piece of their own liver while they are still alive. I believe Bill C-234 could help raise awareness, as my fellow colleague indicated, and encourage more Canadians to step forward and to making this important gift. I also support this bill, Mr. Speaker, because I strongly believe it is simply the right thing to do. We should show our gratitude as a society to those who make the sacrifice to save Canadians' lives. Pour conclure, Monsieur le Président.
To conclude, Mr. Speaker, I would like to simply say that the donation made by organ donors is truly a gift of life.
Never pay someone enough to be a living donor. No amount of money could ever reimburse someone for giving so much of themselves to someone else. And that is why that I personally support the idea from the member of Edmonton Manning and someone who I also consider a dear friend that has proposed this bill. Because the gift of life is truly priceless. We should reward living donors with a token of gratitude that is also priceless. A medal that can serve as both a tangible symbol of our nation's gratitude, but also a mark of recognition and to ensure that the donor's selflessness and courage and honor is underlined. Once again, many thanks to the member of Edmonton Manning. Well done, my friend. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate. Reprise du débat. The Honourable Member for Smokemean, South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Mr. Speaker, I'm
Apologies. Sorry. Apologies. I skipped over by mistake. The honourable member for député pour Shefford.
The honourable member for Shefford, who will be followed by the honourable member. My apologies. The honourable member. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise this evening to speak to Bill C-234, which seeks to create a medal for Canadian citizens and permanent residents having made a living organ donation. The bill is fairly simple. It creates the medal, but leaves all the details, the design, the eligibility criteria, the selection process. All of that is left up to the regulatory process. There are some exclusions in the bill as well for members of parliament, senators, or persons excluded through regulation. Those groups would not be able to receive the medal. The medal would only be able to be given out to a person once, and the government would have to table a report on the implementation of this measure. It's a fairly simple bill. And it is, of course, related to the member. It's sponsored, the member for Edmonton Manning, and it's personal for him. He donated a part of his liver to his son in 2003, and he actually did move a bill on the topic in the past, C-223, which aimed to create a national strategy on organ donation. The Bloc voted against it for various reasons, but we find this new bill much more acceptable. As for the position of other parties, I think we are heading towards a unanimous second reading vote with all parties in favor, a good display of humanity. There is one minor issue which I brought up in my last question, an overlap with existing honors, the annual CODA ceremonies, the Medal of the Ambassador of Health, the Great Samaritan Medal. So it will be important to hear from CODA, Transplant Quebec, IMA Quebec, and Canada Blood Services in committee, so we ensure that we do not double up on their work. We also need to recognize what they do, so it will benefit us to hear from them in committee. As for the Bloc, we support this bill. I would note that Quebec played a major role in the history of organ donation, and I will come back to that. We aren't entirely happy with the fact that this contribution is not recognized in the preamble to the bill. We would insist on the essential role of Transplant Quebec, which was created by Quebecois doctors and has been at the heart of the Quebecois system for over 50 years. So in my speech, I will talk about the role of different agencies. I will go over the history, and I will end with a few statistics. So first, the role of Transplant Quebec. Its mandate is to coordinate, promote, do research on, and train people on organ donation. Since 1992, it has managed a single waiting list in Quebec, the only place in the country where one exists. In 2024, there were 206 donors, 556 transplants carried out, and 856 people on the waiting list. I would also like to talk about the Canadian Organ Donors Association, CODA. They have an annual ceremony to honor living and deceased donors. It was founded in 1983 and promotes organ donation in both Quebec and Canada. Since 1987, they have also worked with various police forces and partners to ensure that organs can be transplanted quickly, which is often a major issue. They're the Quebec equivalent of Canada Blood Services, which manages the rest of the country.
And Mr. Speaker, I would remind you of something, and that would be the role of Quebec in transplants. In 1958, the first kidney transplant took part in Montreal. There were also the first lung transplants. In 1970, there was the foundation of Metro Transplant, and there were 3 doctors who carried out transplants in Montreal. And then there was a consolidation of funding by Health Quebec and Social Services Quebec in order to identify donors. And at Victoriaville, there was the first heart lung transplant. And then we saw the creation of resource nurses. There was over $1 million for this pilot project. And also October 7th was created as the day of Transplant Day. In 2007, 2008, they consolidated experience in this domain. And a few statistics with respect to organ donation. As to living donors, according to Health Canada, 62% of donors are women. In 2009, there's a graph of Health Canada which shows that women donate up to 62%. As to deceased donors, in Quebec, 59% were men and the rest women. And we also observe certain inequities or certain inequities with respect to health. And people on the Health Committee have discussed this. And we see that there is a gender dynamics which sees women as more numerous among living donors. And we can also mention the fact that women, especially elderly women, can have specific problems. Certainly women who are victims of domestic violence, who can have organ issues and mental health issues. And there are statistics on seniors and organ donations. According to a report by the Canadian Health Information Institute, 23% of deceased donors were over 60 years of age. But there are great differences between provinces. And according to this Health Information Institute, we could increase the number of older donors, but not everyone can donate organs safely because for some the risk is too great. Also, the age of donors, according to statistics, is on average 53 to 54 years of age. We also see that among donors, of those between 60 to 71 years of age, there are many who do donate organs because you can donate organs at any age. There was even a donor who donated an organ at 92 years of age. Again, according to Health Canada, there's a great variation between provinces. Some provinces have a greater recourse to these donations, but it often has to do with practices. So it's not only a question of the number of elderly people, but how they're evaluated and how well these organs are accepted. And in concluding, I'd like to say that I walked for kidney donations. It was a walk in order to raise awareness of donating organs, because there are many people in Quebec and in Canada who have kidney diseases. 4 million people are affected, many with diabetes, many people who have chronic kidney disease. It's one of the principal causes of death in Canada. And more than 49,000 people in Canada have advanced kidney disease. Many of these are under 65 years of age, and many of them are waiting for an organ donation. Over 60% of people with advanced disease are waiting for an organ donation. So you should take out a card saying that you are a donor, showing that you are a donor, before you're in a situation where it's too late. And the first thing in terms of health is prevention. And what we asked for in the last budget was more money in order to be able to invest not only in hospitals, but in the entire healthcare system. in order to, and also to invest in all the wonderful people who work in the healthcare system. So congratulations to my honourable colleague on this bill.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, and this time for real, the honourable member for Similkameen, South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Mr. Speaker, I'm honored to be here tonight talking about this wonderful bill. Thank you to my colleague from Edmonton, Manning, for sharing his story and his passion. Before beginning my remarks on Bill C-234, I want to offer this House a brief update on our former colleague, well known to many here. He's my predecessor, Richard Cannings. He recently underwent major surgery, and I'm really pleased to share he is on the road to full recovery. He served our communities in the South Okanagan, West Kootenay with dedication and integrity for a decade, and I know members across party lines join me in wishing him strength and good health. Mr. Speaker, this is also my first opportunity to rise and thank all the volunteers for Remembrance Day last week, and it was an amazing turnout in all the many legions and cenotaphs in ridings across my ride, in legions across and cenotaphs across my riding and across Canada. Now, tonight I rise in support of Bill C-234, the Living Donor Recognition Medal Act. This legislation proposes the creation of a national medal to honor Canadians who have donated one or more organs during their lifetime. Whenever possible, this medal would be presented publicly by a representative of the Crown, a senator, or a member of Parliament, similar to how other honors such as King's Jubilee Medal or Sovereign Medal for volunteers are awarded. I've learned a lot since seconding this issue, this bill, and you can't help but be touched by it. The intention is clear: to recognize extraordinary acts of generosity, to raise public awareness, and ultimately to encourage more Canadians to consider becoming living donors. Because, Mr. Speaker, the need for donors in our country is significant and urgent. According to the Canadian Institute for Health Information, at the end of 2024, more than 4,000 Canadians were waiting or temporarily on hold for an organ transplant. Yet only 590 living donations occurred that year. Even when we consider posthumous donations, the gap between what is needed and what is available remains far too wide. For patients on waiting lists, the passing of time adds not only to emotional strain but medical complexity. Their conditions can often worsen as they wait. Many spend weeks, sometimes months in hospital, unable to return home or resume normal life because they are waiting for a donor match that may never arrive. These extended stays place enormous pressure on families and caregivers, and they also increase the strain on an already overburdened healthcare system. But beyond the strain, Mr. Speaker, the consequences can be tragic. In 2024, 217 Canadians died waiting for organ transplants. Behind each number is a family, a grieving spouse, a child, a parent, whose loss may have been preventable. Recognizing the people who choose to become living donors is not simply symbolic. It's a part of creating a culture that encourages more Canadians to step forward and to save lives. Living donation is really an act of extraordinary compassion, as you heard my colleague speak earlier. It is personal. Living donors often describe the experience as life-changing, not only for the recipient but for themselves. Many speak about a renewed sense of purpose, a deepened appreciation for their own health, an unbreakable connection to the person that they've helped. In my own community, I was moved by the story of local Shelley Hunt from Penticton, who chose to donate a kidney to a stranger. Her story was featured in the documentary called Because I Can, which highlights the power of living donation. Shelley said something that stayed with me. She said, "I constantly say that I wish your kidneys grew back because I could do it again and again and again." That kind of spirit, that quiet generosity, unwavering, is exactly what this bill seeks to honor. When the member for Edmonton Manning introduced this legislation, he asked me to second it, and I was proud to do so. I also offered the following words in support. The choice to be an organ donor is made without expectation of reward, but the Canadians who make this choice are choosing to save a life. Their courage deserves recognition. And I am not alone in this sentiment. Members from other parties have offered powerful endorsements, as you've heard. One colleague said, living organ donors embody the highest ideals of generosity, compassion, and humanity. Another said, in honoring living organ donors, we celebrate a quiet heroism that saves lives and strengthens the fabric of our nation. A third added that the bill rightly honors living donors, recognizing the selfless gift of life that they provide and the profound impact that they have on our healthcare system and our communities. Mr. Speaker, these comments were made by a New Democrat, a Liberal, a Green member. They were words of the members for Vancouver Kingsway, South Shore, St. Margaret's, and Saanich, and Saanich Gulf Islands. Their support reflects a genuine consensus on an issue that transcends partisanship. And it was nice to hear the support of my colleague from the Bloc Québécois, member from the Bloc Québécois. It was great to hear that Quebec has such a long and proud history of leadership in organ donation. I've heard stories of organ donors in Quebec, of donors who step forward for strangers, for neighbors, for loved ones, people who also deserve to be recognized nationally. Mr. Speaker, I am often asked by constituents why political parties cannot work together more often. And I always say, I know we can. We can. The public may not always see it, but cooperation does happen. And this bill is a perfect example of how members from every corner of this House can come together when we focus on what is most important, the lives and well-being of Canadians. As a new member, this makes me proud to be in this House and to be in this country. Before closing, I want to acknowledge the sponsor of this bill, the member for Edmonton Manning. His advocacy for this legislation is shaped by deeply personal experience. He himself is a living donor, donating to his young son, giving him not only an organ, but a future. His courage and the courage of so many living donors across the country is a powerful reminder of what this legislation seeks to honor. Mr. Speaker, Bill C-234 sends a simple yet profound message that living organ donors deserve national recognition for the life-saving act they provide. This medal will not create donors on its own, but it will shine a light on Canadians who choose to step forward. It will help normalize living donation, encourage conversation, inspire others, and celebrate extraordinary generosity. We may never know how many future transplants start because someone attended a medal ceremony or heard the story of a donor in their own community. But if this honor encourages even a few more Canadians to consider giving the gift of life, the impact will be immeasurable. For all these reasons, I strongly urge all members of this House to support Bill C-234. Let us stand together to recognize the Canadians whose generosity saves lives, strengthens families, and gives hope to thousands waiting for a second chance. Thank you.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. The honourable member for South Shore, St. Margaret's.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I am honoured to rise today in strong support for Bill C-234, introduced by my colleague, the member for Edmonton Manning. This legislation would establish a living donor recognition medal, a meaning and long overdue way to honour Canadians who make one of the most selfless decisions a human can make, the decision to give life. Today, 4,044 Canadians are waiting for a life-saving organ transplant. Behind each number is a family waiting for the phone to ring, a family hoping for another chance, a family living in that difficult space between fear and possibility. And yet, the hopeful truth is, most of these Canadians could be saved by a living donor. Living donors, well, they take the real risk. They undergo major surgery. They step forward, they step forward out of generosity, they step forward out of compassion, and they step forward out of courage. They receive no compensation and often very little public recognition. As the sponsor of this bill has shared so powerfully, on December 8th of 2003, he donated part of his liver to save the life of his son, Tyler. This extraordinary act reflects the very best of who we are as Canadians. Quiet, determined courage, rooted in love and responsibility. But he is not alone. Hundreds of Canadians today are alive because someone, like a parent, like my fellow colleague, a sibling, a friend, or even a near stranger, stood up and said, "Yes, I will help." Yet, as one transplant recipient once said, "A thank you card isn't enough. I wish I could do a proper job of recognizing them." Mr. Speaker, Bill C-234 answers that call. A Living Donor Recognition Medal would provide the first and only formal national honor for living organ donors. It is non-monetary, non-partisan, and deeply meaningful. It is a way for us to say, your courage matters. Your sacrifice is seen. Your gift changed a life. Canada recognizes bravery, compassion, and service, and this bill would simply extend that principle to those who embody all three. If adopted, Canada would become only the second country in the world to formally recognize living donors with a national honors system. Now that sends a positive, powerful signal, not only of gratitude, but of leadership. It sparks conversation, it shifts culture, it encourages more Canadians to think seriously about organ donation. Mr. Speaker, I am especially proud to rise here as a Nova Scotian from South Shore St. Margaret's, because Nova Scotia has been a leader in this area. We were the first jurisdiction in North America to introduce a presumed consent model, automatic donor registration, with the option for individuals to opt out. This bold and compassionate policy recognizes a simple truth. More donation means more lives saved. It reflects something deep within our province's character, a belief in community, responsibility, and looking out for one another. All values of Canadians. While presumed consent addresses deceased donation, Bill C-234 complements that leadership by honoring those who choose living donation. Together, these efforts form a continuum of care, one that ensures more Canadians can access the transplants that they need, and that those who make donation possible, well, that they receive the recognition that they deserve. Mr. Speaker, in my own riding of South Shore St. Margaret's, I have heard the stories. Parents hoping for more time with their children. Spouses supporting one another through illness. Neighbors rallying around families during moments of crisis. These stories remind me that public policy is never abstract. It lives in our communities, in our hospital rooms, around our kitchen tables, and even around my classroom, where I was a teacher before becoming a member of Parliament. I remember just last year in my citizenship class, I gave a current event that was all about living organ donors. So as we read it together as a class and discussed it, all of a sudden I recognized at the back that my resource support teacher in the room put his hand up. So I said, okay, Mr. Thorpe, do you have a question or comment? And he said, well, indeed, I am a living donor. 7 years ago, I donated a part of my liver to a family member. So, Mr. Speaker, it's acts like this. This medal not only solves an entire transplant backlog, but it will do something profoundly important, like the teacher that I used to work with before. It will honor heroism. It will validate sacrifice, and it will encourage new conversations about living donation, conversations that will save lives. Mr. Speaker, this bill has support across every party. Look at us here in the House today. Every region is represented through its sponsorship and secondary. Every corner of this House is represented with this bill. That unity reflects something vital, that compassion is nonpartisan, that gratitude is nonpartisan, that saving lives is nonpartisan. So today, Mr. Speaker, I am proud to stand as an official seconder of Bill C-234. I urge all members to support this initiative and to move it forward without delay. It is symbolic, but symbols, they matter. Recognition changes that culture. We spark conversations among families, workplaces, and communities. This medal won't solve all organ shortages on their own, but it helps build that culture of support. Let us honor those remarkable Canadians who give the greatest gift that one human can give to another, the gift of life. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate. Reprise du débat.
The honourable member for Beauharnois-Salaberry-Soulanges Huntingdon, and she'll have about 6 minutes for her speech today. The honourable member. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's a great pleasure for me to rise this evening to speak to Bill C-234, brought forward by my colleague from Edmonton, Manning. It's an important bill, and we know that private members' bills often are stimulated by personal experience, and we know that in his case, in 2003, he gave part of his liver to his son, and that's unlimited generosity that's allowed his son to have a good life. So I congratulate him for having taken the time to do this, because I think few people understand at home who know that having the privilege to table a bill in the House of Commons means that, well, first you have to be lucky because you have to have been chosen in a lottery to have the opportunity, the privilege to present a bill. And beyond that, you have to choose the subject that's important to you, that you want to bring forward to the House of Commons, that's going to make a difference for people, that's going to bring something new to the people around us. And this is a perfect example, Mr. Speaker, of this that the member for Edmonton Manning has brought forward. He's brought forward a bill that is important to him. It's based on his experience, his personal lived experience with his family, and he wants to make the difference to highlight all living donors who have made an organ donation during their lifetime. Mr. Speaker, you know, my colleague from Shefford gave a very eloquent speech. She said it to everyone in this House, that Quebec has been a leader on the issue of organ donations. We have some of the first doctors who undertook successful transplants, and over the years in Quebec, Transplant Quebec is a world leader, which allows people to continue their lives that had been threatened if there hadn't been a possible organ donation. And organ donations are important, but it's also important to take the time to promote organ donations. My colleague is suggesting that all living donors should be honored with a medal. These are living donors who've given part of an organ or an organ to someone else to allow them to continue to live. It could be kidneys, hearts. Well, not hearts. That I think wouldn't really work. Doesn't really make sense. But organs like kidneys, for example, as my colleague spoke about. But I think there's something I want to note that in Quebec there is an organ donation awareness week, and municipalities are asked to raise a flag during that week to highlight the importance of signing on our health insurance card our consent to donate our organs. And I would say that, there are still a lot of people who aren't necessarily aware of that possibility, who don't sign their health insurance card and then who lose their lives in an accident, and whose organs are still important and could be used to give life to someone else, somebody who's very sick and who's impatiently waiting for a transplant. So I have a friend, a personal friend. Her name is Nancy Lefebvre. She's young. She had kidney problems starting very young, and who waited for a couple of years for a kidney. She was getting dialysis a few times a week, and she had to stop working because she didn't have enough energy to work. And when you don't work anymore, Mr. Speaker, if you're sick, if you're on dialysis, it's really hard to keep your morale up. You don't feel useful. And luckily, Nancy received a donation of a kidney from somebody, unfortunately, who had passed away. But with that kidney, she's able today to go back to work, to have a full life, to work hard. She even worked on my election campaign. She was my official agent. And every year during Organ Donation Week and on International Organ Donation Day, she works hard to remind people of the importance of giving consent for organ donation and the importance of talking about it, because you can make a difference in someone's life by doing that. So once again, I'd like to thank my colleague for allowing us this evening to debate this very important subject, and for highlighting through a medal those who have made a living organ donation, like my colleague from Shepherd. I think we're going to have to work hard with all of the organizations that work on organ donations to honor those who are generous and who allow others to continue their lives. So once again, I congratulate my colleague, and I have no doubt that we will be debating this bill at committee to look at it in greater detail. Thank you. Order. The time provided for private members' business has now expired. The order is dropped to the bottom of the order of precedence on the order paper.
In accordance with Standing Order 38, and a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn. The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise tonight in adjournment proceedings to pursue a question I asked on October 23rd. That day may not immediately strike all members as one of deep significance, but October 24th every year is United Nations Day, and October 23rd, and let's go with October 24th, 2025, was actually the 80th birthday of the United Nations, the 80th anniversary of the United Nations Charter. Now, I rose and asked a question of the Honourable Minister of Global Affairs, and she did me the honour of answering my question, and it wasn't a bad answer. I'll want to share that right away, but we need to expand upon it. What I asked of her was, where are we in the world of peacekeeping? We have, of course, former Prime Minister Lester B. Pearson, who was not Prime Minister at the time he did this, won the Nobel Peace Prize for resolving the Suez crisis and creating UN peacekeepers. It's been a long time since we really had any bragging rights among the peacekeeping nations. One of the things that I lament deeply is that the Pearson Center, the Lester B. Pearson International Training Center for Peacekeeping, which was set up in 1994, was closed in 2011. Not only did we close the Pearson Center for Peacekeeping, we've dropped to the rank of the 69th country in the world in terms of the level of our peacekeeping engagement. And it's not acceptable
for a country like Canada to stand down faced with the threats of war, because now we're seeing a great increase in the number of threats of war.
10, 15, 20 years ago that we could see a land war, Putin invading Ukraine. And we have now seen a reversal in the nuclear arms race, thanks to the work of former U.S. President Ronald Reagan and then USSR's President Mikhail Gorbachev. Those two individuals put the world on a track to eliminate nuclear weapons with things like the SALT Treaty, the treaties for non-proliferation of nuclear weapons, and now we're seeing for the first time with great horror that nuclear clock clicking closer to midnight. So I have to say I was gratified when the Honourable Minister of Global Affairs answered, and I'll quote her here, "Canada believes in a world free of nuclear weapons, and the current arsenals around the world remain far too large." Now, Mr. Speaker, Canada's record doesn't make it clear that we believe in a world free of nuclear weapons. There is now, and it's entered into force with enough countries around the world signing and ratifying, a treaty for the prohibition of nuclear weapons. I would be so proud as a Canadian if my country had been a leader in those negotiations, as we were in the Ottawa process to ban landmines. But we haven't signed the treaty. We refused to show up at the negotiations on the treaty. And now that we have meetings of the parties of those nations that are parties to the treaty, Canada doesn't even send an official observer group. And those of us who are parliamentarians concerned about nuclear war, we go to those meetings as the only examples of Canadian concern as parliamentarians, part of global parliamentarians, to end nuclear war. We see wonderful efforts from the grassroots across Canada, many participating in something called the Peace Train, the work of leaders like our former ambassador for disarmament, the Honourable Doug Roche. Of course, there is no current ambassador for nuclear disarmament. The position doesn't exist. And I hope for a better answer tonight.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to take the opportunity to both address the important question raised by the member for Saanich Gulf Islands about Canada's long-standing commitment and leadership on nuclear non-proliferation and disarmament, and also to thank her for continually raising what I believe personally, and I believe our government believes to be a critically important issue for humanity. Canada's reputation as a champion for peacekeeping, for human rights, has already been well noted. It didn't emerge, though, by accident or nostalgia. It was built because Canada chose to lead, and we continue to choose to lead through diplomacy, through multilateral engagement in institutions, and through the difficult, technical, and often incremental work that actually reduces nuclear risks. That work continues today. Our approach is anchored in the Treaty on the Non-Proliferation of Nuclear Weapons, the NPT, which is the cornerstone of the global non-proliferation and disarmament architecture. The NPT remains the most effective pathway towards verifiable and irreversible nuclear disarmament. It's based on three pillars and really assumptions. Non-nuclear weapon states commit not to acquire these weapons. No new nuclear states. Secondly, nuclear weapon states commit to pursue good faith negotiations on disarmament. Never stop talking. And the third one is that all parties commit to supporting peaceful uses of nuclear technology. We are a nuclear country. We have nuclear energy. We will continue to look at the importance of non-armed uses of nuclear power. Canada takes each of these pillars incredibly seriously. We are fully committed to the universal adoption and full implementation of the NPT. We continue to advocate for halting the spread of nuclear weapons, reducing existing stockpiles, and ultimately eliminating them altogether. Mr. Speaker, this work is not theoretical, it's practical, it's sustained, it's results-driven. Under Canada's G7 presidency this year, we convened the G7 Non-Proliferation Directors Group, driving forward nuclear transparency and risk reduction. At the recently concluded UN General Assembly First Committee, Canada urged member states to reject the notion that the geopolitical situation can ever justify slowing progress on nuclear disarmament. Canada has called for, instead, always a renewed urgency and tangible actions by all parties. As the Prime Minister has said, we're living in an increasingly dangerous world. Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine, Iran's nuclear noncompliance, and the looming expiration in February 2026 of the New START arms control treaty between the U.S. and Russia underscore the fragility of global norms, including the taboo against nuclear weapons use. Canada's response is twofold. We'll increase defence spending to protect Canadians and our sovereignty, and we'll double down on diplomacy to advance nuclear disarmament. For the last 30 years, we've been a leader at the UN in Fissile Material Cutoff Treaty, a treaty that would ban the production of materials that are needed for nuclear weapons. Foundational steps we'll continue to take. We recognize the sincere intentions behind the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons. However, Canada's view, as shared by our NATO allies, is that progress on nuclear disarmament must involve those who actually possess nuclear weapons. Otherwise, it's talk. As long as nuclear weapons exist, NATO will remain a nuclear alliance. And our alliance is equally clear that the circumstances in which such weapons might ever be used is extremely remote. We'll continue to stand with our partners.
Order. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
I want to thank my honourable friend, and he is my friend, for his remarks tonight, and say that I deeply hope that the Government of Canada will change our approach to the Treaty for the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons. As I said earlier, we led the way on the Landmines Treaty, and standing aside, and we may say our NATO allies aren't signatories either, but they are observers. And it's to our shame as Canadians that we don't even show up to observe and signal our support for the treaty. It was a while ago that Albert Einstein said, "The splitting of the atom changed everything except man's mode of thinking, and thus we drift towards unparalleled catastrophe." We've been warned that nuclear apocalypse did not occur, the Holocaust didn't occur in the last part of this century through a combination of good luck and divine intervention. We can't count on luck. We have to take action before a nuclear accident occurs, or worse, deliberate use of nuclear weapons.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And this is where I get dangerous and I ignore my remarks that have been given to me. And I simply say thank you. It is well noted that many of our allies and friends are observers. It is well noted that that conversation must continue. Canada will continue to be a leader. We put our hopes and our aspirations and our work in the NPT, but I think conversation with everyone engaged is absolutely critical. I am very glad that parliamentarians have been part of those conversations. I will take back the suggestion coming from the member. I think it's earnest. I think it's heartfelt. I think it's a smart idea that needs good consideration from our government. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Mr. Speaker, Canada faces an ongoing youth unemployment crisis. The youth unemployment rate is over 14%, which is more than a full point higher than where we were a year ago. More than 440,000 young people, according to the latest job numbers, between the ages of 15 and 24 are unemployed. This continues to be a very bad situation for youth unemployment. Over 14% unemployment for young people. These are bad numbers, not good numbers, very clearly. And we need a strong response to address the youth unemployment crisis. And this is precisely why Conservatives put forward the Conservative Youth Jobs Plan prior to the budget, calling on the government to take specific action to address the youth unemployment crisis. Our plan had 4 pillars: unleash the economy, fix immigration, fix training, and build homes where the jobs are. Unfortunately, Budget 2025 not only fails to address this problem, but contains specific provisions that set us back. One of the things that I want to highlight tonight is how the Liberals completely broke their promises when it comes to the apprenticeship grant. Conservatives had proposed renewing it. Liberals had said they would renew it, and in fact they said they would expand it. And yet there's no funding for that in this budget whatsoever. Most apprentices study at polytechnics, no support for polytechnics in this budget. And the budget actually goes further. If you look at page 217 in the budget, the government is now proposing to completely withdraw student grants, any student grants in general from students who go to private institutions. They're, in fact, putting more money into helping research councils, help universities to attract foreign researchers to come to universities, but they are pulling resources away from students who are attending career colleges. So nothing for polytechnics, broken promise on the apprenticeship grant, and now completely cutting out of the system students who study at career colleges. And an important point to note is that there are many good vocations that students might pursue where overwhelmingly the only options are private institutions. So if you want to study history or psychology or women's studies or law or medicine, yes, you would most likely go to a public institution. But there are many areas in terms of trade skills, in terms of specific professions. I've talked earlier today about courses in the beauty industry, in alternative health, such as chiropractors, traditional Chinese medicine practitioners, where overwhelmingly people who are pursuing these disciplines go to and must go to private institutions. That's their only option. Yet, in these areas where there is labor demand, where people want to pursue these careers, the government is completely shutting these students out arbitrarily. Now, our jobs plan actually called for a completely different approach. It called for support through students' grants to be aligned with the needs of the labor market. So for evaluations to be done of what the labor market needs are, and to use student grants to magnify the needs of those of the labor market. Instead, this government is really deploying a kind of profession prejudice to shut students out who are studying for these kinds of vocations at these kinds of institutions. It's discriminatory, it's not right, and it risks exacerbating shortages in these professions, which will hurt our economy down the line. So at a time of youth unemployment being very high, Budget 2025 makes the situation worse by harming students, especially in the trades and in other kinds of vocations that involve training outside of universities. Why is the government doing this?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Secretary of State for Labour.
Monsieur le Président, le député de Sherwood.
Mr. Speaker, the member from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, is concerned about employment and the fact that the Canadian employment market is going through a period of disruption. A huge wave of retirements is creating critical labor shortages. 300,000 skilled trades workers will retire by 2033. This is a challenge, but the Government of Canada is committed to preparing the workforce for the future.
Is why Budget 2025 has placed such an important emphasis on ensuring that young people have a future that they can be proud of and a future and a career that they can rely on. Budget 2025 is proposing increased funding for the Canada Summer Jobs Program to support 100,000 jobs across Canada in 2026. We're funding more jobs because the CSJ program has a proven track record of creating positive outcomes. It really does set young Canadians up for a lifetime of success in the job market. Last year, the Office of the Auditor General of Canada confirmed this by reporting that CSJ participants benefit from better long-term earnings than non-participants. Since 2019, CSJ has provided more than 530,000 young people with work, but that's just one program. Budget 2025 also proposes over $1.5 billion for the Student Work Placement Program and Youth Employment and Skills Strategy, which includes Canada Summer Jobs. This investment will support about 175,000 opportunities for youth in 2026-2027 next year alone. And ESDC's Student Work Placement Program has supported over 51,000 placements, so post-secondary students can develop work-ready skills. 3 out of 4 employers reported a willingness to hire the students following their work placement. Additionally, we have announced significant enhancements to Canada's Job Bank, which will more easily and quickly match Canadian workers, including youth, with available jobs. Our government takes youth employment seriously because they are the drivers of future economic growth, and these programs are very successful at helping youth acquire in-demand skills and improve their employment prospects. Above all, we believe Canada's future success depends on our trades workforce. Since the government is committed to doubling the pace of housing construction, Canada will need to hire thousands of new skilled tradespeople who can build these homes. Automotive service technicians, power line technicians, millwrights, horticulturalists, truck and transport mechanics are also key to Canada's road to a prosperous future. So we're actively encouraging young people to consider developing trade careers that will help them and help the country. Each year, nearly $1 billion goes towards apprenticeship supports and projects to help address challenges faced by apprentices as they pursue their Red Sealed trade certification. And once they're trained, the just-passed One Canadian Economy Act removes federal barriers to labour mobility, making it easier for skilled workers to do their job across Canada. A worker authorized in one jurisdiction can quickly and easily work in another. The job of this government is to help create the workforce Canada needs to safeguard a strong economy. We're making sure Canadian workers have the skills they need to succeed. We're taking action to make sure Canada comes out of this with a very deep pool of talent that will unlock Canada's prosperous economic future that all Canadians, but particularly young Canadians, can benefit from.
The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Mr. Speaker, the comments of the parliamentary secretary, in particular on skilled trades, are completely disconnected from the provisions in the budget that her government just put forward. She said some nice things about the skilled trades in her comments, and I agree with the nice things she said about the skilled trades. But I'm trying to square those professions of connection there with the fact that this government has broken their promise on the apprenticeship incentive grant, and why they are cutting off student support to students who are studying at private career colleges. So I hope in this follow-up that I can get just a very direct answer from the parliamentary secretary. If she's sincere in the professions she's made about respecting and valuing skilled trade workers, could she explain very clearly why she supports a budget that broke the Liberals' promise on the apprenticeship incentive grant and that withdraws funding from students studying at career colleges?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Mr. Speaker, don't take it from me. Take it from Sean Strickland from the Canadian Building Trades Union, who commented on our budget. The 2025 federal budget contains strong commitments to unionized labour and to skilled tradespeople. It goes to show it's possible to create policies that are mutually beneficial when industry and government come to the table together. Strong labour conditions are the proven path to good jobs and world-class infrastructure, and as Canada enters a new era of nation-building projects, skilled trade workers will be at the forefront of this transformative time. I think we can take it from actual members of the Canadian trades that the measures that we're putting into this budget, the measures we drive as a government, are going to help tradespeople and young Canadians pursue the skilled trades in the years to come.
No answer. Order. The honourable member for Smilkameen, South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to begin with the words of one of my constituents. His name's David in Oliver, British Columbia. Pensioners on low income are struggling with prices rising, especially food that increases continually each month. There is only one increase a year for pensioners. David is right. Food costs are unaffordable and getting worse month after month. That is why I stand here tonight to request an explanation from this Liberal government about why they continue to hike the industrial carbon tax at a time when the cost of groceries for Canadians is only rising. Now, I know the member opposite will say that there is no carbon tax on the food we pay at the grocery store. But a tax on the supply chain, additional costly regulations, and more red tape increases prices at every step, and at the end of the line, it increases the weekly grocery bill of families everywhere. It's simple economics. When government changes regulations and add costs, citizens where I live call that a tax. The industrial carbon tax is a tax on Canadian farms. How is it a tax on Canadian farms? It is a tax on the steel in farm equipment, in the storage bins, and in tools. It is a tax on every grain dryer. It is a tax on every greenhouse heater on that farm. It is a tax on every bag of fertilizer. It is a tax on every aluminum can. It is a tax on every truck that hauls the food from the farm to the stores. Just because the tax does not appear as a line on your Safeway receipt does not mean it's not there. The government's tax on sectors like our steel and aluminum plants affect every person buying a can of soup. I will also remind the Liberals that they have also raised the cost of food packaging with the P2 plastic ban, but that's not the subject of tonight's debate. At a time of illegal and unjustified U.S. trade war, when the Liberals promised to protect Canadian steel and aluminum producers, the Liberals are taxing them at the same time through the industrial carbon tax. This industrial carbon tax undermines the competitiveness of farms, such as the ones in the Okanagan Valley, where farmers in my riding compete with Washington apple growers, Washington state apple growers, who do not pay these additional taxes. It's just wrong when a Washington state apple is more expensive in a grocery store than the Okanagan apple sitting right next to it. That's grown down the street. We all want to support Canadian jobs and businesses, so will the government commit to ending an industrial carbon tax on Canadian steel and aluminum to help bring down the price of food and products that we use every day?
The Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague from the beautiful riding of Similkameen, South Okanagan, West Kootenay, a place I've visited many, many times over the years in my home province of British Columbia. And I do want to address the member's question that I believe is based on incorrect assumptions. And let me be very clear. There is no carbon tax applied to groceries, and farmers do not pay the industrial carbon price. The industrial carbon price system targets the largest producers in Canada, industrial facilities, not families, and not the farmers who put food on our table. Canada's industrial carbon pricing systems are specifically designed to keep Canadian industrial industries competitive. For example, the federal backstop system gives companies flexibility. They can invest in cleaner processes or buy credits from innovators. Canada's pricing systems reduce emissions efficiently while protecting jobs and supporting economic growth. And the facts speak for themselves. Research by the Canadian Climate Institute published earlier this year concluded that large emitter trading systems have zero or positive impact on household consumption in 2025 and near zero by 2030. Because farmers do not pay the industrial carbon price, there are almost no costs to pass through the supply chain to consumers. On the issue of food affordability, independent analysis is clear. The real drivers of grocery price increases are global. Supply chain disruptions, the war in Ukraine, and energy price volatility. These are the pressures affecting Canadians. That is why the federal fuel charge was removed on April 1st. The opposition also refers to the clean fuel regulations, sometimes or often wrongly labeled as a hidden carbon tax. In reality, these regulations will cut up to 26 million tons of greenhouse gas pollutions by 2030. They are supporting renewable diesel and hydrogen facilities in Alberta and Newfoundland and Labrador, renewable gas and green hydrogen projects in Ontario and Quebec. These projects create good jobs, strengthen local economies, and position Canada as a clean energy leader. Mr. Speaker, the suggestion that repealing industrial carbon pricing or the clean fuel regulations would magically lower grocery prices is simply not grounded in fact. Eliminating climate policy does not make world oil prices drop, nor does it fix global supply chain pressures. What it would do is increase pollution and put Canadian jobs at real risk. Climate action is economic action. Industrial carbon pricing reduces energy waste, drives innovation, attracts private investment, and strengthens Canada's long-term competitiveness. Canadians deserve solutions based on facts, not slogans. Our approach protects jobs today while building a more resilient and prosperous economy for the next generation and generations to come. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Similkameen, South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Mr. Speaker, what I don't understand is how the member across the way, and I appreciate his answer, but what I don't appreciate is the fact that how could, if it costs me more as a farmer to do business, if it costs me more for steel and aluminum, why wouldn't I raise my prices to cover those costs? That is the basis of running a business. You have to cover your costs. And if the cost of groceries is global pressures, why have prices gone up so much more in Canada than the United States for groceries? So what I did not hear is solutions about how we're going to lower the cost of groceries. As I said, the people who live in the Similkameen, South Okanagan, West Kootenay, which I appreciate, that's great that the member has been there and knows how beautiful it is and how hard the people work. Especially seniors and most vulnerable Canadians cannot afford higher food costs. So they don't want to wait in food lines anymore.
The Honourable Parliament Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, once again, thank you, and thank you to the Honourable Member for the question. And once again, I must reiterate, there is no carbon tax on groceries, and farmers do not pay the industrial carbon price. Industrial carbon pricing and the clean fuel regulations are targeted tools that reduce pollution in a global market that is moving rapidly towards clean energy. Scrapping these measures would not lower grocery bills. It would weaken Canada's industrial base, deter investment, and expose our businesses to higher costs under border tariffs from trading partners implementing their own carbon markets. Our government will continue to develop policies that protect workers, strengthen competitiveness, and build a secure, affordable future for all Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Order. The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 o'clock a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.